Welcome back to the Salt Lake City Major, where we are really starting to get down to the sharp end of things. We're into pure best of 3 days now. Every game qualifies or eliminates a team to our main stage on Friday. I'm Des. This is Tim. You've seen him many a time before. Tim, how are we today?
Fantastic. Yeah, looking forward to some. This is the day, isn't it? Like you say, every single game, it's either a qualification or an elimination. There's an awful lot going on, and it's a lot of fun.
Makes it a hell of a lot of fun. Let's take a look at our Swiss bracket, in case you are tuning in for the first time, so you can see how things have shaped up so far. It's a very busy graphic, but if you look down towards the bottom, you can see that if you go 3-0, 3-1, or 3-2, you qualify. Yesterday, we saw FaZe and Twisted Minds make it. Today, 3 more teams will join them, and over on the left-hand side, we'll see 3 more teams being eliminated, with CAG and Furia already going home, Tim.
Yeah, I think that's the one that's messed up a lot of people's predictions. Quite the opposite. Everybody thought they were going to be one of the first teams qualified, where they are indeed one of the first teams going out of it. But we lose 3 more today, and we see 3 more go through to the live stages.
Well, I guess I know who those teams are, Tim. We've got to take a look at what games are going on today. So let's take a look at our schedule. You can see what's going on across A and B stream. This is the B stream, so we're starting out with Lost versus Weibo, then into Falcons versus NIP. A very interesting elimination game, that one. And then All Gamers against 5 Fears. Up on the A stream, Tim, there's some big games as well.
Yeah, there really is. As we say, 3 of those teams up on the top half of your screen will qualify through to the live stages today. It honestly could be any 3 of them, and the other 3 will go into another best of 3. They'll still have another chance to do it tomorrow. But yeah, they all jump off the page, don't they? I think we need to see G2 against a bit more international competition, I would say that.
Absolutely. I mean, again, it's the fact that on the A stream, it's all good news. Down here, it's all bad news.
They keep playing them EU teams. It's like we've seen this before.
It's weird, because I was actually speaking to, I want to say it was Doki yesterday. I was like, if certain results go a certain way today and you don't win today, they face off against Falcons tomorrow as well. And I was just like, you've basically got to do a best of 3 triple run against all EU teams. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, just the EML playthrough of the Salt Lake City Major.
It is wonderful. But let's focus in on our first game then. Over here on the B stream, it's Lost versus Weibo. And get those rosters up, and you can take a look at how they've been playing so far. Tim, we were speaking about them before we came into this, and you were saying this really rides on Perez having a good day.
Yeah, it does. You know, we've seen this from us. Don't get me wrong, there's plenty of quality on this team, but it's no surprise to see his EPS being up there at the top of all the numbers. They qualified on the back of a huge match from him, where he went 20 plus in the last map to get them here. You know, he is a player that can really dictate the pace of this team, can really dictate the quality and success of this team. So they need to be facilitating Perez to have a big day. Alongside him, as we said, it's not all about him, but Dafo is another one obviously to watch out for. Can do well on the entry. We can see they're 6-1 so far at the tournament. Not getting into so many of those entry fights, but does win a lot of them when he does.
Absolutely, yeah. The 2 players to watch out for, as you say, Perez and Dafo. We'll see if today is a big day for them, because they are against a pretty scary team on the other side, Tim, but one who haven't really got themselves moving so far here in Salt Lake. Admittedly, they've only played 3 maps, but for Weibo, I feel like we need to see a little bit more out of them, Tim.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I think it's been a little bit up and down for Weibo so far. They are a team that I expect a bit more from sometimes. They, you know, now found themselves down here in the relegation or elimination side of things, and I really do think that they've got more to offer to us than maybe we've seen so far. Hoven, Reaps, Turd particularly. You know, if you're looking who, you know, maybe you've not seen these before, who should I be watching out for? They're the 3 that I would be picking up on and saying, you know, have a look at that. I think what I'd like to see from Weibo, from what we've seen of them so far, has been, I'd like a little bit more of that kind of chaos, that unpredictability that we've seen out of this team at times. I feel like that's been maybe a little bit tempered this tournament.
Yeah, I rationalised it a little bit yesterday when we were speaking about them, and I was saying, I don't know if it's a case of a lot of structure is being introduced by Gohan and therefore it's slowing them down, whether it's the change in the meta. There could be various things that have weighed into it, but it isn't quite the breakneck speed Weibo that we've seen blowing teams away at previous events. And I'm really hoping today they've had a chance to shake themselves down and they bring in a very, very different setup. Reaps in particular is the player I'm keeping my eye on. Turd is currently top rated for this team, and Reaps is a player that we've spoken about to the absolute death at previous events, Tim. When he switches on, he's absolutely stellar, but he hasn't really done it here yet at the Major.
No, and I think he's one of those players that it will happen if they can survive long enough. That's the thing. Is it going to be today? Is it going to be tomorrow? You know, they've got to get this game won. If it would, you know, if it can be today, it's absolutely perfect timing for Weibo, really. Switch on now, get it done. You know, interestingly, for it's only about an inch square of his mouse mat that's worn, you know. The rest of it's all brand new.
For those who don't know, he plays in the most ridiculous sense.
It's about 12,000 DPI.
Moves it like this, and he's moving a whole screen flick, and I'm just like, bro, how on earth are you so precise with that little range to go through? It's absolutely balmy. But it seems to work for him. Just not at Salt Lake just yet. But as also said, there's been far fewer maps played by Weibo overall. It's 3 to losses 7. So Lost are a bit more warmed into this, had a bit more time to get themselves gelled in with the official side of things, and we'll see how things turn around. We're going to have Vito up in just a moment as well. In fact, as I say it, I get the call for it. How wonderful is that? Here's what we're going to Tim Labs, your favourite. A bit of Consulate, which we haven't cast yet. And then we've also got a Fortress to close things out.
Yeah, I'll take that. That's a good 3 to line up with. I think we're going to see... I was going to say I like Lost for Consulate, and that is their pick. Makes complete sense. I think we're gonna. I think we could go to 3 here. For me, it's going to depend on Nighthaven. If Lost come out and win on Nighthaven, then I think it's maybe 2-0 Lost. Otherwise, I'm expecting that third map decider on Fortress, which would really be something.
Yeah, I mean, Labs obviously one of those maps that we've cast actually, I think, the most of any map this week so far. We've seen an awful lot.
We've seen a lot of Labs, and I can't complain. I love it. Quite happy casting Labs.
There's been mainly a lot of fighting going on, especially around IT itself. That's where there's been the main battleground, it feels. A lot of teams actually really struggling to get that open because teams are now getting far more aggressive in trying to contest onto it. Of course, I don't think we'll forget that Falcons Enterprise game anytime soon, Tim. That was a certain absolute war and a battleground on this exact map. And I'm hoping that this one delivers just as much. Yeah,
it was fair something, wasn't it, yesterday? We had a lot of fun with that one. Just imagine if that match had been for somebody to be eliminated. That's the position that Falcons and everybody else on this stream today find themselves in. As a reminder for the stakes, if you're just joining us, the loser of this game will be eliminated from the Salt Lake City Major. So it is all to play for between these two. It's Los versus Weibo. It is Nighthaven Labs, and it is Des underway.
Here we go then. Let's get into operator ban phase and see how things shake down. Labs as a map, both teams do enjoy it, but Weibo more so than anybody else.
mean the Monty is at risk. Just playing about a little bit with the charge there. I think maybe a little bit of concern from Speakeasy. I don't know whether there's a combo or something to just back him up for a second, but he does go for it. Now he gets that breach opened up. So no harm, no foul, having lost the Maverick. And we are all things level at this point, a minute 10 into things. The direction that Speakeasy was heading, I would guess, we will see him looking to push towards Warehouse Catwalk and try and take that. We see him rotating in that direction. And we've got Dark up there on the Azami, as we would expect on the Catwalk. Going to be his job to hold him back here, and it looks like with 3 stacked up, that's where a lot of the pressure is going to be mounting from this Weibo attack.
Yeah, this really is where they need to try and move the barriers as they can see him through IT. They've got the Monty starting to ask a couple of questions, but no support's come on through yet. Flash comes over. Oh no! It was a friendly flash, but they still walk away with 2 kills. Tim, that could have been catastrophic for Weibo, but no. They walk away with 2 kills.
To try and force their way in. That was the kill that they needed. Daffo taking down gave them the space to start a plant if they wanted to, but they didn't need it as they flick around. Daffo gets the kill onto Nux, and that is going to be Weibo taking round 1.
It's about as bread and butter as you can get, isn't it, that attack as well? Get control of IT, move yourself over towards Warehouse, and then get the Monty up onto Catwalk to try and pressure the player that's sat in there. Now, we've seen a lot of Azami bans on this map throughout the week as well, I think precisely for the reason that you just saw. Being able to drop down those keepers and protect yourself from the IT angle does force more aggression to have to come directly through Warehouse. You're not asking a whole lot of a team to be able to apply pressure from there, but at the same time, it's just another risk that you have to worry about at the same time. A C4 flying over the top, for example, could have been a bit of a bother if they managed to find the angle, but they get away with it, and Weibo take the first round. Down to the basement we go, Tim. I'm seeing Nux going across on towards that pulse. We saw some brilliant play from Alamau on Cafe playing this pulse yesterday. Can't quite say it's a direct replica here on Nighthaven Labs, but you can imagine what the intent is. It's going to be trying to find C4s, given they've got 2 in back pocket.
By contrast, we've got the Ram being brought. It's going to be switched out to the Sledge, but one way or another, there's going to be some vertical destruction brought along by Hoven. So we would expect to see Weibo looking to get in and above, which is going to give opportunities, as you quite rightly say, to that pulse. Nux already set up underneath storage, ready to have a look with that heartbeat scanner. A, are they coming for the wall? B, are they working above us? And can we find Nitro kills up above? There's not just him with 1 in hand. There is also Dark, who's brought Mozzie along and has another Nitro.
You saw the immediate response from Daffo there as well. And this is why it's important that whoever is playing on the pulse, typically, like I said yesterday, it was Alamau for G2, but there's an IGL doing just that. That they can feed information back and forth, or at least someone who's very, very confident in being able to call out what it is they're saying and doing so accurately. This is where callouts, Tim, become very, very relevant. Either way, for now, it's all about trying to get control of top and then work their way down for the side away. But they want to make sure that this entire map is clear because there are currently 4 players all sat on the first floor that need dealing with.
Pulse just continuing to watch that breach for the time being, but his focus is going to have to switch to above him at some point because we can see now that the pressure is mounting. Turd's going to drop down into Warehouse, knows that there are players down towards the bottom of those aqua stairs, and he's going to go looking for them just as soon as he can by the looks of things. 1 Nitro goes out. Nux is not going to find anything with that explosive, so that's at least 1 problem sidestepped for Weibo.
For now. Again, it's about all the worries of having to work your way down this first floor, which they've now largely got, although I say that, and Dark has managed to work his way up to the second floor. Still a couple dancing around the first floor as well, so this is a attempted flank coming on through, and this is where flank drones are going to be super important, or you hope that Speakeasy has done a great job with those air jabs to protect them. We go rounding down for 1, but it's Perez to find the first kill. That they need just as the track comes through onto Daffo. Still a lot of problems here for Weibo to worry about. They could get very much stabbed in the back by the 2 players that are running around now on the first and second floor in Dark and Perez. There's one done and removed. Reaps getting the kill needed.
Yeah, this could certainly, as we say, could do with getting Reaps online and working here. And that will be a good start for that. And hopefully he can start finding a few more for his team. 4 versus 4, 45 seconds left to go. The problem here is they don't really have any confident control, Weibo, of any sort of sites that they could execute on at the minute. They've got Turd inside of Animus, but otherwise they're kind of hanging around Warehouse, hanging around that mid-floor. Ape's just outside with the diffuser in hand, and it feels a little bit stalled right now.
Oh dear. I mean, that is not ideal. That's the one that he wanted and almost loses his life for it as well. Now being rounded off towards control to his right-hand side. We're into the last 20, and that plant is going down. Only having that one smoke on side simply wasn't enough, and it wasn't properly placed, Tim. Diffuser finished, and now Weibo the ones in control, unless Dafo can go nuclear. 2 kills brings it down to a 3 versus 1, as Dash contributes as well. Reaps has found one that surrounds him, but he needs the lot. Uncharacteristically missing a crucial shot there. Missing a few, in fact. Gets away with 1, gets away with 2. He's only got to win the 1 versus 1 onto Perez, who's now rounding onto him. As long as he can waste time here, Tim, he can still win the round.
He just dips himself back away to control, knows where the challenge is going to come
Why
from. Didn't want to take the fight too aggressively. Perez wins it out and has plenty of time to drop down, get on that diffuser, and close out the round for Los. It was so close for Reaps in the 1v3.
I get it. But at the same time, if it hid for 3 or 4 more seconds, Tim, force him to drop the hatch. He can play around the hatch at that point. Either make him chase you and run out of time, or make him have to make an attempt on the diffuser. And that could have been your round. So close for Reaps. 3 in the round himself, but not able to get the one that mattered most. Los get on the board. 1 apiece.
I think he was a little bit concerned there, Reaps, about having a similar situation to, if you remember, Souls yesterday. He was 1v1 up on that upper floor, and he just got too far away from the diffuser, and he gave the opportunity for them to get back onto it. And so I think Reaps just a little bit cautious there, a little bit conscious that if he got too far away, there was always the option for Perez to take the drop and just get onto the disable and hope that Reaps couldn't get back to him in time if he'd gone all the way to Aqua Stairs, for example, to try and keep out of the way. So he was kind of between a rock and a hard place there. He backed himself, but it didn't come off. 1-1 on the scoreboard, and it is going to be Los moving on now to that top floor again.
Yes, not going to go for the typical 3-site rotation where control and storage would be the third option. Going to repeat the site that they feel far more comfortable on, and some wonderful artwork coming out from the Denaris we're so used to seeing these days. The current meta we're in, where trap operators are the go-to, seeing a lot of Ella this event. We've seen quite a bit of Denari, of course, seen an absolute ton of Thorn. Even seen a couple of bans come in so far against her as well, since the rework to the Razor Bloom has made her far more prominent for a number of teams, and we've even seen a couple of kills come in. In fact, on this exact map yesterday, it was Green Day when he vaulted in towards Electric, straight into a Thorn, and ultimately found himself down just outside the map. Wasn't such a pretty case for them. Potentially a freebie coming in as Dash exposes himself. Somewhat needlessly, you might say. I think he was looking towards the C4, but Weibo learnt their lesson from round 1 and will not let it happen again.
Yeah, we've asked to see Reaps come online, and he has done a little bit in the last couple of rounds. He might not have got that clutch finished off, but still, finding a couple of kills is going to do wonders for his confidence, and that's exactly what Weibo needs. So, last time around, we saw them deal with the catwalk really well. Dark was forced back, and was pretty easily taken out of the round, and so I think it's going to be pretty much the same plan from Weibo here. Get up onto that top floor, push across with the Monty, and force them deeper on into site, where then Hoven can terrorize from below.
Seeing the keepers again just being a problem. As I said earlier on, I wouldn't be shocked if he gets banned away after this round. Here we go already, asking questions inside of site. Here is the Monty, about a minute quicker than what we were back in round 1. Now with the breach charge going onto the wall, it'll give them a great line of sight in towards site itself and make things much more difficult for the defenders. It's not always about opening up a wall and immediately exploding kills. It's more the defenders knowing if someone is playing on that and they peek in at the right time, 2 or 3 of us could be dead. It just forces them to move where they're playing on site itself into less ideal positions.
Just going to have...
How are your predictions going, by the way?
Middle of the road at the minute.
And who have you predicted for this one?
Well, it's not.
It's
again, it's not really by
thing,
game. It's by the teams that are going to qualify. I don't think I had either of these two qualifying, if I remember rightly.
Oh,
Nux.
Now look,
if you're going to take anybody out of the round off your own team, don't take Perez. Dark does manage to get onto the flank, finds Turd, takes him down. That leaves this Monty in a bad spot here.
Yeah. Oh, Dark, so casual. on for a 3 in the round. Only Ape left, and he himself has got to now pick up a 3 in the round. Diffuser's down, though. This is the problem, Tim. This is a lot of recovery for him to be able to get going. That air jab surely will go off if the Azami swings in here. No! Just a little bit too deep. Dart makes it a 4K. And just like we saw in our game here yesterday, Tim, when the Monty has the supporting player taken out, it was Tuhan on the side of Enterprise, then whoever's left on that Monty gets relentlessly bullied. Well played by Lars to spot the opportunity, but Weibo have really let that one go.
But to answer your question, Des, I could have a good day today, actually.
Oh?
I went FaZe and Furia to qualify first. That was FaZe and Twisted Minds, so not bad. 50,
I mean, Furia out.
Furia out. That's not ideal for me.
50-50.
But then, so to qualify today, I've got Dark Zero, G2, and Falcons.
Okay.
So I could get a good 2, because I think you get 4 points there, because I'll get a point for them qualifying, but a point for them in the correct place as well.
Okay.
So it could be a big day for me today. Obviously, that's not going to happen for Falcons. They could still qualify, but it won't be today. And then in my last set of qualifiers, I've got NIP, Virtus Pro, and Enterprise. So I'm actually looking pretty good at the minute.
I was going to say in the middle of that round, by the way, we've had some chats in the green room about players in this tournament and who's maybe not quite stepping up to standard. And Nux has been, I think, not the target of ire this week, but I think across the stage and kickoff as well, there's been questions around just how much he contributes. And it turns out, Tim, a team kill might not quite be
ideal, is
the
it?
best contribution that you can bring to a round, I'm afraid. But they get the win off the back of a big dark 4K, as said. So let's get into the second quarter. We've had our bans come on through, the Monty being taken away from Speakeasy, and as we theorized, Tim, we've also seen the Keybers of the Azami removed, which should make life a little bit easier for Weibo. Well, of course, they're going to have to get it done without the shield on side.
Well, yeah, the big question then is, I think we've already seen Weibo pressure Catwalk when they've been attacking top floor. They're not attacking top floor this time, but the next time that they do, I think we're going to see Weibo have even more success in that area, to be honest, because they're not going to have to deal with that Azami now going up there, so it should be even easier. I think we will see a more focused push, whereas last time they had to try and get themselves into connector and do something. We will see them being able to use that area. But for now, they're going to be attacking control and storage. So this is about them getting in there, taking top floor control and working from there.
It's a little bit of fourth wall breaking here. When we came into the casting booth earlier, there was a beetle walking around on the floor.
I think it's a cockroach.
It might be a cockroach. It's not a very big one, though. But it's like watching a turtle on its back right now. It's tried to climb up the side of... Okay, it's got it back. It's back on its feet. It's all good. It tried to get the side of the side of the glass, so we put it under. It's then fell onto its back and it's been stood there for about 2 minutes, flailing its legs, trying to right itself, and has now managed to do just that. I'm rooting for him. He's keeping himself going. He's good. What should we call him?
You can pop him outside later on.
I will do, yeah. I'll do that after the
Enjoy
game.
his life.
Yeah, he can enjoy the roasting hot sun.
A couple of days, probably. I don't know. I don't know how long they last.
I'm not actually sure.
Right, okay, so immediate pressure up towards that RT wall from underneath. That's just going to enable them to try and open it up, but it's actually still electrified at the minute. Therefore, if you remember, I said they might play the bandit onto that electrical wall. They hadn't done it so far, but they have done this time. It's being supported a little bit by Nux on the pulse underneath as well. And right now, IT wall still electrified, still closed, which is pretty big for a control storage hold, because one of the areas they're going to want to get emptied out is IT, get that floor opened up, and it gives them the opportunity to plant pillar later on, whilst Bandit is able to play in there. There's absolutely no chance. Hoven goes in, takes down Dash with a big entry.
Yeah, Hoven had a wonderful game the other day when we were casting two. RP into another. There's Reaps, the player that I said I need to see more from. This could turn into a team ace here, Tim. Perez left all alone. It would have been Speakeasy to find the kill to see it over the line, but it's a 4 versus 1. And Weibo, well, there you go, Tim. Team ace. Every player getting a single kill in that round.
Yeah, Perez managing to at least prevent a flawless round, but that was all that they could do. 2-2 now we sit on the scoreboard, and honestly, I think we're going to see this match continue like this. But if you remember, I said Nighthaven Labs, I think the game kind of hinges on this map a little bit. I think once we get to Consulate, I expect Lost to win that. I just want to have a look at the specific stats of these two teams on Consulate. I'm not too familiar with it. Yeah, as I thought, I was going to say I'm not too familiar with Weibo on there, but it's their 8th out of 9 preference. It's not something that they play a lot of. They have actually got a 4-1 record, so they're not too bad on Consulate. But Lost, by contrast, 2-0, pretty consistent, 80% defensive win rate. It is a very good map for them. Last played against Fluxo W7M, where they won it. Like, that's the quality of teams, that they are beating on Consulate. So I feel like here on Nighthaven, Weibo really need this first map.
Roach feels like a really good caster name.
This is the problem with you. You've been completely and utterly distracted now.
It's not the first or last time that'll happen.
I know, this is what I mean. anything that basically, anybody who doesn't know Des, he could come in and there's lots of things in this room. There's lots of lights, lots of buttons, lots of TVs, screens, all sorts of stuff, but it's all normal stuff. So to Des it doesn't really exist. But as soon as there's one thing in the room that is something different, something new, and in this case a cockroach, that's it. He's completely magnetised and fascinated by it.
I think his social media tag would have to be Roachcasts.
Okay.
I'd
Make him a profile later. You can.
I reckon we hook up an extra box, get an extra headset, and he can join us on the TriCast.
I was going to do an impression of what I thought a cockroach might sound like.
What would a cockroach sound like?
That was as far as I got with it, because then I thought I have absolutely no idea. I think they hiss, so I don't know.
Hiss?
Hiss, cockroaches.
They hiss?
Yeah. I'm 90%, I'm 95% sure I'm right.
Cockroaches hiss.
Yeah.
The Madagascar hissing cockroach
There you
does,
go.
because it's in the name.
Yeah.
Now,
they
are
hiss.
we in Madagascar?
Well, no, but they don't just live in Madagascar.
To be fair, I've never heard of the Salt Lake City roach before.
I'll be honest, I don't think it's a Madagascar hissing cockroach. I'm not going to lie. But yeah, I think they hiss.
He's a chill dude. We'll free him later. By the way, how's the round going, Tim? I've looked at the screen for the first time in 90 seconds.
This is what point proven.
Lock in, Tim. Come on, stop being distracted.
2-2. We are and still 5 versus 5. Turd's going to take a little bit of damage as he just walks straight into sight. Absolutely beautiful stuff. Takes down Nux. 5 versus 4, and they know that they've got a problem.
Whoa.
The call is coming from inside the house right now. Turd manages to get another, taking down Dash, but Perez is there, as Perez always is, to fight back, to find kills, supported by Daffo. 3 versus 3, and that push into sight has now somewhat crumbled. Hoven still present inside of Animus, but the diffuser is down cold.
Turd's done so much work for the team there, though, Tim, because while they're focused on the breach, he's managed to get in and break one of the crucial positions that defenders hold in behind that single wall that's often reinforced off. Sometimes you see a mirror window on there, of course not available here, but removing away the Goyo was absolutely huge. And off the back of it, his team haven't been able to capitalise just yet. One was still in the breach. Speakeasy is upstairs, so still getting a sniff here for what it is that needs to happen next. Here we go. The step on forward from Reese. He's got the right idea. Play off towards his left. Needs to be able to pick him off here. It's Daffo, I think, that's tucked in. And here we go. Perez on the round. Gets one. Not quite the second. Hoven going dangerously low, though, as the swing came in from the other side. We're into the last 20, though, Tim. As Hoven now hits the deck, Speakeasy has got to go big.
Yeah, could have been a real misstep by Perez there, but his team have backed him up and got those kills. Diffuser being watched from above. No chance that he wins that. Dark manages to take him down, and that is going to be the round for loss. If you're a Weibo fan, just about now might be a time, I'm not going to say to get worried, but maybe concerned. Which is like a gentle worry.
Is their primary defense to frighten potential predators, Tim.
There you go.
Yeah, that's definitely not a mad look at it.
No, the one we've got isn't. But
nice.
I'm sure it can maybe make a similar noise.
I don't, Tim. It's not called a hissing cockroach. I'm pretty sure it's just a cockroach. Cockroach with full black body. They're called black cockroaches? Yeah, they are. What do they do? The Oriental cockroach, also known as the water bug, apparently.
I don't think that's it. I don't know.
No, that looks a bit like it.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Jammer ready to activate.
Either way. Roachcast is having a great time. With
Apparently, just to round it out, they don't make any noise.
So what noise would they make then? Not a hiss, Tim.
Well,
you've done some great sound effects over the years.
I know. I'm not. And I've been clipped. I've been clipped and ridiculed every single time. So I've learnt my lesson.
Social media team have scared you off, have they?
Yeah.
That's a shame.
The last time that I mimicked mixing up balls in a dish.
Yeah, I remember that one well. I even asked you to do it a second time, and then you did it. It was wonderful.
Stupid.
A freebie here, maybe lining up, Hover downstairs, but I don't think Dart was 100% aware that he'd already stepped in. course, tracks available for when required. They'll charge it slowly throughout the round, and Dark almost being picked up on his way back up there. Now, Hoven is going to fall. He was the one downstairs waiting to see if he could sniff at Dark, but now they've got that entry. He can afford to just back off here and waste more time.
Yeah, that's really good from Lost there, because Hoven's played the Deimos underneath every single time. They've not taken the choice to ban it. Instead, they've taken away the Monty, which has been more of a problem. And they've said, we know that Hoven's going to go in underneath. It's predictable now, so we're just going to use that knowledge and we're going to go in and take him out. And that's exactly what we've done. A lot of those shots are hitting the wall at the minute.
It's all right.
You can see the bullet
Tim,
holes. Like,
it's about sending a message. And he sent many a message.
Yeah, I'm sure that they're terrified. 5 versus 4 then. So yeah, Dark goes and punishes Hoven underneath. Absolutely brilliant stuff. And what it does is it really limits now Weibo's ability to move those defenders round inside a site. That's one of the things that will happen there. They can take Catwalk here. We spoke about Catwalk because Azami's now been banned. So, as predicted, nobody from Lost is playing out on the Catwalk. Speakeasy with the shield could get up there quite easily. But they're not really focusing too much on somebody walking into sight. Turd goes in, finds one. He's already done this. He was punished last time. Is he going to be punished again? Yes, he is.
He will, and it's Nuts getting his first kill of the game. Whee! I think that's one call not available, though, for Weibo. Goes down with Turd, who for the second round in a row, as you say, Tim, has waddled in towards site, brought down a player. At least so far, nicely recovered. Sees a freebie on a lie down there, and a C4 comes through. Speakeasy now on 1 HP, and that smoke, so close to seeing him finished off, but no, he stays standing for now.
Yeah, some proper I'm in sight, boys comms coming out of Turd so far in this game. We've all been there, but it just really hasn't paid off in the last couple of rounds. Reaps is going to make a hole in that wall, and it only serves, as we always say, to work both ways. Taken down by Dark. Perez onto Reaps, 4 versus 1 now, and it looks like it's going to be a 4-2 split for Los, which is going to suit them down to the ground on the defense.
They'll be very, very happy with this for sure. This has been a very weird half overall, I think. Yeah, at times, as we've seen, players on the side of Weibo very much waddled in towards site by themselves and got a couple of kills, and the rest of the team have just been a little bit of a way behind.
I'm concerned about Weibo at this point. I really am a little bit thinking that they're on the downhill.
Falei, Hugão.
Mano, acho que nem vamos falar de plano nem nada.
Não.
Mas
Só pra vocês lembrarem só que a 5-0 deles é default, eles givam garagem, reforçam a parede e batem elétrica, tá ligado?
tanque eles só fazem um 3-1 variando muito a comp.
Só um 3-1 mudando a comp.
E a Caixas é guivada,
Caixas
pode ganhar rápido ali de buck.
Vai fazer essa play aí. E a Caixas é uma 3-2 e pode virar 4-1 com o cara subindo água ali. É isso.
Perfeito.
Sim.
Isso.
Nada demais. Estão jogando muito, guys. Parabéns.
Igualzinha a nossa, né?
Pra caralho, velho.
É parecido, tipo, só o setup de cima lá que é um pouco mais fraco.
Não, o Pérez é...
Tristeza, deixa eu vi
Tá
só aqui
jogando
na
muito,
câmera, velho.
tá dando umas roteidinhas sinistras. Só tenta comunicar um pouco melhor, tá? Quando você estiver fazendo isso, tipo, eu meio que tô tendo que olhar sua tela e comunicar, mas tá jogando muito, tipo, só tenta esse bagulho da comunicação.
Um bagulho quando a gente for atacar caixas, eu sei que a gente combinou lá NIP mais um, mas lembra que a estrutura deles pode virar 4-1, tá ligado? Aí ela começa na escada ali, ela desce pra jogar do comando, a play fica 3-2. Só que se ela subir full e for jogar do pilar, 4-1.
Delay.
What do you think, Hoven?
For storage?
No, I mean
for
basement.
For basement?
I think just
No, I
what I
think
said. No, just
still
what I
in
said.
the
Just, yeah, you play around me. Let me play the ball then, cause I still can make rotates and stuff, and I still can look down for the fast plays.
Yeah.
And yeah, then top floor we can do. Let's see what the band. They never do the mirror band. We just do the double C4 lah.
Yeah, and remember, guys, on top they always like to come on con, you know. We have the pressure on con, open the wall. So yeah, it's default stuff. They will come IT, they will pick like Hibana maybe, or they will ban Mira. We need to see and adapt to these small changes, you know?
Okay. Okay then. The second time we go basement, we do the Dinari and the Vault play. Let's go, guys.
Guys, we are the best, guys. Let's go.
Not done taken from that, to be fair. Outside of course, a little chat about bans and playing certain parts of the map. We'll see how it develops. But the bans are going to start out, Tim, very similar to how they were back in the first half. Kaid and Monty being taken away.
Yeah, we'll see if Mira joins the party or not. They will do this time because it's going to be Bandit taken away.
Do you like cockroaches, Tim? Or do they bother you?
I can't say is that they bother me. Do I want it running all over my face? Not necessarily.
I take that approach from most bugs. I don't mind a spider being on the wall knowing
it
it's not going to jump on me, for example.
Concern me. As long as it's not like running all over me, it's fine.
I find them fascinating in a way, but at the same time, also, like you said, don't really
they're
want
amazing
them on me.
things. You know,
I mean, this one probably isn't, because Roach casts earlier on managed to fall on his back like a turtle and got stuck there for 2 minutes. It took real effort for him to right himself. I'll give him that. He's worked for that.
Perseverance, mental fortitude.
Absolutely. To survive a nuclear winter, that'd be fantastic, yeah.
Oh, can Weibo survive here? That's going to be the big question.
What do cockroaches eat?
No idea. Anything they can find, I'd imagine. Anything they can find. 4-2.
What do cockroaches eat? They're an opportunistic omnivore. That's a really cool way of describing something, isn't it?
That sounds
an
like
opportunistic omnivore.
Yeah.
Nearly any organic
go.
material, including human food scraps, such as sweets, grease, starches, pet food, cardboard, book bindings, hair, soap, and decaying matter. But they can survive up to a month without food, so I think your theory about him dying in 2 days' time is incorrect.
Well, it would suggest that.
But water does have to be available.
Right. Siege.
Ugh, when desperate, feeding on feces, dead insects, or each other. Ugh.
Who do they think is going to win this game?
Let me ask him. Roach, who's winning? It depends which way that he crawls. Okay, he's gone to the right. He thinks Weibo.
Okay. Does it?
Yeah.
Look, at the minute,
I might actually keep him. I'm deciding he's a pet.
I'm just
pet Roach.
I'm looking at the numbers for Nighthaven Labs, particularly for this second half. Weibo on defense, 64% historic win rate. They've got an opportunity here. Lost are only at 46%. They've got a decent record, 2-1 on the map, but they struggle a little bit on attack sometimes. So I think these first 2 rounds, round 7 and 8, going to be particularly important. If Weibo can grab both of these on defense and level it up, then I think this map is very winnable for them.
It's one of them where I always say it to him, you know me, 2 hours for a game of Siege. It comes down to how low's attack. So that's the thing I'm really excited to see how it kicks off. Naturally, eyes are cautiously on Nux here. He's the one on the blitz. He's the one looking to cause bother with his shield. He's the one with the diffuser. So that is who Weibo want to trip up. And you can see in the line that they brawl along, they've got a couple of trap operators here as well. One you probably wouldn't look at and say is a trap operator, really looking at the Solus there, because that's trying to identify where a team is pushing in. Where they're coming from. Reach, the first one to have the point of contact on towards Nux. A few little shots onto his tippy toes. Puts him down to about 70% HP. Nothing too bad at this point. There's got to be respect for the cuts here as well. And that's a good... Oh, no, whoa, 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 whoa. Slow. Chill. Calm down. Team kill's not needed. We've already had one in this game. We do not need another.
Turd's still in meeting at the minute, or in the meeting corridor. I don't know whether he's been picked up or not. Surely will have been now that he takes that drone out, and he is actually going to decide that it's time to dip away. But 2 minutes wasted is very good going so far. Los don't really have too much access to sight, but do manage to take down Hoven. That's the Asami gone, and any remaining Kiba barricades with them. But this is going to be a particularly important position to deal with. Speakeasy, shotgun and warden glasses could be a real thorn in their side.
C4, C4, C4. Please use the C4. Yeah. As I see, there's a guy there. Just throw it. Oh, he's already stepped away now. It's too late. Only a few seconds earlier. At least he gets the kill, Tim. I really thought then Dash had him dead to rights for a moment, but as Speakeasy finds that kill, Daffo carries on with what's proving to be a great game for him. Nux getting that diffuser down, but a C4 from Ape finds 2. That's one way to keep this game going. 15 seconds left, Tim, and there's only one downstairs on site. It's Ape to hold off against Dark and Daffo.
Yeah, I think Ape's probably just won the round for them there because Speakeasy's been able to move across and take the hatch.
Massive.
That was a brilliant nitro coming in from Ape there. Solid defense from Weibo. There was an opportunity for Los on the attack. I said coming into it, the big question will be, how do they do on the attack? I think on the whole, 80% of that round was actually really good from them, but ultimately Weibo able to hold on, and that is not a good sign for Los. As I said, if Weibo can come in and take the first 2 sites, they'll be going top floor now, I'd imagine. If they could take those first 2, level things up at 4-4, I think the sort of favourite for this first map swings heavily in their favour.
Which way has chat gone for this, actually? 78% have gone for Weibo to win this.
Because it's Weibo on Nighthaven Labs, it's their favourite map. They are good on it.
They are good on it, Tim, but I think it's also...
I'm sure that's what chat were thinking.
They could be on any map and then still vote for him.
Yeah.
They'd be all over it. It was very much an Ape hero moment. That Suke gets here with the C4.
Yeah,
absolutely.
that was it.
Massive. And of course, the third to close things out. Certainly no complaints to kick things off there. However, you can't always rely on hero plays. In fact, back in that first half, we only had one multi-kill round. And that was Dark's 4K that we saw to recover the round that otherwise looked like it was falling away from them. So let's see how things go. Lowe's still in the lead, but only by a single round. Weibo with a chance to bring things all square here, up on the top floor. The good news for Los is they only need to win a couple of rounds, Tim. They can do that on the offsite. Assuming, of course, we win here, control and storage will come next. And you'd assume that if Los were going to find a round win, it would be onto that third site.
It needs to be, realistically. I mean, don't get me wrong, this one would be even better, you know, if you can start taking this and then take the third choice as well. But if they allow Weibo to get a full defensive rotation, then I fear that Nighthaven Labs will be all but lost for the Brazilians. But we will see how this round goes, particularly. Nux is straight away over onto that connector wall, going to get it opened up with the thermite. And then I imagine we'll probably rappel over and look to open up. No, it's going to be Daffo on the Hibana that gets the IT wall dealt with. Going to have to be actually with the mirror window in there as well. Don't want to be losing or risking your thermite too much going up towards that breach.
Eater Jacks in chat asked who does the winner play. Is it decided? No, because of how Swiss works, it depends on how different results go to determine who you get matched up against. If you are curious to know how things work out, if you go to projectprisma.org or just Google Project Prisma, they have a simulator on their website where you can click who wins what game, and it'll then show you who potentially gets matched up against who in the next round, because it's all mathematical based on the bookhole system, I want to say it is, Tim.
I think so. I'm not 100%.
There's so many
I wouldn't like to
descriptions of
promise
this stuff.
exactly that, but yeah, it basically comes down to, I think you should be playing people with like similar results, but also like similar kind of form as well. So.
Yeah. Well, if we do all the assumed outcomes of today, like G2 beat Virtus Pro, and Rebellion beat Enterprise, and Dark Zero beat Wildcards.
Hang on a minute. I'm not having that Enterprise slander around here.
If Weibo beat Lost, if Firefierce beat All Gamers, and Falcons beat NIP, then it's Enterprise versus Weibo tomorrow for a spot.
Dark manages to take down Ape. That's going to be the warden out of things, and there's still 8 flashes on side, Des. Not an ideal time to be losing your warden, realistically. No. A lot of utility that could now be very useful for Los. 55 seconds left to go. Their big problem here, Des, is it's all one-sided. There's nothing Aqua, there's nothing Catwalk, there's nothing IT. It is all just connector and electrical, and Weibo are fully aware of that right now.
Long angle's ready. I mean, with that wall being opened up, this is the crucial one for the attackers. They've got so much of an opportunity to get themselves in behind pillar for a plant, which is a different attack to what we're used to seeing. Good flash comes over, a good opportunity for Daffo to step in and collect a kill. It's a 5 versus 2. It feels like Los will be able to get this one done. Nux being tagged up, but it doesn't matter. Hasn't even got time to get the plant down. It's a flawless round for Los, Tim. And this is where you start to worry for Weibo, given it is their favourite map.
Yeah, Los have just backed themselves on gunfights there. Like I said, there wasn't really, you know, they didn't create any nice pinches. They didn't really take away too much utility from the defenders, anything like that. I think particularly once they've got that warden out of the way, it was let's get some utility in there and see if we can get some kills. And they just backed themselves in the gunfights and they won them. So well played, Los. An important round, because if you remember I said, if Weibo could get 2 back-to-back and level up at 4-4, then I think, you know, they sort of become favourites to take the map. Now that Los have managed to take top floor off them and are going to attack the third choice site, round 9, as we always say, it can be, you know, if it's 4-4 on the scoreboard, round 9 is a lot less important. If it's 5-3 on the scoreboard, round 9 is massive, because 6-3 versus 5-4 are very, very different scorelines, and that is what Los are facing right now. If they can get this third choice site won, I think they probably take Nighthaven Labs, only needing to find one more round, and that is absolutely massive for them. So this is a big opportunity, but I don't think they can keep relying like they did in that last round from just like brute force in one direction and hoping to come away with the gunfights.
No, for sure. Here we go then. Let's see. It's round 9. That'd be a crucial one we often speak about. Is it going to 6-3? Is it going to 5-4? They are 2 very different score lines. One feels recoverable, one does not. We are going to go for the full rotate here, different to what we saw coming out of Los in the first half. Even though they lost that top floor, they aren't repeating it. Instead, control and storage. And we've seen this one so many times. It normally entails getting control of IT first. You don't need the entire top floor, but you do need IT opened up. And then normally a ram will roll on through, but other kinds of vertical destruction will work as well. Get yourself the vertical holes opened up so you can't have anyone providing cover onto, or at least control of IT means that you can't have a defender covering the default plant spot inside of storage from above. Control from above even. and also making sure you've got the Thatcher here to be able to deal with any of those C4s that might come out is always going to help. Here we go, the run on through is in. Plant's going down, but the Wardens managed to come away with the kill there. Hoven holding off one. Plant now being cancelled as Nux realizes they need to win gunfights, and Hoven, through the fire and the flames, he carries on to him. He's got himself two.
Yeah, he knows that he doesn't need to get too aggressive on the window there because the diffuser's been dropped inside of it, so it's more important that he hold his position, especially having that shotgun. I'm not really sure what Nux was playing at there. He came around the corner, he knew that the Warden was there. That's the whole reason he came off the plant. Didn't pre-fire, didn't react to the swing coming in from Hoven there, so Nux just leaving them in a bit of a bad spot here. 3 versus 5, advantage Weibo.
I think they were so focused on trying to catch EMPs onto C4s, they didn't think to EMP out the Warden, because Hoven there, as you saw, the whole time his gadget was active, the entire time he was being rushed down. So that Blitz can't get away with getting a kill on him. Probably would have been a better target. You can always then pull back and then look for a default once you've got the recharge available with those EMPs. But arguably, it may well have cost them this round. It's 5 versus 3. They've lost the shield. They've lost the Finker Juice. It's hard to come back from here, Tim. It's going to take a real hero play.
Yeah, it's you're looking towards Datho maybe on that Ying. He's been playing well so far at 8 and 4. Dark as well, 9 and 4. Perez, well, if you're going to choose any 3 of the lineup left, you know, it's going to be these 3 to try and get something done. Speakeasy nearly loses his life, but it's actually going to be Perez to take down Turd. That's the Azami off the board. 40 seconds there. They've got time to work with.
They've rotated themselves around, but no diffuser is the main problem, and now they've just completely collapsed as they've stepped on forward, Tim. It looked like an almost moment to recover, but without the diffuser, I think they were always battling an uphill battle they were simply not going to be able to prevail from. Either way, 5-4, that's that scoreline we were speaking about at the start of the round, crucially for round 9. This now feels like you can recover this as Weibo. There's still a very good chance that Los manage to get it over the line in one of these 3 rounds, 2-6, and guarantee we go to at least OT. But you feel like Weibo might be able to battle their way back in now that they've won 2 of the 3 in that quarter.
Yeah, that's it. They basically just need to rinse and repeat, do the same again, and they get themselves over time. They're going to be looking for better than that, but it will certainly be acceptable. Bans come out. It's going to be Mira and Thermite, so I'm going to have Lost.
I can't stop hearing Termite every time we say Thermite in this cast so far.
Thermite is going to be
I've got
limited.
insects on the mind.
Lost are going to be limited to Hibana.
He's on his back again, look! Idiot!
Well, he's just not really learning, is he?
Come on, bro.
Although I don't think they're known for
brains.
their academic prowess.
He's sunbathing. Getting a tan on his underside.
Okay, down to the basement we go then. It's going to be
You're
the
sick of
bottom
talking
floor.
about this, Roach, aren't
I
you?
am, yeah. It's going to be rinse and repeat in terms of the rotation for Weibo. Last time around, we saw them actually stretch out throughout the entire map quite well. Turd played all the way up in meeting. He had a little bit of support up there as well. And it took them 2 minutes, Lost, to clear them out. So what do I want to see this time? I want to see a quicker clearance. And there is no reason for that not to happen. If we look at the lineup as it stands, Lion, Dokube, and Blitz, that screams to me we're going to go into the top floor and we are going to flush you out from this entire map very, very aggressively.
That's if they can get away with it, Tim. We were having a chat to a very well-known coach. We won't reveal their name here because what they were talking about was things you probably wouldn't want associated necessarily with yourself. But speaking a lot about the current meta and how right now attack is so strong, especially with the addition of Solid Snake, of course not being brought in this round, but what a lot of teams are now having to do, instead of sitting on the turtle, with exceptions to things like Clubhouse Basement, but the majority of sites, you have to get out there and contest around the map. But by doing that, you spread yourself so thin that it gives the attackers room to be able to find a gap, exploit it, and just break the back of any defense you've got. And so a lot of teams, the reasons why we're seeing lots of Ella, lots of Melusi, lots of Thorn, lots of Denari, is because it helps you cover up those gaps and also gives you layers of defense that you can fall back through. So Turd's objective here really is to do just that. You've also got the shield on side, you've got decent weapons on a lot of these trap operators. It's why you're going to continually see, I think, until the very end of this event and probably all the way through the next stage, a lot of trap play coming out.
Not really too aggressively inside of the map yet. It's taken them a minute to get in there. I was expecting maybe slightly quicker movement to come out from them, but they will get going here and get going with style. Dark manages to find Reaps. He was playing down in storage. So that is, if you remember, last time they really struggled to get into storage and get control of it, and that verticality down onto site itself, it was something that didn't come easily. So getting that one done is great. Turd is still a problem. If you remember, I said last time he was allowed to exist up here for 2 minutes, and that is all time that you're thinking about something else, and is going to continue to be the case. They nearly lose the shield to him, but Turd's got a decision to make now. He's being chased down by that blitz, but the numbers are being thinned elsewhere around the map. There's only 2 on site at the minute, actually 1 on site.
Are they going to rotate off and try and hit site fast here? If they go down to the warehouse, they can literally they're going for
They
it.
are,
Tim.
yeah.
They're going directly towards site because, as you say, there is no one downstairs. They've got the kills that they feel they need, and now it's going to be a retake coming in for Weibo.
It's going to have to be, because this plant is almost certainly going to be successful if Nux gets onto it, which he does. I think he was maybe just a bit slow on the uptake there, because they've given them the opportunity to get back. Los, they made the decision, they made the choice to get down there whilst there was nobody there, but they haven't really taken full advantage of that. They now find themselves in a 2v3.
Oh, boys. That is a bottle and a half.
It's a missed opportunity from Los.
I'm sorry. You can't be 4 versus 3 with full site control and then just start losing players in random 1v1s.
Yep. And the diffuser not going down. They've been down there for about 5 seconds.
Oh, yeah.
So the majority of a plant, and they hadn't even started. Nux just hadn't started planting. And look, maybe there was a reason for it. I don't know. There was obviously maybe a presence in storage, so there's a little bit of a verticality there. They needed to be careful because the hatch was open. They just dropped it. I think, honestly, the answer is there. Don't drop everybody into site. Drop 3 of you into site, maybe even just 2 of you, and look to plant on the door near hatch. Keep control of hatch. Don't throw everybody down there. Leave 1 or 2 up there to take the fights above whilst you get the plant down. But
the worst thing is all the kills came from down in base when players have managed to get down there. And
they just took too long.
This is what I don't... If you manage to get full site control there, like, surely you want to either, 1, let them push in towards you. You've got the advantage there. You know they have to push through these single doorways. Just hold the door. Instead of going swinging into all of EXO there and trying to find a player who's then found you, no problem at all. You can play 2 versus 1. You've got a shield available to you. Give someone else the diffuser if you need to, and have the blitz go and push onto these isolated players. Just felt like Lost got a little bit caught up in the moment there. The communication wasn't on point, and their chance to go at 6 and 4 has now been lost. And Weibo, the door is wide open to make this a 7-5 scoreline and take the map in regulation.
Yeah, could be a massive difference maker, could that round. Back up to the top floor we go. If we look at the last time this was played as a defensive site, it was the only one that Lost has actually won. It was back in round 8. I don't think they can really repeat what they achieved last time, which was basically all 5 of them stacked in connector and electrical, and they took gunfights and won them. So Lost, they need multiple angles here to attack from, and that's what we're seeing at the beginning. We've got IT wall is being worked on. We've got connector wall being opened as we see, and then we've got a play around on Aquador as well. So Los are definitely trying to spread Weibo a little bit thinner this time.
Hopefully so. That's us, by the way. I know there's a bunch of you in chat obviously watching all behind APAC. Are you from APAC? And if so, what time is it? Because yesterday when we were casting Enterprise, it was
so
like 4:20 in the morning.
4 hours ahead and then 12 hours. So it should be 4:30 a.m.
It was around that time for Enterprise yesterday when they pulled off their heroic feats as well. I can imagine if any of you are watching from APAC, it is another late night. But maybe you're enjoying what you're seeing so far. They're still keeping themselves competitive here despite going behind a little bit earlier on. Nux once again on that blitz with the shield. Well, with the diffuser in back pocket more than the shield. Of course he's got a shield. He's on blitz. So all the focus again should be on him to keep an eye on where he pushes him from. Last time round we attacked him towards this site. I thought Lost were really good. They did surround on 3 or 4 different angles at the same time. IT and Warehouse always the go-to, but also having a player pushing in here from Connector. Not a bad spot either. However, it's Speakeasy getting rid of the shield. Like, how are we losing the shield, boys?
Tried to get aggressive into Aqua. That's what they were trying for. Kill after kill comes in. Weibo shut them down in a heartbeat. But yeah, the whole push there was we've spread ourselves out a little bit more. We are trying to pull your pillar to post. Nux goes running aggressively to top Aqua. And look, he's having a torrid day so far, and it continues. Goes in there, gets himself shut down, and they really do lose the tip of the spear at that point. And Weibo, they have the opportunity now. They only get 1 chance at it, otherwise we go to overtime, and we are going to see Lost going for the tactical timeout before they go into round 12.
Yeah, very understandable, because they just feel like they've crumbled those last couple of rounds, Tim. On timings, we've got some that are at 4:30 a.m. We've got 2:30 p.m.
Well, it is a big country.
6:30 a.m. in New Zealand.
If you're just looking at Australia, it's a big country. If you're looking at all of the APAC region, then there's quite a few time zones going on.
Absolutely, yeah. Fair play to you guys who are up early in the morning. I respect it. I respect it. And so far, you are being rewarded. 6-5 to Weibo. As you've seen, it is a bit of a panic tack timeout. I often say to him, when there's 6 rounds on the other side, it feels like a bit late to be bringing in a tack timeout. It is a last resort to try and turn things around, because Lost will look at this and say, There are probably 2 or 3 rounds in this game that we really should have seen over the line that we have given away. And not to say that Weibo haven't done the same at points, but I feel like Los's errors have been far more prominent in terms of their impact on the outcome.
Looks like there's not much more to be said from Hugzord here. He's given them the information that he feels he needs to, and we're going to be getting back into things. And it is not quite now or never for Loss, but the last thing they want here, I think when you're in an elimination match like this, the last thing any team wants is to be going 1 down. But like I say, Loss will have that little bit of comfort of Consulate. They are confident on there, and I think, you know, they'll go in there expecting they can get a win on their own map choice. So they're going to then be thinking about maybe how Fortress is going to play out. But as I said, I feel like there's a real opportunity for them. It's never a guarantee. It's never a guarantee, but I feel like there is a real opportunity for them here if they can get Nighthaven Labs. But I'm not sure that's how it's going to play out. They are on trend, really, for their 46% attacking win percentage on this map. It is a map that they struggle to attack onto. But an interesting choice coming out from Weibo as they've gone for Kitchen.
Okay. There's certainly a way to throw a spanner in the works. I can only imagine it's because the whole tack time at Mabel have been invested in right. They're going to this site next because of how the last couple of rounds have gone.
Could actually be
Here's
very
what we've
clever.
got to do. We've got to change this. We've got to bring this along. Complete way to throw it up is just to go to a site they wouldn't expect you to go to and mix things up for them. So this could actually be a genius play by Weibo. That's what's third in the break.
Soliton Radar is at least going to let Perez know that he's clear to go into Catwalk. Gets a little ping out in front of him, but Loss definitely looking for top floor control here. Perez just does a little double check, and then he's going to be joined inside of Catwalk by the shield as well. So Nux is going to try to push across. They know that there was somebody playing over on the meeting side. It was the Scorpos of Turd, and whether he's going to choose to drop himself back or not, certainly not yet. He's been joined by Reaps as well. So I like this from Weibo. They are holding on to this top floor pretty heavily.
For now, Tim. They have yet to really make the move, but still early on. Still plenty of time to play with, and Reaps gets away with one there. Down a half HP, but still dancing around meeting. They've got these vertical holes to the cover above, which means Los really need to get in and get control of this top floor. Turd looking off towards the wrong direction, unfortunately, as Perez gets the kill. The Yokai drone a little bit late on the assist there.
Advantage Loss then, 5 versus 4. And just having a look across, we can see still Reaps and Hoven and Speakeasy all holding up above. They do not want to give up this vertical. I'm going to continue to challenge them. Maybe they're going to wish that they had given it up. Perez finds another. I said that they would need a big game from Perez, and he starts to deliver. 15 and 8, 3 in this round. If Perez is activated, Loss always have a chance. And it looks like this is only heading in one direction. His teammates step back, and they just watch his glory unfold as Perez hits them for an ace and sends us into overtime, Des.
Fantastic round from Perez. It's always painful needing to rely on one player to go big, but when they need him most, he steps up and he does send us into OT. I've got to say, Tim, he's got quadruple the kills of Nux and Dash combined. He really is having an outstated impact in this game. Dark and Daffo also doing their part, but the other two right now are the ones that need to step up a little bit. Nux especially being the one that has been the diffuser carrier for them in the vast majority of these rounds. We need to see him getting involved and not going down too early, as we've seen a couple of times now. Weibo remain on the defense. Los on the attack. We're going to command and office in round 13.
Yeah, I think that suits Weibo down to the ground. Given that it's Weibo's map pick, they pick the side for overtime, so they're obviously more confident, in being able to defend it. And they've shown us that it's been a 4-2 half. They do have the advantage. So it's going to be up to top floor. Interesting choice because it's only a 50-50 for them, whereas they've got a 100% win rate down in the basement. And so you'd have maybe thought, do they go down there, try to guarantee themselves the first round? Because you've got to, we don't often talk about round 13 and its importance. It is very important because it means that you get double the opportunities, double the amount of time to win the match, as does the other team. So if you get round 13, whoever comes away with this now, they get 2 map points. Whereas whoever, if you come back and equalise and we go to round 15, you only get 1 opportunity to be able to win that out. So it is a really important round, and going somewhere where you've had a 50-50 win rate is a little bit of a risk. But saying that, the round that they lost here, if you remember, it was that one-sided push from Loss. Interestingly, when Loss tried a multi-sided push, it didn't really work because Nux ran into Aqua, got taken down easily, and the rest crumbled from there.
I'll answer the inevitable question that comes out when you see a player starting to knock on the doors at 20 kills. The best of 1 kill record is 27 on a single map. So I don't think Perez will get there, Tim, unless he gets another couple of flawless rounds back-to-back, and even then, that's asking quite a lot. The best of 3 kill record, I believe, is 55. So far trending good, assuming all 3 maps go the distance. Maybe Perez can be that hero that Los sorely needs.
Palu and Super Onigiri, if I remember correctly, jointly
Indeed.
hold that 1 map kill record of 27.
And I'm pretty sure it was with the Mark 14. Nearly every single one of those kills out of Super Onigiri. It was terrifying.
Hoven is going to pick up our entry. That's Dark off the board. Demos, big loss here. It's going to just remove a lot of that vertical pressure from underneath. You see them going underneath. Hoven did the same for Weibo. Use those tracks, particularly to clear areas like Pillar, you know, to clear kind of the space in behind the triple wall. Get those tracks down, make it difficult for players to play in those positions. They've also still got Reaps playing onto Catwalk here with the Azami, so lots of problems for Lost to be solving.
You know where they are. I like at this time we've got a shield. We've seen so much pressure coming in from the meeting side of the map that I like the way we've really got this one stacked up. A shield, of course, had the reinforcement go on through. Rather than fully closing the wall off and letting the other side opening it up with hard breach, they said we'll leave it open ourselves and look to challenge. Also, the full reinforce coming in on towards that catwalk side. They're really trying to make this difficult, as you'd expect, for Weibo to get themselves in. Hard breach charges being used on the warehouse side of things here. There's the feet, but can't quite catch him out there. Perez not able to collect his 18th.
Still trying to take out that Kiba barricade.
Still so annoying.
Still very, very cautious about doing it because he knows the angle that can be held underneath it. Dash is just going to have a look, see if he can catch anybody out at Pillar. In go the bees. That's just going to give him maybe a little bit of freedom to move across and take some ground. He's not actually going to do so, though. I think they were hoping maybe to try and get somebody caught out. Perez does manage to find Reaps, takes out the Kiba barricade as well, but time is going to be the big problem, Des. 20 seconds left to go. Nux has diffuser in hand, but he's on catwalk, and I'm not really sure where the avenue is to get into sight and put a plant down.
He's got to do it all by himself, it feels here, but no, up the back comes Hoven, the 3K in the round, Nux falls, all the fire in back pocket going with him. Perez, the hero of the moment, also gone, Turd for the close. They've won again, Tim, and on the flank this time round, Hoven has got the business done. We're up to map point for Weibo.
Yeah, great flank from Hoven there. Just managed to approach silently. They had absolutely no clue, no drones, no intel to help them with it. And I think given the stage of the round, we often talk about timing on those flanks like that, and it was just perfectly timed from Hoven. You've got to understand at what point are they kind of reaching that critical moment of their attack where they are going to be focused on sight and sight only. And he got that absolutely right. So, advantage Weibo, as I said, 13 is an important round. It gives them now 2 opportunities to close out this map on Nighthaven and take the advantage in the overall series. We're going to see the defense of Los, and by contrast, they've not gone up to the top. They will be defending the basement. If we have a look, they won it twice, and they go for their 100% site.
I'm actually curious where Hoven sits in the overall ranking for this event. But prior coming into this game, he was ranked 22nd on EPM. Ain't bad when you've got 80-odd players, very much near that upper quartile. Solid on KD as well, almost rocking a 2-to-1 actually, so really no complaints on that side. And I imagine after the performance that we're seeing on this map, that's only going to get better. It's really very much been him versus Perez throughout the game. Of course, others have got involved. Arpe and Dark both having big maps too. But all that matters is that score at the top of your screen. Once this round's done, we could be going into Consulate with Weibo up 1-0. I've read Waybros so many times now that I have to keep on consciously thinking not to say Waybros. Every time they win around, chat just like, Waybros, Waybros, Waybros. I'm just like, okay, got it. Let's not say that. They're Waybo, not Waybro. Are you a Waybro, Tim?
Ooh, we have a successful bandit trick. I've spoken at length about these bans. Do you go for the keyed on the bandit? Do you not? Well, they might be wishing that they did this time because they've just lost at least one of those exothermics. Ape is going to go for it again this time. He actually opens up the garage wall to begin with, so that's just going to give them a little bit of access, a little bit of assistance in getting onto that hatch, but still have to deal with that double wall. Animus wall closed as well.
They need to get control above for this to
And
work
only
out
one
is the problem,
exothermic.
which means they've got to push into Daffo and all the support that's around him. There's a lot here for Weibo to work through. They've got a lot of time in which to do it, admittedly. And of course, now being above, can make use of the ram to open up that floor and start to pressure Daffo downstairs to force him out of storage. At which time, maybe then they can start thinking about what it looks like to get that main wall opened up. But I think for the most part, Tim Bunch will have backed away here. In fact, you can see 3 players on the side of Weibo are up on this top floor. You've also got Reitz working in from Warehouse. They're looking for a couple of kills here.
And they're going to need to find them halfway through now. And time is going to become a big factor for them. They can't take forever over this because they've still got a lot of other work to do should they want to be able to get into a position to put this diffuser down. Ape will continue working from the hatch, opens up that Animus window. We can hear the Ram boogie drone now just ripping away at that floor. Not inside of storage yet, but as you say, they are making a move.
All they've got to do is look into storage. As long as they can block that off, they're not too worried. Ape's dropped in already. They're looking for this narrow plant just inside. Last time round, they had a couple of players just go marching in and collect a couple of freebies, opening up the soft wall here to give themselves that plant angle. Now it all comes down to Los, but I've really got to see the rest of Weibo here give some support to Ape. He can't get this plant down as it stands unless they get a couple of kills. Nux going 2 and 10 here. Not a great game for him overall. It leaves only 4 standing for Los.
Just holding a tight angle through there. Is he going to be able to hold the cover? Ape goes for it. Nitro comes out. It's big from Daffo. Perez manages to find Speakeasy. It looked like it was stacked against Los, but they have fought their way back into this and are now 4 versus 3. Weibo scrambling. 24 seconds left to go.
They might still be able to get away with this though. Reaps into one more as Turd hits the deck. Over into a secondary is again. This man will not be stopped. 2v2. Round in the corner. Dash with a big couple of kills here. His 4th and 5th of the game. Reap's going to try and stick this one to see it all the way through. No one pushing him in just yet, but there should be a drop. Off they come towards the side. He will finish this. Guns up, but he's got to win out both. One at close range. He won't get it, Tim. You can say the line.
We're going all the way to 15. There's Los and not ready to give up Nighthaven Labs yet. Dash will disable that diffuser. And what a great battle we had there on the site. Neither team wanting to give an inch. It was so close to having the opportunity for Ape to get that diffuser down, but then we just see that Nitro pinpoint accurate gets the job done, and Weibo would just scramble in from there on. That makes it 20 for Perez.
Well, Tim, it wouldn't be our first map of the day if it didn't go to 15 rounds. Of course, it's got to go all the way. Weibo now pulling in their own. I don't want to call it a panic timeout, but it is their sort of last chance saloon timeout here. What is it they're going to pull out? What site are we going to? What defense have we got in mind? Because I feel like you're rolling the dice if you just play the way that you have done throughout this entire game so far. It's crazy. We've got 2 players dropping 15 plus kills, as you can see. Perez on 20, Hoven on 16. The pair of them going absolutely massive.
Yeah, it's really, I mean, Perez has got a 2 KD. He's 20 and 10 at this level of play. That is absolutely ridiculous. You know, I'm glad I said on the way in, watch out for Perez. He's the one. They need him firing. And he certainly is delivering for his team at the minute. So good stuff. We're going to head into round 15 as the tactical timeout from Weibo comes to a close. And we will see who takes this one. And Des, I don't want to overexcite you, but we've got a bit of a gamble coming out from Weibo, I think.
What, with storage and control?
Storage and control. 100% win rate down in the basement for them, and they've chosen not to take it as either of their sites in overtime.
I hope this doesn't come back to bite them, Tim.
Attackers have located a bomb.
It would be a bruising one. Let's see how we do then. See how this wraps up and see who has the advantage going into Consulate. On the defensive side, there isn't really a massive shake-up here, Tim, overall. I'm seeing the castle as maybe the one thing to look at and go, okay, that's a bit of a change alongside the Azami, which I imagine we're playing upstairs around Warehouse to try and waste as much time as possible to contesting towards IT. Otherwise, it's a big lean towards those trap operators that we've spoken about a lot already. The Thorn and the Ella coming along. Last time around, Hoven was a little bit of a nuke, wasn't he, inside of storage? He survived everything the other side threw at him. We asked questions around why we didn't see an EMP coming in onto Hoven on the Warden, and he ended up getting a 2K off the back of a very, very aggressive position inside of storage itself. This time around, Los aren't going to bother bringing along an EMP. They've got something else in mind entirely. How about that? Ooh, so narrowly close. That could have been the sort of thing that decides this game, Tim, because it would have been Perez getting rid of Hoven.
Yeah, those are the moments sometimes that will define exactly which way the chips are going to fall. Gets himself a little entrance way into the basement and can think about getting in there on that Deimos. We've seen a lot of kind of the upwards verticality, if you will, from Deimos being utilised in this match so far, or at least they're trying to. If we look across the defenders, bottom right of your screen, how many of them are on that top floor? We've got Reaps, we've got Speakeasy, we've got Ape, we've got Turd, all playing above. Big clearance needed from Loss.
A lot of vertical angles being used, opened up already to be able to challenge down in case there is a rush attempt from low. So they can't afford to just barrel in towards site here and hope for the best. Hoven, of course, able to deal with Dash on that Ying. But no doubt those Candelas are going to play a big part in this round at some point. But now they have to worry about what's going on upstairs. Perez, the one working his way slowly through the basement here. We saw him with a couple of choice shots on towards Hoven, just not quite managing to find the head. We're down to about halfway through the round, Tim. It has been a slow and careful start. Neither side wanted to take big risks here that could cost their team.
Yellow Pink's coming out just to try and feed Perez with a little bit of intel, with a few more kills as if he needs any more. But Hoven, last time, was that key defender on the Warden. Have they got a plan to deal with him this time? He is inside of storage.
There we go. That's the trap.
Be holding his position.
Perez obviously wants him. He's forced him away, and as that Candela's come in, so while he's been forced out of sight, now is their time to go, Tim. But as of yet, haven't stepped in. Speakeasy has done that. Of course, there's no track on towards him, but he is going to get flashed out to the high heavens here. A C4 comes over, Nuts goes low, but not quite finished off. Reaps getting rid of Daffo, and Nuts comes off the plant. There is support from behind from Dash. This is looking good for Los.
Nux tries to relocate inside a site, but he gets cut down. That's Diffuser cold. 3 versus 2 now as Hoven manages to find Dash. Continues to go big in this game. 17 and 8 and still counting. 3 versus 2. Dark and Perez. If you're going to leave it up to anybody to rescue this, surely those two can. Reaps manages to cut down the main man. Turd onto Dark, and it's going to be Weibo taking map 1.
Well, that felt like a golden chance there for Los. They had the advantage for all of about 10 seconds, but Weibo hold on. And Turd just pointing out what we all saw. Perez dropping 20 kills and still not managing to get that map over the line. We need to see more from Los, Tim. Otherwise, they could be going home after Consulate. We'll be back after a short break. Welcome back to the B stream here at the Salt Lake City Major. We are in the middle of a series which is currently going Weibo's way. They are up 1-0 after winning Nighthaven Labs over Los, but it did take all 15 rounds. Even with Perez dropping a 20 bomb, they still couldn't get it done, Tim. Maybe they can on Consulate.
This is, I think, the problem for Los now. It was kind of a team of two halves, if you will.
It was.
You know, you had a couple of players, Perez being one, going really, really big, and then you had Nux and one or two others having a real struggle. We'll see that as the stats come up. You know, real tough game for a couple of them. Nux and Dash, a little bit quiet. Dash not too bad, but Nux 2 and 11. They've got to get more out of him. I know that there is more to the game than kills and deaths, and there is more that is contributed, but Nux a couple of times would die in no man's land with the diffuser and it'd be left cold. He'd die going in on a shield at top aqua, for example. You know, areas that are really important to maybe be squeezing a little bit more out of. So I think if they can get Nux online a little bit more, that's going to help Lost massively.
They've really got to do some work to get him in, Tim. I agree, but it's not just him, it's everyone. You look at the cost up and down that team on the side of Lost. It's only really Perez that was stepping up and making himself heard. As you say, we've got to see more, and we know that's the stakes that now await them. If they don't get it right here, they are done, and their time in Salt Lake draws to a close. As a reminder of the maps that we're going to in this series, you've just heard it a second ago. We've had Nighthaven Labs. We're now going into Consulate, and if required, we will go to a decider of Fortress. I don't think we're getting there personally, Tim. I think it's done in 2, but you think Lost are going to bounce back here?
I do. I think Lost can take Consulate. You know, yes, it's not a bad map for Weibo by any means. I've got a feeling Lost come back, take Consulate, and I think we maybe go to that decider on Fortress. But look, you know, if they can't, you've just got a map where they've come through it close because Perez has dropped 20 kills. If that doesn't happen here on Consulate and Nux doesn't pick up, you know, and they start struggling, it's definitely there for Weibo to take.
And I've long said about top teams, it's all good being able to rely on a player to drop an absolute nuke, but in the games when they're not performing, who does step up? And if you aren't seeing that across the rest of your team, this is where it becomes a problem. You can't rely on Perez to go absolutely massive every single map. I hope that he does. I'd like to see him break the best of 3 kill record. At 20, he's certainly on his way there, but it is going to require all 3 maps. And for that, his team need to step up alongside him. We'll get into game in just a moment, and then we'll see how things shake down.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you look at Perez, and I think, is he a player that maybe teams are going to be looking at? You know, when
possibly
he's in there,
he's
sure
around the scene for a long time.
Sure, Los aren't going to want to lose him. You know, and I don't know anything, but you look at it and the numbers that he's now putting up consistently. Whenever you've got a team where it's one player that's kind of carrying them through, you know, consistently, you got to look at that and think, is there, you know, opportunities for maybe some of the other Brazilian teams that are struggling a little bit at the minute?
That, or, yeah, it sounds horrible to suggest it, but team changes as well. Building a team around the guy that's been really dragging you through a number of tough games is also an option for sure, though it isn't the loss that it once was, Tim. Of course, a lot of changes have happened over in Brazil over the last year in terms of org changes and team players moving around. And this is the current state they find themselves in, maybe even out here before we get to the final 8, when I used to think often we'd see Lost pushing for a top 8 finish at the majority events they were going to back when they had Logan and Co on side.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I look at what we've just seen there in map 1, you know, a few mistakes made, and I said to you, I'm just not sure that they come through this at all. You know, whether it's today or tomorrow, at this point, I've got to be honest and say I'd be surprised to see Los in that live stage final. I mean, you know, who knows? Maybe they do. Maybe they have a turnaround. Maybe Perez continues to go massive. Dafo is, you know, I don't want to make it out like it is completely just a one-man team. Dafo has been playing well as well. Dark had a great map on Nighthaven Labs, but I just think, yeah, I'm just not sure they've got enough to get that qualification done.
Well, Turd popped up and said, "I love you, Perez," and Perez said, "Cute." And Turd is now really upset that it hasn't come back to him. He really wants it back. He wants the love. Give it to him, Perez. Ideally in the server as well as in the chat. Let's get into our bans and see what operators are going to be taken away. Consulate, a very nice and boxy map. It can be quite tough to move through at times. So things like mute bans can often be seen on the rise here. But the first ones to go through will be Kaid and Ying, Tim. So quite a bit of Ying coming out of Los on that last map. Yeah. And I think Weibo just don't want to have to deal with it this time round.
Especially on a map that's got windows that lead into bomb sites, as we see here on Consulate. It just makes it so easy to dump those candelas in, and you basically can't defend on site anymore. You know, you're in a position whereby you're just forced out by the sheer volume of utility that can come against you. So makes complete sense. We're going to have Valkyrie and Snake banned away as well. I think Snake is a good shout here. It gives you much more of an opportunity to roam. Consulate is a map that's got plenty of space, plenty of staircases, plenty of hatches, plenty of opportunities, you know, to get a bit loosey-goosey, to get moving around that map and keep the opposition guessing when they are on attack. So yeah, I think taking away the Snake is a good shout there.
Loosey-goosey, baby.
Bit of loosey-goosey.
Loosey-goosey. Good old Jack Black. I missed that film. I've tried so many times to listen to the original theme for it, but on a lot of streaming platforms, it's just not available. I don't know why it's like a copyright thing. They just weren't willing to share it, but you can't get it anywhere.
Okay.
I'm going to go and watch the film later now you said that. Cheers, Tim.
You're welcome.
All right, defense for Weber to kick things off. As you can see, we've had those bans rifle on through. Completely and done. The Snake always an interesting one. We spoke about it at the head of the tournament, how we'd seen the rise of Snake throughout kickoff. No surprise, a new operator. It took a little bit of time to find exactly where he fits, but also seen a lot of fantastic use cases for him from a lot of teams throughout kickoff, and of course here at Salt Lake, so no surprise to see it taken off the board. Speakeasy, interestingly, Tim, rather than jumping on towards something like a smoke here, is going on towards the Chanka.
Yeah, we've seen quite a bit of Chanka up on this top floor. You know, more in relation to Basement on Bank. I've spoken at length about Chanka's value when it comes to denial. Can deny far longer than Smoke and actually kills a lot quicker than Smoke as well, do the Shumika canisters, but obviously they cover a smaller area and they take a little bit more skill to get them consistently into the right place. Not only that, but a lot more focus than Smoke. He only needs 3, chucks it in there, detonates it, can forget about it, whereas because the burn time on the Shumika launches is quite quick, the Chanka's got to be very focused if you want to deny for a length of time. We've seen it used here consistently towards meeting door, so you're going to see 1 of 2 pushes generally from the attackers on this top floor site. They're going to try to get into admin and copy, move across and plant inside of that meeting door, or alternatively you'll see yellow stairs pressure moving in towards the CEO plant. At the minute, it very much looks like we are shaping up for an admin plant, as all of Loss are present over on that side at the minute, and they're already doing some good work. They've got themselves forward into Coffin, they've got that wall breach, and they can start taking a little bit of ground, and we are actually seeing a bit of a consistent theme from Nighthaven Labs as well, and that is Dark bringing along the Deimos, and he has moved in underneath, so they're going to look to get some vertical pressure, and I would imagine there's a good chance that it's going to be the Chanka of Speakeasy that will be targeted later on in the round.
Yeah, it's more later in the round, as you say, that's the crucial part towards that. Really, everyone needs to focus on forcing these players off of this like, solid ground to begin with, that main hallway being the dividing point on that top floor. For a long time, Turd was dancing around there. It's now pulled back slightly. We've got Hoven hanging around at the bottom of Visa Stairs too, as you can see here. It's a challenge, and Dark, well, he'll get his first engagement far earlier than maybe anticipated. That's a bit of a freebie.
Yeah, that's really good, because like I said, they were worried about where those tracks were going to be going. They wanted to clear the Deimos out, and not only have you failed in doing that, you've also lost the body along with it as well. We've got Ape down there, so much so they're committing here to sending a second one down. I think that they are aware, but the Razor Bloom just coming in clutch there and keeping Ape alive. He manages to get the kill. Speakeasy 1 with the LMG onto Dash 3 versus 3.
All right, I mean, Speakeasy can stall out forever here as well, and as Nook steps in through the breach, very much alone. He pays the price, a bit of a solo operator in that moment, Tim, a bit of a silly death to take, admittedly, and now that leaves the team in a 2 versus 3. But, Tim, while Dapo and Perez stay standing, the 2 best players for this team, nothing is impossible.
There's actually an opportunity for Perez to put the diffuser down here. He's got himself into the default spot inside of meeting door, but he decides wants to take the fights instead. I don't think Daffo was in the best position to be able to cover, but no, he is actually now going to try and put that diffuser down. Daffo's got Ape covered here as he comes around the door, now turns onto the cross, can dip away and play the post plant. This is brilliant stuff from the 2 Lost players.
Yeah, great cover from Daffo on the flank, and Perez has just very, very confidently strolled in towards meeting, got the diffuser down, and Turd, try as he might, can't do it against Perez. May have declared love earlier on, but it's nothing but war inside of the game. A fantastic 2 versus 3 recovery, and they get their first attack on Consulate.
Yeah, I think Weibo might be kicking themselves a little bit after that. There was a real opportunity for them when they managed to send Ape down as the second man to take out Dark on the Deimos. It was really, really good from them. It gave them an opportunity with the 3v3 coming out of that engagement. No pressure from below. Managed to take down Nooks coming in through that single panel breach into meeting, and it was just all in their lap at that point. But then Perez and Daffo managed to make some space, get the diffuser down, and Daffo was great on the cover as well. I think a little bit of intel was helping him, so he knew exactly where those pushes were going to come from. Good stuff from Los, 1-0, and we're going to see Weibo move on to the basement.
On towards the Pulse and the Yokais. A lot of information to be used here. Now, of course, we saw the Ying taken away during the ban phase, which would have been very, very valuable on this site itself. You do have other options you can turn to. Smokes in back pocket. Of course, if you've got the Capitao coming along here, then it's more of the same. Or dare I even say to the shield may not be bad either. But with the change over towards the Ram, that just screams to me that they want vertical control first. Piano is going to be the target. It probably also entails a full map clear, having to work across the top floor, down into the first, get the verticals you need. And of course, make sure you get that main breach opened up, of which Reaps is going to be trying to waste as much time as he can. He might be weeping.
It could be Weeps by the end of the day, depending how this finishes up.
God, I hate myself for saying Weeps.
Righty-ho. We're going to have an attempt to get that wall open, but they're just going to drop the mirror window. It's becoming one of the oldest games within the game, a little mini game of drop the mirror window, prevent the breach going on, and they're now going to have to go above and look to get some pressure applied. They do have Daffo on the Ram, so not a major problem in doing that. Need to be careful though, because they've got Hoven and Speakeasy both up there. Speakeasy actually drops down back towards servers as I say that, but it's kind of up and down server stairs towards Tellers, and you've got Hoven out in Visa. So given that they're so far over on the other side of the map, you'd normally expect Romas to maybe be above in Piano, trying to hold that kind of lounge area. You need to make sure here, Delos, that they are aware of these two over on that far side.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, Speakeasy will know what's coming before it even hits him. They've got a lot of intel to play behind. You can see the Yokais running around here. Alpay is looking to collect information at the same time. The blessing, I think, for Weibo is the fact they've got all this information and the other side is slow because of having the Monty leading the charge. Does mean that there shouldn't be any nasty surprises, and with all those C4s that you mentioned, a lot of opportunity to cause a spot of disruption. Now, they still haven't got this main breach opened up just yet. We had the mirror that was on it and then shot out so they can contest on towards it being opened up, which maybe suggests why Los have ignored it completely so far. Now maybe have a hint on towards there being a pulse downstairs, and they know that everything they're doing is being seen by the side of Weibo. How can they now deceive them and do something they won't expect?
The IQ will have the greater range than the Pulse. I think will be in range of the Pulse at the minute, but will be able to track Pulse from further away once they've got themselves out of range of that cardiac sensor. I think off the top of my head, IQ is about a 20-meter range, so should be able to keep tabs on the Pulse without giving too much away. Plant is actually going to be going down, so Nux has gone in and got himself by Pillar, but we're going to have an immediate response there as the diffuser is reclaimed. I'm just wondering, I was going to say, I'm wondering how long that smoke is going to last. He gets hit by the Yokai drone as well, which prevents him planting. There's all sorts of problems for Los here that they're just not solving. You cannot just keep trying to throw this down. Didn't deal with Nitros, didn't deal with Yokai drones. 2 versus 3 Weibo, 15 seconds to hold on.
Yeah, more than enough time here, I think, for them to just hold out and just say, cool, you guys can try and run into us if you like, but the force errors are now going to start arriving. Shotgun at the ready, finds one, almost gets a second. Dark gets at least one back, but there's only 5 seconds on the clock. Not that it matters, as Turd has got the final kill. Weibo up to 1-1, Tim, just the same way as we started back on Nighthaven Labs.
Yeah, I think there was maybe just a little bit of a mistake there from Los in the opportunity spotting. They'd kind of set themselves up. They knew there was nobody up in Piano. They thought, right, we can get this done here, get the smokes in, and they thought that they'd seen that window of opportunity, but it was not, in fact, the correct window. The Nitro came out. They had no cover for that, no Thatcher on side, nobody able to shoot it out, and it was just really well placed to take down that planter, and then it all got a bit frantic for me from there. Running in and recovering the diffuser whilst the smokes were still active, I think was actually a really smart move. It was Dash who just got straight in there, got the diffuser back in hand. But I think the problem there was, instead of just recovering the diffuser and leaving, or maybe trying to even aggress forward further, he decided to go and try and plant just inside of that wall. But the smokes only had about a second left on them, so he just left himself completely exposed, and it was a little bit of a risk, a gamble that didn't pay off. So 1-1 as Weibo get themselves their first successful defense.
It's the kind of time you point towards maybe a glass being effective there. There's always the danger of putting down the smokes when you don't have a way to see through them, is you're just inviting trouble. Because although they can't see through them, neither can you. So they were in a position there where any C4 that came Nux's way, they were never going to be able to shoot it out unless that IQ was really on it and a sharpshooter in the moment. But one of those they'll revisit next time we go back down to that site. But now we're going to find ourselves on the first floor. Turd doing Turd things here, potentially. A spawn peek coming on through, and he gets rid of Perez. Couldn't ask for a better guy to catch.
Yeah, big loss already. 4 loss. We can see Perez already leading the way in terms of kills, 3 and 2. And so they're going to have to find a way of getting this one done without him. Large presence on the top floor from Weibo here. If you have a look, we've got Turd up there. We've got Speakeasy. We've got Reaps. 3 above. Lost. Have to go in there and deal with them. I'm looking at who they've got, and I'm looking at Nux. It's going to be your shield that you want to go in, get aggressive, and start clearing them out. But with the way the game has gone so far, you just don't know whether they can trust that that will be the case.
Looking like a bit of a rundown yellow stairs here. Like I say, you kind of want the top floor control first. You've got Dark for the juice. You've got Nux, who needs to be the spearhead again, charging the team on forward and being large and in charge. A smoke coming out top yellow here to at least impede them for a moment. But at the very least, he can step inside the building. Now, it looks like they are going to go for top floor. Tim, not try and bypass it and use the shield as cover on his back, which means they'll only get stalled out for longer and longer here. And I feel bad saying it. I'm just very nervous about this hit because Nux is the one at the tip of the spear.
Yeah, he's going to... drops a smoke at top yellow, I think maybe as a little bit of bait. Well... We've got some great shield players here at the major. I'm just not sure. I'm just not sure Nux is one of them. Like you said, I don't want to be horrible or overly critical, but we got to say what we see. Hoven with a really easy clean up there. I liked Lost for Consulate. I'll be honest. I'm looking at it now and I'm not too sure. Granted, they are on the attack. They will, I would imagine, be better on the defense. It's their map choice, so Weibo got to choose the side that they started on. But right now, Lost just look all at sea, getting taken down on spawn peaks. Shields just running in past people and getting shot in the back. Like, this is too easy for Weibo right now.
Yeah, what I'll give is Nux has done the right thing though in there. He's gone in, flashed, and gone for the challenge with the pistol, but then just hasn't come out on top. And as we then saw, a flank came up at that exact moment. So even if he won the first gunfight, there was then a second one behind him he'd have to contend with. Weibo were ready for it. They knew what to
Lost
expect.
were just ahead of them. So they weren't properly prepared for what they were doing.
Yep.
If you don't have control of Spiral, you can't just jump in top Spiral and look to aggress. How can you just let somebody walk up? You've got to have these areas covered. I don't think it's overly critical of me to say that. If you're going to try to get in there, you have to worry about the flank. Do you bring a gridlock? Do you bring a nomad? Do you bring something along to prevent that happening? Or do you have a gun holding that position, a drone holding that position? They didn't have any of those things.
Well, the Thorn has been banned away. We saw it in rounds 1 and round 3. We also spoke about it on the previous map about how we've already seen her banned away a couple of times, and we expect that only to increase as the tournament wears on. On the other side, the Grim Bees that were present in rounds 1 and round 3 have also been removed. Don't blame them at all. You might look at it and say, well, the Blitz is being brought along a lot. It's the tip of the spear, but as we've already said, the shields aren't really bothering Weibo so far. Nux not rocking a shield in this round. Instead, is going over to the Capital to give them extra bits of utility.
Back where we started then. And let's see whether Los can repeat what they managed last time. Don't forget, it came down to a little bit of a clutch up coming in from Perez and Daffo last time around. You can't rely on that every single time. So I still want to see Los having a better round here, realistically, and making sure that they're getting players like Dash and Nux into the game. That's going to be a big help for them.
Absolutely. As we said, we need to see more from some of these players that have been very quiet on the side of Los, and without them, it's a five-person per team game. Like, you need to have all 5 contributing a lot. And sometimes, you know what? We can speak about many players at this competition who maybe aren't the best gunners, but they can be fantastic IGLs, for example. There can be a lot that you offer and contribute towards a team. But once you start trying to push for a quarterfinal, a semi-final, a grand final, you need all 5 players to be at that level. And that's what we're not seeing, at least so far. Hoven being challenged here on the Vigil. One to the window off towards his right, but that nade's going to force him to move. And he still finds the man, dodges away from the nade, gets away with his life, and a freebie. What a start.
And by contrast to that, to look at the other side of it, on the side of Weibo, I feel like we are seeing 5 players today. Yes, Hoven is head and shoulders above. He's having a clear game at the minute. He's absolutely brilliant. But even the quieter players are having their moments, whether that be in kills or whether that be, maybe important shield pushes from Speakeasy, for example, or whether it be Ape with the big nitros that we've seen, or, those big sort of multi-kill moments to prevent diffusers going down. And so I think, everybody is chipping in and contributing. We're going to see Hoven just forced back a little bit deeper. He's going to play that classic position in behind the vending machine. They should know that he's there, but it doesn't matter when he's going to one-tap you you with the Boss G. Sit down, Dark.
So we're playing ranked. Hoven's been doing basically everything by himself so far. He's always had a bit of support from his teammates to make sure his backside is safe, but he's got 2 crucial kills and is now waiting for another. Does get the tag on towards Dash. Doesn't quite finish him off as Perez starts his reign of terror, but no. Shut down by Speakeasy. A 4v1 for Weibo. They're growing into this game, Tim, and I said it earlier on. I think we could have a 2-0 on the way, and we're starting to build towards it. 3-1.
Yeah, it's certainly looking that way at the minute. I think already, if you're a Lost fan, you're looking towards the second half here. You're saying, you know, right, okay, defense is going to be our moment. Defense is going to be our time. But you got to wonder if it is. They're going to rip the break at this point, Des. Straight into a tactical timeout for Lost. Hugzord has seen enough, and he wants to see something different.
Turd suggesting what might be being said by Hugzord during his timeout, which is that he might be saying, Perez, hello, please, get 30 kills. Because it's fair to say, Tim,
well, 20 wasn't enough.
It's their win con a little bit, unfortunately. He is once again at the top of the leaderboard with 4 kills, but it's Hoven on the other side, 7-1, Tim. Turd at 5-1, 12-2 between them both. They are frying in these first 4 rounds.
Yeah, they really are. And it's the thing is that those kills are coming at every point of the rounds as well. We've seen Turd picking up the spawn peak. We've seen Hoven finishing rounds off. And this is the problem. They're consistently alive and they are consistently a problem. They're going to continue their defense back down in the basement again. We saw them win it last time. There was an attempt from Lost to get that plant put down. It didn't work out for them. But yeah, here, I just think when I look at these highlights, particularly the 2 kills for Hoven there, the first 2, the Boss G kills, they were just too easy. And it was because Lost, just on the first one, I know he's a vigil, but they had like no idea that he was going to challenge that window. And then when you've got, what, was it a big surprise that he was in behind the vending machine? There's
really
always,
shouldn't be, should it?
It really shouldn't be. And you've got Dark just kind of going and just peeking around. Oh, I'm just going to have a look. Oh yeah, he's in behind vending machine. He's just shot me in the face, guys. Like, they feel like they're just giving themselves away too easily.
Well, hopefully Hugzord had some words of advice beyond Perez. Please get more kills because they're going to need that help here. And the thing is, if they get a single attacking round, I think they won't feel too beat up about it. It is their map choice. They'll probably feel a lot more confident going on towards the defensive side of things. But I think Weibo also themselves will have some counter prep in mind. They'll have seen them play this map a bunch. They'll have suspected that this could have been a battleground they'll step into. Gohan and the team would have done their work behind the scenes to make sure the team were well equipped coming into it. So you definitely can't count it out if we do get that second round for Los here. Ape, once again, on these drones. Previously, we had him and, of course, a bunch more information from the Pulse being run around this map and feeding everything over to the Weibo boys. And Los, of course, had an idea on what was going on thanks to the IQ, but didn't really manage to hunt any down. That is unfortunate, Hoven. After we've praised you so much, you missed a bit of a sitter.
We'll let him off at 7-1.
Yeah, granted.
We've got to let him off, give him a bit of breathing space. If nothing else, look, again, you can look at that and say, yeah, it's a missed opportunity. But is it a missed opportunity? Because what it does is it slows Lost down a little bit. They've already been hit with the spawn peak by Turd. They've got Hoven peeking out of the door with the Boss G. Dash now picks up Reaps. Like, that might get Lost back on track, but we're a minute into the round here. And, you know, are they now moving a little bit slowly because they're watching those doors, they're watching those runouts? They literally just stood. You know, Daffo is just stood watching that main door because they've got this player there. They know he's there. He doesn't need to run out. He doesn't need to run out. He's just wasted half of the round.
I will say I called at the very start of the show, like, I really wanted to see Reach start to step up. This could be his day to get his tournament started, but still remains pretty quiet throughout the series. We've already put a lot of praise on Hoven and Turd for doing the work, so maybe it's just not going to work out for Reach today. Hopefully we see him come online tomorrow, assuming, of course, they get through the series. The IQ hunting down at least one of those yokais, having it taken out. The second one, I'm pretty sure, is undercover, so will not be able to be destroyed from above.
Hoven has maintained his position at main entrance. I'm not really sure what the plan is there overall. I think a flank into kind of lounge area is going to be the idea, but surely they're aware of this. They were knowing that he might come on the run out. You see him! You see him! He's on your screen! He gets a kill! Can he find a second? Surely the comms have been there from Daffo. I don't think he knows that the IQ is so close around that corner. Dark is going to need to go and find this kill. They cannot leave Hoven on the flank like this. There's 45 seconds left to go. They're trying now to open that wall up. Do they just leave Hoven out in the cold here and look to get that diffuser down with the shield on Nux's back?
I really feel they can't, because thinking back to Labs, the same thing happened. Haven't got a 2K coming up into Warehouse. He will make his move at some point. A spray coming on through. Nux going to finish this one off, maybe. But once again, Tim, it's the same story. They have no answer to these C4s coming out. There's no glass on the other side, but there is a warden on the one, and they can get it all done. 2 kills fly on through. Perez left alone with 15 seconds on the clock. This one is over and done.
Yeah, this is perfectly played by Weibo. Absolutely perfectly played. They've just forced them into a position where their entire, best option to get that diffuser down is to plant inside a smoke. And it's not the best option because there's a warden behind a shield who's going to hit you with a nitro, and Dash runs. The thing is, well, it's frustrating because it's like I said, if you remember last time, Dash went in, gets the diffuser, tries to plant again. How can you try to plant again in smoke when you've just been killed by a warden who's looked through the smoke? Couldn't find the shots because the shield was on Nux's back. At least Nux had something to defend himself with by having the shield on his back. So yeah, it needed the nitro for the kill. When Dash goes for it, he's a thermite. He's got nothing protecting him whatsoever. It is as simple for Speakeasy as just flicking the glasses on and pop one shot, job done. Great stuff from Weibo, but a little bit frustrating on the side of, if you couldn't tell from my voice, a little bit frustrating on the side of Los as well. There's very kind of fundamental mistakes there, and I feel like maybe from their perspective it's maybe frustration on their part. It's kind of like, well, what choice have we got? What else can we do here? And they're just trying to go for it. But do you bring a Thatcher? Do you bring, are you recognizing you've got that drone time, you've got that repick phase? Are you recognizing that you've got a warden on the other side and it's something you need to deal with? Are you recognizing that there's deployable shields that you're going to need to clear and deal with? And I don't think they are.
The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different outcome, and unfortunately with no change. That's the second time they've fallen shy of it. You must have heard the shot. You must have heard... Hello? You must have heard the shot, Tim. Dash looking to get away with his life there. Of course, the range nerf on the Boss G last year keeps him alive, but he was shot at 3 or 4 times there.
Yeah, Hoven can't be allowed to just continue like that. He does take a lot of damage as well, so Hoven will need to be cautious for the rest of the round. He's not going to want to take too many head-to-head gunfights, but if he can get close enough with that Boss G, like you say, it only takes one of those bullets to find its mark, and it is job done. He's going to just use the cover of his scanner to get himself into a little corner there. It's something that we've seen him do particularly well, hiding away. Going to be Malusi actually, and gets tracked out. Reap's going to be chased down by the Deimos. It doesn't really gain very much for loss, to be honest.
No, but it's again the fact we've got players scattered around the map they've got to worry about now. A couple up on this top floor. We had Hoven still down in the basement now, hovering around Spiral, looking to challenge onto the first floor. Los just feel like they've sort of run out of steam in a way, and they're lacking the ability to clear their way through the map and take out players because they haven't got that intel on side. I honestly think that Solid Snake was a brilliant ban coming out from Weibo. Yes, you have things like Lion and Doc could be available to you, but Snake on a map that's quite tight and condensed like this would be wonderful for them. So very intelligent ban, and I'm struggling to see how they get this round over the line, in which case there's only 2 more rounds for Weibo to take a 2-0 sweep.
5-1-half is absolutely huge here for Weibo. We'll see how they do on the attack. I just want to have a look at their attacking stats on Consulate, actually. So not great. 44% attacking win rate historically for Weibo on Consulate. So attacking rounds, it is enough. It is enough. All they've got to do is perform to their kind of, historic record. But that being said, Loss fighting for their life. I don't know which way it's going to go for Loss. It kind of,
seeing that, I know exactly which way it's going.
This is exactly, it's feeding into my point. That's one. Loss, yes, should be better on defense, but I'm wondering, are they just rattled? Is the mental gone at this point? Are they going to fight tooth and nail to keep themselves in the tournament, or mentally are they already checked out? And that's what we're going to find out in the second half of this. Advantage Weibo then, 5 versus 4 as Weibo continue, to have a fantastic game here. Loss are being made to look amateur because of how good Weibo are playing. They are punishing them at every single turn here. Damage is just being taken everywhere. Nux is going to be taken down. This is too easy for Weibo.
Far, far too easy, I'm afraid. If you take your time to move, then Weibo will come to you. They've hit them on 3 different flanks, picked off 3 separate players. And Perez looks around, no allies anywhere near him. Hoven with the stern reminder, you guys actually have to play the game, and I would agree that is what has been lacking throughout the majority of that half. Weibo get a 5-1.
Yeah, I think this is looking pretty good for Weibo. I really expected more of Loss coming into Consulate, but it just feels like the heads are gone a little bit. They're going to need this halftime talk.
Tem segredo agora não. Agora a defesinha.
O Xio eles só fazem ADM, né?
Eu só fazem ADM todos os rounds.
Vai fazer a G2 lá com o Pérez Jamai, todo mundo lembra?
É a G2 com o Pérez Jamai, o Dark de Vigil, música de Clash. Eu vou picar o cara do rapel lá. É, de Arune, né? Tá. E a Deny eu vou de Pulse pra...
Mano,
energia, guys,
pra ganhar 6 defesas de boa, mano. A gente faz isso tranquilamente, mano.
Tá tranquilo, mano. É o que eu falei, guys. Confia que a gente consegue virar, mano. Joga com confiança, viado. Esse Ralph, tô falando na moral.
Vambora.
A gente consegue virar a defesa do Consta, tá ligado? Joga com confiança que a gente consegue, mano. Não vamos jogar mole, tá ligado? Não vamos cometer
Não vamos jogar mole nem fudendo, pô.
Não vamos jogar mole, a gente consegue virar essa porra, mano.
É isso aí, pô.
Piano, eles fazem execs rápidas, que a gente trocou ideia, e o full domínio. Eles podem vir com uma paradinha diferente, então vamos ficar ligeiro, mas eu acho que não, porque as defesas repetiram full até agora, tudo igual. E a garagem eles têm o semi-piano, full domínio e horizontal.
Ah, 3-2 nosso, música vai de milho, você vai de trap?
Isso, exatamente. Eu vou de ela.
When you see the opportunity, you know.
Yeah. For the first attack, I want us to see like how they play, whether they're gonna be aggressive from windows, whether they're gonna fall back early. These are the tendencies that they will carry out throughout the game for today.
Look, you can already expect, bro. Pat is gonna play very aggressive. Every corner he will try to, you know, to get opportunity to hold a small pixel in some traps, you know.
Yeah, but I mean, like,
he will be there. So the thing is, if Paris is down, you can expect maybe 1 or 2 players being aggressive. The other players, bro, they play full passive.
Okay.
So it's all
but I
about
mean,
that,
like,
you know.
Yeah, our attacks, whether we can start fast or slow.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dinari
Come on,
bomb,
guys.
man.
Big balls now. Big balls on this attack.
Big balls,
Yeah,
that's
big
really
balls.
shit, guys.
Big
We
balls.
learn, okay? We have learned.
Consulate attack. So
We have learned what's the right thing to
we
do.
need to see the opportunity and go for it. Everyone, you know, in the same page, engage it. Yeah, and the attack will be solid, you know.
Let's go, Tila.
Let's go, guys. Let's go.
Let's go.
Round by round, okay? Round by round. Let's go.
Let's go.
At least Ramal Gohan was talking to him. The expectation is Perez will be aggressive first. 1 or 2 others may try and be aggressive off the back of it. Otherwise, a very passive play style expected from Los here.
We'll see how that develops. A little bit of difference in the bans there. Going to have Denari coming out. I don't know that we've seen him banned personally. Could be wrong. But certainly not one of the more common ones. Thorn as well. I think ban rate for Thorn creeping up a little bit recently since that buff that she had. And we're going to have Grim and Snake taken away. No surprise to see that F2 taken away from Perez.
The Denari and the Thorn ban's really interesting because I think this is the first time at the event we've seen a double trap operator ban come on through. And that's Weibo trying to force Los to be even more passive than they already are, trying to deny them the ability to play too aggressively out and around the map. There are still, of course, other trap operators. There's things like Malusi available, Ella that we're seeing coming out in this round. So it's not like they have no optionality to be able to be aggressive here, especially when you've got the option to play things like a Clash, who is going to be really frustrated to deal with. But I think it is going to reduce the ability for Los to contest Weibo around the map, which should mean Weibo start knocking on the door of sight sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to say to begin with. I was just looking across the defensive lineup, and it screams passive, doesn't it, really? You know, there's really not much aggression going on there, no matter where you look, maybe the Ella. But other than that, it is a top floor site, so I don't want to get carried away with that just yet. We'll see more when we get to maybe Piano and Basement. If we get to both of those, we'll see a little bit more what Loss are about on the defense. Do they still stay kind of passive, or do we have them sort of branching out a little bit more? But yeah, you know, with your Kaid, with your Arune, with your Clash, you're really not planning to do too much other than keep yourself tight on sight.
Okay. Hoven working in the same spot where we saw Dart back in the first half, trying to ask a number of questions. Dealt very well with the player that did push down Visa Stairs into him, but was then picked off quite handily just about 10 seconds later. So, given how well he's been playing so far, keep a close eye on him. Of course, wants to do a lot of vertical damage, making use of that Deimos and the track. There is no mute on the other side to impede him, and I'd imagine his main target is probably going to be Nux. Not because he's deadly, Tim. I think he's like 2-17 now across the series, but more because that class shield is a bit of a bother. 2-17 years.
Yeah. Dark is just going to be holding a real angle there through Copy. Quite aggressive, actually. A tight angle, but quite aggressive. Doesn't want to be allowing anybody to kind of push too far forward. So watching the door, we're going to have the extinguisher detonate and just give us a little bit of smoke cover for a second, but Dark will not be moved by that. It's going to be Reaps that he's trying to hold at bay, but all admin coming in from Weibo. It's very much the same take as Lost were playing, really. They've got the Deimos underneath as well. Hoven's going to be looking to challenge. Dash has taken a bunch of damage along the way. Does get finished off as well by Hoven there. Great stuff. Nice entry for Weibo. 5 versus 4. Somebody on the side of Lost is going to have to make a move.
And try and make the move they will. It's Dafo to get 2. Speakeasy and Ape both falling. The shield gone. The Capital fire and smoke also removed. That's wonderful. Reaps also being picked off. And Hoven and Turd might be 2 of our top fraggers on the team here, but this is quite a tall order. Again, being reminded that that clash is still online.
Yeah, 4 versus 2 is looking pretty good for Los. As I said, you know, what are we going to get out of them? That was the question I asked. What are we going to see? A team that crumbles or a team that puts its foot on the wall and pushes back?
Wow, look at this.
And right now, it looks like it is the latter. And I have a real setup. Nux just beside that vending machine. There's nothing that they can do to deal with this clash.
Easy.
And as they try to feed in, Perez gets the first. The continued challenge is there. Turd manages to pick up 1. Going to be nothing more than consolation as Dafo closes out the round. 3 for him in there. And that's going to be a solid first defense for Los. However, we now get into those rounds where they're going to have to go to other sites. And how are they going to play with that presence around the map?
Yeah, it more came down to that 2K thing. Once we saw Ape as well as the Blackbeard disappearing, the whole round fell apart from that point because they were the 2 key operators they had. The smokes that could have come on through from the Capital, of course, the shield to step in towards meeting to make that plant happen. A little bit blindsided there, Weibo, left a gap and got punished for it. Exactly the same way as how Hoven punished Los back in the first half by hitting them on the flank a couple of times. Down to the basement we go, Tim. I hope to God that we see Weibo not making the same mistakes that we saw Los do on this site back in the first half. Lineup-wise, it looks like they've got the right sort of idea.
Well, I mean, as long as they don't go and plant inside of a smoke when there's a warden on there, I think they should be fine, to be honest with you.
And there's no warden there, but with the Solus there, that's also still the ability to deny, which more than, to me, screams, okay, getting above is crucial. That's
I was going to say, I think definitely need to lock down above. They need to make sure they've got full control upstairs. And also, yes, be aware of players like Dafo, who does have Nitro in hand and is going to be able to, you know, launch that in the direction of any plant going down. Dash as well. On the Kaid. So definitely a little bit of explosive denial is intended there. Perez has taken a bunch of damage. I think he's wanted to get aggressive. And this is going to be another difference maker. You know, I did comment on Nux's shield playing abilities over the last couple of maps, couple of games. They've not been the best. You've now got Speakeasy, who, by contrast, has actually been really good on those shields. And that's going to be something else to watch as well. What do they use that blitz for? I think it's going to be the clearance. It's going to be about getting Solis pushed back. It's going to be about getting that top floor and piano control. And it's Perez and Dark who they're going to have to try and force out.
It's a real test here, I think, into identifying where there's a couple of players who are a bit isolated around the map and punishing them hard. However, the vast majority of the defenders right now are up on this top floor. There's 4 of them upstairs, Tim. There is no one on site at all. Do they dare try and look to go aggressive here into the site itself, or do they feel they need to play into them? So far, it looks like they've got to play into them. They don't want to just go direct towards site itself. Ooh.
Bit of damage taken from Speakeasy, but he is able to continue his journey, pushing forward. Just going to put a smoke canister out there, but it is dealt with. Perez, Dash, they get 1 apiece. Perez makes it 2. And I'll tell you what, Weibo were expecting passive. It is absolutely the opposite of what they're getting. This is up on the top floor that all these kills are coming. This is a basement site, Des. All over the map, Los are peeking and punishing them. And they have definitely pushed back from the wall. As I said, how will they react? Well, they're showing us right now they are fighting for their place in Salt Lake City.
Yeah, I think Weibo just got a little bit too lost in the sauce there. I mean, for Los, for the most part, have planted their feet and not moved from those key power positions upstairs. And as Weibo have pushed in a little bit fragmented, a little bit out of alignment with each other, you've seen them fall apart. This stung them a little bit back on Labs sometimes. Like we saw a couple of times when we had Turd charging in towards site, picking up a kill or 2. And then the rest of his team were just so slow to respond off the back of the space that he created that you kind of saw the team trying to do 2 different things at the same time. They weren't really in sync. And I think you've just seen that come to the surface once again here. So Weibo really need to collect their ideas here, maybe even slow things down a little bit, play more as a team.
Round 9. Round 9. We know how. I've already spoken about it.
Don't stress, by the way. It's so typical that was basically a near flawless round for Los, and the only person that dies is Nux.
Yeah.
I feel bad for him at that point. That's kind of like digging him another grave when he's already buried.
This is, we never want to get on at one player. Sometimes players have bad games, whatever, it happens. Sometimes, their role is just such that it doesn't promote them getting a lot of kills, whatever else. But, there also does come a time sometimes where we've got to say, look, the numbers are consistently low and it's hurting the team. And overall, for Nux, that has been the case. But it hasn't affected them for the last two as they've managed to get them on the board. 5-3 we stand now. Weibo could really do with, I think, winning this round. It's the third choice site. Get in there, get this done, because it's not even really been kind of close in those first two attacking rounds. No. Weibo have been nowhere near. To say how sort of confident and calm they were in that half-time of, look, it'll be default, it'll be passive, don't worry about it. I think maybe they do need to worry about it a little bit. Go in there, win some gunfights, match that aggression, because I don't think it has been passive from Loss. I think they've actually been on the front foot here, taking the fight to Weibo. Maybe they've not. There you go. Perfect. Thank you, Perez. Perfectly timed to prove my point. This is what has been happening repeatedly, and Perez again punishing them, takes down Hoven. Great operator, great player to take down. Lion off the board and Hoven off the board.
Well, it's Hoven and Perez both now on 10 kills, so carrying the level of dominance we saw back on the previous. Yellow Ping's there, but no, doesn't fall the right way. Yes, he does. Gets Darku. I thought for a moment would escape it. The Yellow Ping just a little bit too shallow, but is able to course correct and find his man. Tracks now coming on through off the back of a dock would be cool, and that should be the go sign for Weibo to push deeper into the map.
Keeper Barricade is just going to slow that process again, but only by a few seconds.
Ooh,
Speakeasy will be able to continue quite shortly, but as you say, Reap's just got himself into a little bit of a sneaky position there. He's just able to hold that angle, and if they're unaware, want to keep in the back of your mind, they could be punished from that later on. I think they will be aware now as Reaps jumps up and opens that door. But 4 versus 4, a minute 15 left to go, and still 3 players from Loss upstairs, unable to be cleared by Weibo.
He's ratted his way forward just ever so slightly and could get away with a freebie, but no, misses his shots. And now they're aware of him. He's also got to worry about what's going on above. Nux getting his first kill. Reaps, that really should have been a freebie for you. Instead, they hold on. They've got control of site. They've got 2 players upstairs here. Daffo with a drive-by onto Ape. It's a 3v2 once again for Loss, and Weibo again losing a bit of steam here, Tim.
Yep.
Neither of those phone calls really gave them anything in terms of map control or any kills.
This is something that we saw from Weibo when we last cast them, Des.
Yeah.
6-3 up, and they just kind of took their foot off the gas and missed the opportunity. This could be a big double, though. They need a hero play, and Turn could have just delivered. It's all up to Nux, Des. It's 1v2. If he turns this around, then I tell you what, all is forgiven.
Yeah, we can forgive the, 3 and 18 he's currently sat on.
All is forgiven if he gets this, Des. I will not hear a word said against him. If he locks this out and brings them back within 1, they know where he is. That's the first. 1v2 becomes a 1v1. He's running away. He knows that he just has to play the clock. Has he gone too far? I don't think so. He should be able to make it back in time. Nux with a 1v2. The hero that they needed.
The end times are here, Tim. Nux has clutched up and got a 3K. He's got a 3K and clutched up. Oh, dear, Weibo.
Look, Des, we asked for more from Nux. He has delivered more.
These are the situations.
He can do no more. He can do no more.
I mean, he can.
You're just looking to be critical now.
Shut up.
He can do no more now.
This has been a thing throughout the tournament. I don't know why it's become such a thing. That was a man advantage situation for Weibo to play, and they had the diffuser. That round was very winnable by providing cover, but instead dropping into a hatch, swinging on towards Nux, guaranteeing a 1v1. I was a bit like, what are we doing here, boys? It's just a little bit mistimed again, and it's been a constant trend, like I say, at the tournament, where teams aren't quite in sync as what we've seen historically. It's a really weird thing, and I'm not quite sure why it's become so prominent.
I honestly think they might have been, and I'm not saying this is the case, I'm not putting words in anybody's mouth. I wonder if in that situation, because I agree with you, I don't think you need to take the swing and take the challenge there. You can, generally, if you're in a 2v1, one of you's going to plant and the other's going to try and, get in a position to hold an angle and cover while that plant goes down. Because as soon as you get that plant in the 2v1, you've pretty much won the round. But I wonder if Weibo looked and said, it's Nux, take the fight. given how he's played so far.
Maybe.
Given that he's been struggling for kills, and given that I don't know if they've maybe realised and gone, no, just push him, and get aggressive, and it just hasn't paid off.
You know what? That is so big brain. Basically, be shit for 23 rounds, so they underestimate you, and then win a critical round when required.
Like I said, I could be wrong. Maybe it's nothing to do with that.
You should be a coach.
Maybe
honestly, genius.
Maybe it's nothing to do with that, and maybe they've just thought, just take the fight. You know, sometimes you've just got to make them decisions. But I just wonder if there's a little bit of influence there of thinking, you know what? Yep, we know that Nux has been playing there. Just have a go. You'll probably win. And they didn't.
Well, Tim, a reminder, Weibo were up 5-1. After that first half, we thought this now looked done. But Weibo have shown across a couple of rounds there that they can't maintain the lead that they established. They need to be better. They need to tighten up. And here, I'm seeing a comp that looks like something we'd have seen last year. Very, very aggressive in terms of its lineup. Extremely execute-focused, which means first they've got to work their way through the outer parts of the map. But I think that's also them identifying Los here aren't trying to play trap ops. They aren't trying to be aggressive out around the map. They're looking to dig in deep here, in behind a Warden. A Smoke and a Chanka combo coming out. The electrification coming out from Kaid. Sort of wound back the clock 6 months or so.
Yeah, it certainly does. You know, but I tell you what, everybody's being very cautious about peaks now, aren't they? Nobody wants any part of that, seeing as Perez has continued where Hoven left off. So everybody being very, very cautious of these windows. Doesn't quite see his opportunity. Don't get excited at home. The outline is there, but it's through a solid wall, so he's not going to be able to find anything onto him. They're playing deeper into Coffee, and
ooh, here we go.
Have just that angle held from the balcony through connector window.
This is, you see where the lineup's starting to form now as players are getting on towards windows. You've now got Turb working over towards the west side of the building as well, looking for that default spot that we see so often, Tim. Of course, with no Grim on side, it would normally be an operator you bring along. You've got Reaps who needs to get underneath to make sure no one can swing onto this diffuser going down. Very much a default executing the first time we're going to have seen it on this map.
In goes the utility. Candelas are launched, and this should be the opportunity to get the diffuser down. They have to react here. They will. The Shumiker canisters come out. The smoke canisters come out. Dark manages to find a kill with the nitro. Nux has been downed along the way, but Turd taken out. That's the Glass and Ying off the board. This is almost certainly over for Weibo in this round. The diffuser is down cold, and they are effectively in a 3 versus 4. It's going to be tough to recover from here.
It was a nice idea. They've tried to use what would normally be a default plant spot as a bait. That's when they sent Turd in on the glass, stand in the smoke, and shoot them as they come around to C4 you. The idea was that Hobbin were going through the wall inside of A site and try and recover it for them. Now we're on light screen left on side. It's still something doable here, but no, the swing comes on through. Ape into another. You'd like to think it's doable, Tim, but they're now entirely out of gadgetry, so I think this one may well go the way of Lost 2.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way. 2 versus 3. It's going to come down purely to kills. We're going to have Hoven taken down. He was just a bit ahead of it there. There was an opportunity. If Ape could have got that kill first 2v2, they might have even been able to get the diffuser down. But a big play from Dark underneath. Got the kill they really needed. Ape now low health. 45 seconds. Plenty of time left on the clock, but he's against 2 operators with full health. One of them with the DMR, who happens to be called Perez. Big problem. Yeah, and he's holding his angles, so it'd be so hard to step in. He's got to win this fight, but then also be mindful of the Chancroft towards his right at the same time. Daffo really is just here to be able to provide fire when he does trying to go around to recover onto the diffuser. He ain't going to have enough time here, but we'll be able to get onto it. And now we'll play this merry dance. The fire should now start coming out from Daffo, and Ape might just burn in the fire. Perfectly placed. There we go, Tim. Round over. Great patience being shown by Daffo and Perez there to see them over the line. We're all square, Tim. 5-5. I mean, these just look like 2 completely different teams to the ones that we saw in the first half.
It's mad, isn't it?
You know, it just goes to show, doesn't it? It's not even just that one of them has changed. It's like Loss have massively improved. Weibo have just gone on a big downhill. It's similar to, you know, as we saw when they were leading 6-3 the other day and ended up losing the game. It's something that Weibo desperately need to address is, you know, getting themselves over the line when they're already in front, because it does seem to be a bit of a struggle. Obviously this time it comes down a little bit to the difference between attacking and defending, but yeah, big problems at the minute. That's 4 rounds in a row that's gone against them, and honestly, beautiful. I wouldn't go against Los at the minute for actually just winning this 7-5 straight out and going 6-0 on the half. Unless
Weibo can do something, Tim, I absolutely agree with you. And that's something they're going to try, is leaning into the Monty. We haven't seen it at all this half. We did have the Blackbeard and the Blitz in round 7 and round 8 respectively, but it's their first time putting Speakeasy back on the classic. Winding back the ears. playing that operator that we used to cast him on Giants all those many, many years ago. I don't hate it. I think it's not a bad shout here, going back to what you know you're comfortable with. They're very much focusing on going in for a plant sim, but I'm looking on the other side. There's 3 C4s available. This could end up being a similar problem that we saw Los having on the attack, because Weibo do not have that glass on side. They'll be walking into potential danger here, but there's very few smokes on side. Maybe not leaning in towards that too much, and yes, the Thatcher certainly does help.
Turd's going to have to be there. He's going to have to be on it, because, as you say, catching those nitros as they come through is going to be a big part of this, I think.
But it's also the Solus, right? And look at what we saw happen back on Labs just earlier. You're focusing on trying to deny C4s. You've got a Warden. You've got a Solus to worry about. There's other things than just a C4 that you need to deny. And that's how you deal with a Thatcher. Is overwhelming and giving him far too much to do. Dark potentially looking to get a freebie outside there, but not going to be granted it.
Yeah, no, just not quite advanced enough in terms of time. If he'd have found them second or two earlier, maybe, but it was just as they were coming off the drones. Reaps does manage to pick up Perez. A big start there. Mozzie off the board, and it's just one of those that was out in the map, dealt with. There is still Dark on the Solus. He's keeping himself miles away at the minute. He's up in console on top floor because he doesn't want really to be getting caught. He's got a quick way to get down to challenge vertically if he needs to, but as you say, he's very much there to look at taking this planter down if it gets to that point.
If only just a little bit too safe there. Reach keeping himself away from the window angle so he won't get taken down. This again is a man advantage situation for Weibo. They've had the phone calls come out. The second one's about to come online too. They've really got Tim all the tools they need to make something work here. But that feeling just doesn't get out of my mind. I can't ignore it. That there's still a way here. They'll find themselves giving it over to Los.
Solus's work continues. 1 minute 15 left to go. They're not really softening up sight enough here. Speakeasy is going to be working from that backside. They're not going for the main breach. We'll push us towards security. Needs to be careful though, because the Ella can shield break. That's exactly what's going to happen. Goes out for the challenge. Can't quite find the angle quickly enough. The shield back in front of Speakeasy's face, so that's at least one Gashmot dealt with. None left in pocket for Nux either. It's only going to be any that were sort of pre-laid that will be available. Cole comes out. Are they going to push on the back of this? 5 versus 4, 40 seconds left to go.
How the hell has Dark still managed to get in behind them
Daffo
here?
Down.
It can be a real problem, and yep, we've seen the mirror fall. Dark almost being tagged out at the same time. Ape onto Daffo, around finally coming together for the side of Weibo. They're in a 4v1, and Tim, it's that name again, who's left in a 1vx. He has got a lot of work to do. So Monty off to his left, Hobbin from behind, one more from Yellow. There's no way he comes away from that one alive. Weibo up to map and series points.
Yeah, big ask there. Big ask for Nux. Couldn't get it done. 1v4, always going to be a problem. Weibo close it out, but they're going to be kicking themselves, Des, because that one round coming at that point means they only get one opportunity to close this out in regulation time. Had they got it a bit sooner, and they may have had a little bit more chance to get this done. 6-5 now, Weibo have the advantage, and they're going to be attacking onto that third choice site. It's going to be Piano, so it's going to be all about top floor.
Oh boy. Okay. What do we lean into this time? We've tried the crazy executes. This time around we've got to turn it around. In fact, no, sorry, it's first floor we're going into. Changed over there at the last second. So it's still going to be a similar focus. We still need to start on the upstairs. But if you remember, last time we were here, Reeks managed to get himself inside of R and wiggle his way forward like a snake on his belly and missed a bit of a freebie onto Nux, who then clutched up big. So I can understand here, Weibo probably look at this and feel quite confident. We came really close last time. We just lost a clutch that we never should have given away, and they believe they can get it over the line. Equally, Low should be aware of what went wrong last time around and course correct for it. Dark will be across on that Valkyrie. It's going to force the IQ out of the other side. We'll see just how disruptive Los can really be. We'll see if that passive claim that we heard coming out of Gohan remains true for what could be Los's last round here in Salt Lake City.
Twitch Run going to be going in, looking to clear out not electronics, but the Goyo canisters. And just wanting to remove those Falcons. Gets one popped, will head back outside to safety, likely to go back in. There's also mirror windows that could be dealt with, so they really don't want to be losing those shock drones. Get the chargers built back up, send them back in, and try to clear more. Dash manages to pick up Ape. That's going to be the Thinker gone, and the universal health buff along
the skylight,
with it.
A yellow skylight gone. Oh, rough.
That's really, really tough start for Weibo to come back from now.
It's also the nades that you lose along with it. They're not exactly short on nades, and they've still got 3 more to work with in back pocket, but you can't really afford to be losing that. Speakeasy getting 1 more. This round's going pretty quick. In comes Hoven off towards the side, and now in a spot to try and get this plant down. Smoke at his feet. And they've got in here and completely caught the other side off guard. Dark getting at least 1 back. It's a 3 versus 3, but it is a post plant, Tim.
And they've got the glass. That is a big, big plus for them here. Speakeasy's just going to be holding those angles, but doesn't want to get too aggressive, doesn't want to give himself away. Hoven should now have shield back up. This is going to be a really tough retake for Los, whether they've got the above or not, but they start it in the right way with a huge double. It is all up to Speakeasy. He's got to get aggressive. They're on the plant, and there you go. They're going to be going into overtime.
Another situation, Tim. They've got the diffuser down. It's 3v3 post plant, and you back them to win that one. But just not quite in the right positions, not quite got the information on what's going on yellow stairs, and it leads to Speakeasy looking everywhere except where he sorely needs to be. Los, keep it close. We're going to OT for a 2nd time in the series. Dare I say, Tim, if this carries on at this rate, we could have all 45 rounds in this series.
I mean, we've already had it once.
Why not again,
I mean,
Tim?
it wouldn't be unlike us, Des, to do a 45-round series.
It was the first series we ever cast together, interestingly, yes. And it's followed us through the years. Been great shooting by Perez, especially there. Literally got a lick of the guy across from him and takes his head clean off his shoulders. The real heartbreak, I think, for Weibo, Tim, is that Los starts on the defense. It has been extremely defender-sided. Only 2 attacks being won inside those 12 rounds. And we're going up to this top floor. Hopefully this time around, Weibo pull off the execute a little bit better. Given we have the Yin coming along and the Capitao and the Lion and everything else being thrown at them, the whole kitchen sink, it does scream to me that we're going to see another execute attempt coming through. Last time round wasn't a bad idea. I actually really liked their variation on what we normally see as the execute. I mentioned that Turd really was the bait. In he goes into smoke on the default plant spot with the glass to try and pick up some freebies, but get C4'd, and Hoven with the diffuser on the meeting window didn't manage to get inside and get that one down. So things need to change.
Yeah, they were just too far ahead of themselves.
Absolutely.
They just hadn't done enough work. You've got to do the prep work. You've got to lay the foundations for something like that. You know, you've got to be safety first. Make sure there's nobody playing behind desk. Make sure there's nobody in piano. Make sure there's no nitros that are going to be able to affect. You know, you've got to tick all these boxes. If you can do that in 5 seconds, great. If it takes you a minute, you've just got to take the time and make sure that you're prepared and ready for it. As it is, it looks like they're actually shaping up towards that admin side. So I don't think we're going to have a big window play here. It's going to be get into admin, but what a ton of utility that they've got to play behind to get him plant down on that meeting door. Still very, very possible.
Ooh, cheeky C4 ready from Dark here, and it comes over at the perfect time, just as Oppe repels in. It's a freebie, no doubt seen on one of those Valkyrie cameras. And yet again, he is the first to fall. It was Finker in the previous round. It's Capitao in this one. And that is a lot of utility to lose, given you have this glass on side.
Clearing out the cover of the desk, using the Rotero there, just trying to take away some of those soft surfaces. 4 versus 5 now. I don't feel that we've seen Weibo on the attack play particularly well when they've been in that man disadvantage, and they're going to have to show us that they are capable of it here. It's been a consistent theme for them as well overall, with many of the entries coming in favour of Los. And this one is no different. In goes the glass, going to pop the smoke to try and provide the cover. Are they aware of Perez? That's going to be the big question.
Turd. Always in danger, and Perez was there waiting. Springs out at the opportune moment. 2, 3 kills fly on through. Hoven, again, on this flank up spiral, Tim. This is the 2nd time that he's done this, and yet again has got away with a couple of kills. It's still a lot for him and Speakeasy to save, but it is doable.
It is doable, but it is unlikely. That's the reality. Dark takes the peek around the corner with the TCSG. Doesn't find his man, but doesn't really matter. He's just backed him up a little bit and given an opportunity for them to set themselves inside a sight. Dash has just dropped and gone underneath. We see his silhouette in the distance there. He's got a C4 in pocket. That's just become the new win condition here for Los. They want to try and find this explosive kill from below, should there be a plant attempt.
Well, Speakeasy is in. He's taking out the Valkyrie cam there is going to help because they won't necessarily know when the plant is going down. But Dark is nearby enough that he can hear it going through. C4 comes up. Speakeasy does survive, but now is exposed to the angle from below. Hoven gets one as well, getting rid of Dark up close. But there we go. Daffo at range gets one. Hoven has got to go massive.
They were 2v1 on site at that point, and unfortunately, they just couldn't make it pay. Daffo gets the kill, and we continue a trend where nobody can attack on Consulate successfully.
Daffo has been so solid this map defensively too. Like, you've seen him a lot on the Janker, and just time and time again, he's always there when the team need him most. 7-6 to Lowe's. We did not expect this when Weibo were up 5-1, but now they find themselves a single round away from losing map 2 and taking us through to Fortress.
I said before this, I expected to see that third map. I still expect it to be the case. I think we've got another 2 rounds of this one left yet. I think the problems attacking will likely continue. Beautiful opening Nitro that we see there from Dark. But yeah, Perez never dealt with in behind the vending machine either. Really punished them, and you feel like that was probably the turning point of the round there. It put them 5 versus 3 and major advantage. But we head down to the basement. That's going to be where Weibo choose to go. They won most sites. They won all sites apart from the split site. We haven't seen that played, but they did win all 3 of the others. And it's no surprise to see them going down here. They had so much success. We've got the Warden again. We've got the deployable shield again. We've got the Yokai drones again. Please, Los, have a plan for this. I am not seeing a Thatcher. That's a little bit of a concern. I do see an IQ. And I do see a Buck, so they should have the tools that they need to clear out that water.
Should being the big one, I guess, there, Tim. Mira being the one that's dropped away in favour of the Bandits, so clearly a small change-up in game plan here for Weibo. A lot of store they can get done, making use of that Tubarão at the same time. Relied a little bit too much on Hoven, you might say. Last time he was on the Vigil, got a couple of wonderful, well, not last time. The last time around didn't quite have the impact he did the first time, but the first time we saw him on it, it was a good couple of kills with the Boss G. He was unplayable, really hard to stop, and basically won the round for his team. This one, of course, can be very cautious for both sides. The same as round 15 on Labs. When it comes down to the wire, both teams, no one wants to be that player that makes the silly mistake that cost your team the map, and it may well have been Hoven in this case. Caught out from the window, and it's that name again, Tim. It's Nux. They're getting rid of the top fragger on the other side.
What a start for Los. I expected to see maybe another struggle on the attack, but am I going to be surprised? That's going to be the question. Hoven has absolutely run amok. He has caused absolute terror with that Vigil so far, so taking him off the board is a big, big step for Los. Let's see Speakeasy. He needs to keep himself alive. He's going to be prime candidate for any denial that needs to happen on that Warden 4 versus 5. Turd is going to be tracked for the time being.
Nux has got him. He's just waiting. He's just waiting for him to step up here. Hasn't really got a move. Let the rest of your team do the position that's required. Don't give yourself away. Hatch now being opened up. I imagine he'll go back to holding onto that angle, waiting for Speakeasy to make his movement. 2 C4s available still for the defenders as we get towards the last 75 seconds of the round. Surely, Tim, we don't see Lowe's do what both teams have done multiple times throughout this series and bottle a man advantage.
I don't think they will at this point. I'm just a little bit concerned about that clock running down. They haven't been anywhere near site yet, so there is still utility that they need to play into, play through, and clear out. They are going to be pushing from this rear side, or are they? I say that the ace has just come down to open, and they're not going to get this open because of the auto canisters. Looking at Tubarão, 2 more left. Should be able to maintain this throughout an awful lot, but they've shot them off from above. That is exactly what they needed to do. Losa's problem solving much better than they have done previously. 35 seconds left to go, and they continue trying to get the breach open, but it is still not walkable.
Still trying, of course, get the hatches open as well, and still got 2 C4s to play through. The Yokais that are available, both of them still standing, I'm pretty sure. This could be heartbreaking for Los.
Moving down spiral stairs now with the diffuser in hand. 1 down though. Dash manages to find a kill. 2 versus 4 effectively, but 12 seconds left to go. Can Ape hold on here? He's the big one with the Yokai drone. He goes with the shotgun. He's getting no opportunity to use it. And Los take us through to a map 3 with a big win on Consulate. And you can see the effort it's taken and what it means to the team.
Anything goes now. We're going into a map 3. Both teams have had their map picks. This is going to be the decider. And it looks so done when they were down 5-1, but they've shown real character to battle back there. And maybe, just maybe, they can still get this done. Back with you after a short break. Welcome back to the B stream here at the Salt Lake City Major. We are going into map 3 of our first best of 3 of the day. It's Loss against Weibo. I'm Des, this is Tim. You know we are by now, I'm sure. Tim, what you thought about the series so far?
It's been up and down, hasn't it? I think it's fair to say, look, that last match with Consulate was just, you know, a real struggle for anybody to attack. I think we only had 3 successful attacking rounds. You know, again, we're seeing the same story across on Lost, but they got a little bit more out of Nux this time, a little bit more, and lo and behold, they won the map. So, you know, look, if we can get, like you said, all 5 firing, if they can go even further, maybe get 7 or 8 out of him, maybe it'll be a passage into the next round of the Swiss for them. Hoven, again, having a big game there for Weibo. It was, for me, it was unfortunately a map of mistakes. You know, we saw 4 attempts to plant inside a smoke with a warden on the other side and just getting nitroed out and shot. And, you know, so some problems there, it is fair to say. But look, Lost came out the winners. They got the job done in overtime. I was impressed with their fortitude coming back from that 5-1 half that started going against them. You know, good stuff from them. And let's see if that carries the momentum forward for them.
Well, both Perez and Hoven are on 33 kills so far in this series for those who are keen to see what's going on in the race to break the kill record. And given we've got potentially the 15 rounds coming up, Tim, it is possible, but maybe also a bit of a tall order. Just as a reminder of the maps that we've gone through so far. We'll get this up on your screen now. Of course, started out on Nighthaven Labs. We then stepped into the halls of Consulate, and now we go to the final bastion, the last bastion for these two teams in their hopes of making it through to tomorrow. It's Fortress, Tim.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I think it might be our first Fortress at the Major. I can't think of...
Have we cast one? No, we've definitely cast one. I've heard you say horse. It just sticks in my mind really well.
We could have just been sat in the green room and I could have been talking about horse.
No, we were definitely casting. We were definitely casting.
I think we did for... I think we might have...
It was
maybe
all gamers.
I was going to say all gamers. Shopify Rebellion.
Hey, look at us sewing.
It all kind of blends into one after a few days at a Major. But let's get into Fortress. It is Lost. It is Weibo. It is now effectively a best of 1. They have won 1 map each, both going into overtime. It has been a really close matchup, and just a reminder of the stakes for everybody. We are in, I don't want to call it the loser side of the bracket, but effectively the loser side of the Swiss bracket. Both of these teams now 1 and 2. If you take a 3rd loss, then you are out of here, and that is going to be the case. So whoever loses this one will be eliminated and will be packing their bags to leave Salt Lake City.
As for this map itself, Tim, there is very, very little tape from either team. It's only been played once, and that was by Loss. And guess what, Tim? They lost it 7-2 to Fluxo W7M. That's
not good.
About 3 weeks ago or so. So there's a bit of tape there for Weibo to look at. Weibo haven't played it since Fortress came into the map pool, so this is completely unknown. The only way Lost would have any idea on how they play this map would be if they've scrimmed them, and there's probably a fair chance, given they're from different regions, they haven't had a chance to do just that. Weibo starting the attack, Lost are on the defense. Let's see how things go.
We're going to be going to command office and bathroom to kick things off. Fairly stock standard. What are you going to see from the attackers? Well, usually one of 2 things, or maybe a combination of both. We might see pressure right about where you're looking now, but upstairs. So sort of top of Eagle stairs, and then across through that wall that you see that's currently half reinforced. We saw Canadian on Shopify Rebellion playing this wall quite often. He'd play there maybe with a Tachanka, try and stop the push from Eagle stairs, and then maybe just leave a reinforcement in pocket so that you can block that wall up and then force them to breach. Alternatively, and I can see our observer wonderfully drifting there because they know what I'm going to say. Alternatively, the attack will come from this side. It's going to be dorms, it's going to be games. Try and get in there. We can see a presence. Dark's kind of leaving at the minute towards briefing, but he's got Dafo there with him as well. And I think, you know, you try and hold on. It'll be an old tower drop and the attackers sweep through, maybe push and breach, briefing wall, bathroom wall, and make it difficult inside the site. So it should be one of those 2 things usually. And it's looking like games and dorms.
All the stuff we spoke about before in terms of trying to waste time around the map here. Reaps and his boys getting in pretty quick. Speakeasy with a small EMP down onto the walls. Going to see that open wide up. Now Dafo is a little bit exposed. He has got support from Dark off towards his side. In fact, he's going out for a swing here, Tim. But not quite finding his man. Reaps has already got himself tucked away nice and safe. C4 up and over. Goodbye, Reaps.
Cannot allow that to happen. That is really nice aggression coming out of Dafo. If you're a Weibo fan, you're going to see that and start worrying. Dash manages to pick up Happy, but he gets the F2 singing and manages to find himself a double. Gonna make it back to a 3 versus 3. So we've got Ape, Courtyard, and we've got Hoven and Speakeasy taking that game and Dorm side that I was talking about. So I like this. Little bit of split pressure coming in from Weibo.
Yeah, Ape knows he's under pressure though, which is why he's backed away. Until Speakeasy comes up and gets the south corridor covered for him, then it's not particularly safe for him to move on forwards. Sure enough, now Speakeasy's there. He should be in a spot to start making a move. Hoven finding one more for himself too. Well, his first kill in the game. Of course, that's 34 kills throughout the series. Speakeasy at least spotting out 1, 2. Of course, there's only 2 left on side here, so as soon as they know where they are, and given the yellow ping coming through, they know exactly where they are, but it doesn't mean you can win the gunfights, Tim. Up he comes round the back, almost gets the 4th, but Perez, he hits the 2nd. Speakeasy now going in for the plant, recovers the trap. We're going to toss it out here to try and interrupt. Speakeasy's got to be so careful on his belly. It's like an Anderson drops up from Mexico, Tim.
Absolutely beautiful stuff there. You're looking at that situation when Perez recovers the Gushmotman, and I'm thinking he probably wins this from here. He's going to go against the shield. It gets him the shield break. I'm thinking Speakeasy's got a lot of work to do with a pistol against the current leading top killer in the lobby. I'm thinking this could be trouble, but no, he hits the deck and gets the job done. That was actually a really good round coming out of Weibo. They could well have kind of really backed off at the beginning there. That outside nitro toss from Dafo, great stuff. We see it there. Took down the thermite, a gun off the board. It was a tough round for them from there, but Ape coming in from Courtyard, Loss had took their eye off the ball. They thought everything was down south-sided towards Dorms and Games, and they just didn't see it coming. Managed to get a double, and it threw Weibo back into the round.
They'd like the aggression coming out, although, so it's definitely going to give Weibo something to think about. The early C4 outside, good. Showing that you're not willing to sit back and just let Weibo take control of parts of the map. You will fight them tooth and nail for every little bit of it you possibly can. Now we're going to move sites, Tim, down towards the southeast of this top floor. All the things that Tim explained to you before will now basically flip. You'll see an extended hold coming in, up through bathroom, in towards command, up towards Eagle, and of course a bit of a hold down near tower to the south at the same time. So, as said, it's basically a flip on what you've seen before. A couple of players on Weibo already getting themselves set up inside a new tower. Everyone else still getting themselves worked in. Speakeasy, the one I've got my eye on, who's currently up towards the northwest corner of this top floor. We'll have some work to do, given he's got the diffuser.
Yeah, he's heading right into the hands of Dash and Dark at the minute on the Fenrir and the Bandit. They are tasked with holding that side of things down. The Rotero drones will be going in and clearing out utility. Always like that, a bit of pathfinding, path forging, whichever way you want to look at it, but just creating the space for these attackers to move on in, just signaling that that wall is reinforced. So Dark is playing there with the Bandit. He's going to look to keep that reinforced and backed up, but what it does say to the attackers of Weibo is that Speakeasy can move up. He can get to the top of Eagle Stairs, doesn't need to worry about being peaked from there. He will indeed do that. They're going to need to do a little bit of work here, though, to clear those Bandit batteries. Hoven manages to pick up Dash. Dark, he's damaged and back off the site as well. Good start from Weibo.
Yeah, really aggressive there from Hoven as well. Dash had basically bailed on Horse and said, cool, I'm backing off. I'm coming through bathroom. I'm coming into briefing. Perez had some cover for him in case he was being chased, but Hoven was just a little bit too quick in that moment. That was a free kill for them. Really could have been avoided by the side of Los. That now lets Speakeasy in towards bathroom, starting his charge on towards what I often describe as the bottleneck of this map. Briefing, a bit of a nightmare to push through and take sometimes, but a shield certainly makes it a lot easier.
Hoven, you can just see on the side of your screen there, Hoven's just had a little sneaky walk round back onto this breach because the rest of the players on his team now are going to start trying to move everybody inside a site. You can see Speakeasy ahead of us with that shield in front of him. He's there to try and disrupt, to try and force these defenders to move, and if they move too far, they're going to find themselves walking into this line of sight, and I don't think Los are aware that this line of sight exists right now. They know about the breach, but they don't know that they've got Snake stood on it. That might actually give them away because they will know within a range, but it doesn't matter. Look at what he does with the intel. Perez doesn't react. Dafo manages to get the trade. Nux onto Ape, brings them right back into it. 3 versus 2 as Reaps manages to find the trade. This is a bloodbath, Des.
Dark was trying to hit them on the flank, but I think he's just been a little bit unfortunate here because, as you've seen, Weibo took their foot off the brake. They went forward at pace and have punished Los for that one. Up 2-0 on the attack of Fortress, Tim. Not something I ever thought I'd really see, given how difficult both teams have found attacking so far throughout the series. To start out with 2 on a map like Fortress, one of our more defender-leaning maps, is brilliant. And it even calls in the early tack timeout from Los.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting because, you know, we didn't really know what the expectations of these teams might be. And I'm looking at it thinking, well, you know, they're going to kind of think, well, Fortress, a little bit attacker-sided maybe today. We can work with that. We'll be all right on the attack. But this doesn't say that to me. This is Hugzord now, I think, a little bit concerned about where this is heading. I think that Los are wanting a much better half on the defence here, and they've just lost the 2 strongest sites on the map. Getting a hold downstairs can be a tough one. So now you're in a position whereby you're staring down the barrel of a 2-4 half at best. Could be another rough start for them, just like Consulate. Have they got it in the tank to fight back? That would be the question at half time, but we've still got a few rounds before we get there.
We do. And of course, Hugzord stepping in here could well course correct. It could end up being a 4-2 half, and then things are back to exactly as expected, Tim. It's a bit of a tall order, but then so was coming back from a 5-1 on the previous map, and still Los managed to do it. Same could be done here, but so far impressed by what I've seen from Weibo on the attack. Let's see how they fare going into the offsite as we go downstairs. This one plays out somewhat similar to what you've just seen a moment ago. You still need top floor control. Often teams can try and control just the south part though, and then worry about the main stairs. Getting yourself down there with the shield in towards med and onwards from there is normally how the approach goes, and you do often need a backstab. This site itself in particular can be a little bit scrappy though. A lot of utility ends up getting tossed in, and a lot of explosions go off. There's a couple of C4s available for the other side. And although we saw those FNATs coming out in force in the previous couple of rounds, Tim, here it's not going to be on side. Instead, it's going to be the Ella.
Heading into the action phase then, I just want to have a look at how the entry has gone for the first couple of rounds.
1 each.
It's 1 each, so not too bad really for Los. They are getting themselves involved in the early rounds, so I think you know, they've just got to kind of continue plugging away here and try and get that first defence. But if Weibo are able to come away with a win, it's big trouble for Los. So just looking at the side of Weibo, there's nothing really to offer them any verticality, so this is going to be all lateral.
There's Reach working his way into that top side. That now being opened up just means pressure starts to apply, especially onto Dark, who's inside of sight, knowing full well that someone could come asking questions through that doorway, so he'll have to keep his eye on it. It's why he's got the keeper barriers facing in towards that side. Still a wall being opened up by Ape to start getting himself moving in towards the other side of the map, who's got to be careful because Perez is lurking around here and is ready to go for a little bit of a challenge. Speakeasy facing off against him on the door. A second ago we saw the flash go off. And look at this. They know that they're here, Tim, but they need to get control.
Yeah, I like this from Weibo at the minute. They have got them surrounded. They're applying a lot of pressure in different areas. Turd manages to find one. Shield taken down, but Hoven there for the trade. 4 versus 3. Again, that constant use of the Soliton radar. I think we may be going to see this banned out after this round. Los certainly suffering to it. Hoven going to push onto Dafo on the back of that information.
Oh, dear.
However, he nades himself. Oh, no.
Yeah, just as we were speaking about how powerful that stake has been, turns out a bit too powerful even for himself. Off he goes with his own nade, down to a 3 versus 3. Angle being held, Nuts getting one with the shotgun. Does he know? I think there's a second player coming in. Yes, there is. It's Turd. Doesn't know about the second one off at long range here, but if he can get him, suddenly this starts to open up to be very interesting. It's back and forth, Reaps into another, and now Dark is all alone.
Reaps very low health, no E1D scans left, so it is all going to be about Turd realistically. He gets picked up for free, and now Dark has just turned a 1v2 into a very winnable 1v1. Diffuser is down, Reaps does not have it. This is going to be a real game of cat and mouse over the next 45 seconds.
Respect to Dart there. I think identifying that he's in a 1 versus 2, if he sits still, they're going to get a crossfire onto him. So instead goes aggressive where one known player is and gets away with a kill. The rounding has now come through. Dart moving off towards the left. Reaps, as you really want to push into him here, could be a massive risk. Instead getting himself in with a plant in front of this mirror window. I thought Dart for a second was going to try and look for some vertical, but here comes Dark, rounding his way through. Now the plant's down, it's him who's got to go for the chase. One hell of a 1v1 breaking out. Tim and Dark's down to 1 HP. Reed's going to be kicking himself if he doesn't win this one out. Stepsaw once again, but now can back away. Last time around, he was in a 1 versus 1 team. He overpeaked and lost the round for his team. Here, doesn't want to make the same mistake.
Reeps is just concerned about that doorway behind him, and he's right to be, because that's where Dark is thinking about pushing, but then he returns to the breach. And as I said, it's just this game of cat and mouse. The challenge comes in.
No!
And Dark somehow wins it. Hits his shot over the top of the bomb chassis. Beautiful stuff from Los as they managed to grasp at that round, take it from the jaws of defeat. And that was so essential. 2-1 to Weibo, but Los get themselves running on Fortress.
A good momentum builder. It's been crazy how we've now had 2 rounds, 1 and 3, that have come down to clutches in the dying moment. Speakeasy in that 1v1 with the shield back in round 1, and Dart pulling out a 1v2 here. It's hard to predict which way rounds can go when you see things like this taking place in the majority of rounds. And sure enough, Tim, that Solid Snake is taken away. Bandit also taken offline, given we saw it on the 2 upstairs sites.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me whatsoever. Hoven has been, using that operator consistently and causing problems consistently as well. But yeah, going to see, as you say, maybe a little bit quicker on the breaching now. From now on, not going to have to mess about too much, but overall, I think it'll be pretty much rinse and repeat. There shouldn't be too much of a big difference for at least this first site, I wouldn't have thought.
No, it just changes over in terms of 1 or 2 key operators, but I think the Dockerby being a straight swap in for the Solid Snake makes total sense here. Otherwise, things are looking to me, Tim, exactly as they were, so no big concern on that side. It took a big Speakeasy 1v1 last time around. I can't imagine Weibo will want it to come down to that once again. As we said before, we'll probably start down towards the southeast. There's a very good early C4 that came out from Dapo previously to get rid of Reaps once the wall had been opened up. So being cautious about that early aggression from Los is going to be crucial.
Where are Weibo shaping up for the attack this time? We saw them looking for Game and Dorms last time around. No pressure towards Eagle whatsoever, but it was the courtyard push that really did all the damage. Ape was able to just kind of wander in and get a couple. I don't think that they will try that again. We've got, it's the pressure towards Games and Dorms looks like what it's going to be. Reaps is there. He's actually just backed out of that one. Speakeasy is going to be heading towards Old Tower, but they've just lost the hard breach as well. Perez straight in the old chat. He's certainly feeling himself with this one, and he's causing some real problems for them at the minute.
Did he even manage to open anything? I didn't hear a hard breach go off. Not a single exit.
He went towards the wall and then backed out and didn't go for it.
Oh dear, oh dear. Can't be losing the hard breach that easily so early on, but that's what they're not going to play from, Tim, in a difficult position. The Monty at least can get something done with that hard breach secondary, but it's not going to be quite the same as an exothermic going off, as you can probably imagine. Smoke's being dropped around Horse as well to stop aggression coming in from the Monty. In a way, almost like Weibo trying to bypass some of the harder parts here. You've got Speakeasy who's worked his way off towards briefing side, same as we've seen before. But this is where you need the hard breach. You need someone to come and join him here to make taking over briefing that little bit easier. So far, Turd and the Lion are rotating themselves back round to rejoin up with their team. It is going to be a full south side push, Tim.
Problem is that you're kind of starting from scratch a little bit. You've got Speakeasy in there, so yeah, you can run in and join, but you've got no breaching done. You've got no utility cleared. And, you know, usually you'd maybe be at this point with kind of 2 minutes left to go. So you're 30, 35 seconds behind that at this point, and it could prove to be a problem for them. Keep an eye on the clock at the minute. Just kind of frozen inside of briefing as they wait for this Soto canister to wear off. Another one is going to be applied, and it's actually really smartly applied. It keeps that hard breach charge on ice. Ape manages to get 1 and 2. He's done it again, Des!
That second kill, where did that come from? Seemingly nowhere. Ape again quietly throughout this series, going about his business with the odd 2K here and there. A big opportunity now for Weibo to get it over the line, but has the damage been done time-wise, Tim? We're down to the last 35. They've got to get a move on. Hovered into another as Perez is finished off. Surely, Tim, they can't lose this now.
No, it doesn't look like they will do. Ape manages to pick up a third, taking down Dafo, so it's all up to Nux. However,
I think Observer crash.
I think we've got a... I don't know if it's player or observer. We will keep you up to date. We will get the info as soon as we have it. But one way or another, we have a little bit of a game issue, and we will see how much it has impacted on that round or not. But yeah, a great round from Ape. It was absolutely phenomenal.
It was the second kill for me where I was just like, no. Like, it was pretty magic. Bowling in through a window, getting 2 kills like that was spectacular. And again, it now puts Weibo up to 3-1. I assume that round will go their way because it was up to a point it was, where I think it's the Observer that's gone down, in which case the game still played out. And we spoke about Nux a lot today, Tim. I don't think he's been in a 1v4.
He won a 1v2.
That's not 4, though, Tim.
Won a 1v2. Well, no, who's winning a 1v4? Who's won the last 1v4?
We've seen a 1v5 at this event yet. I don't think we have.
No, not a 1v5, no.
A 1v4, though?
Ooh, I wouldn't like to commit to it, but I don't think so. Well, it's always going to be... it's always going to have been a difficult situation for him one way or another, whichever way we look at it, isn't it? But I feel at the minute, like, you know, Weibo are on the front foot here. I think they're certainly taking control. The important point, obviously, is going to be when we switch sides, how does it look then when they get themselves on the defence? You know, are they going to be able then to continue that momentum? Because that's something that we've seen. I've mentioned it already today. Something that we've seen Weibo struggle with a couple of times is being ahead and then getting the game finished off.
We have had 2 1v4s, but no 1v5. Rebellion got 1, and Enterprise got 1. Outside of that, nope. Haven't had a massive 1v5 turnaround just yet. But let's get back into it. As you see, things are resuming. And indeed, the round has gone to Weibo. So, looking fantastic, Tim, given we were at a spot where coming into this map, 7 of 29 rounds, with only 7 attacks have been won in those 29 rounds that we played prior. We're already nearly over halfway of that. We've only played 4 rounds on this map.
Rotero drawn straight in to clear off that utility from the stairs. That's going to be blue stairs leading up to Old Tower. Twitchstrom will see the Fenrir playing in and around Horse as well, so Dash needs to be careful. Speakeasy is actually nearby, just outside the door on the blitz, in a position to be able to maybe go and chase him down, get aggressive once he comes off those drones. Oh, they can't be losing him there. They've seen his position. They knew that Dash was playing in there. Hoven looks for the kill, doesn't find it. And that's going to be an entry for Los, but there is a trade elsewhere as Dafo is taken down.
So Arpe is really stepping up on this map, isn't he, Tim? 8 and 3 is now finding himself stepping up to. On the other side, Nux is matching Perez step for step, so you can't complain too much. Smoke coming through from Speakeasy to try and get himself inside the building here. No one to stop him. In he goes in towards the corridor and down towards Horse. That's the kind of control you're looking for. And not forgetting, this is them trying to break open the hold towards this top side. A shield is a great way of doing it. And in he marches.
He's still able to create the space that he wants to as he pushes forward. Speakeasy gets aggressive. Turd does manage to create the space by finding the kill. Going to take down Dark, leaving us now in a 4 versus 3. Weibo continuing to problem solve really well here on Fortress.
Down.
Speakeasy
Calm
finding
down.
himself 2, taking down Nux and Dash. Make it a 3. Why not? We know Speakeasy's great with the shields. He proves it once again, not for the first time even here on Fortress, let alone in his career. And he's going to hit him with the... hit him with a bit of the old chat as well. Weibo are starting to really get themselves into this.
That was very cute from Hoven. That was very wholesome.
Yeah.
Speakeasy hits a 3K, jumps straight up. Over there to give him a little bit of love. 4-1 on the attack. I don't want to get too excited because Lost could come out and attack it as well. We don't yet
This is
know.
what I said. We need to wait for round 7, really.
Yeah. To be telling as to how it goes. But
it went 5-1 on Consulate. Granted, it wasn't the attackers that managed that, but it did go 5-1 on Consulate. So.
Also, again, for a team that have never been seen playing this map, they're playing it all right, Tim. Would I say Lost are putting up the best defenses in the world? No. But Weibo are attacking well, especially great use of the shields to take control of large parts of the map. Many other teams play Fortress the exact same way. We'll see if they can get it done. A 5-1 attack in half would be wonderful, given the 5-1 defense that we saw back on the previous map. And it's going to be down into the ground floor. See if they can get it done on the offsite once again. Last time it was a 1 versus 1 that Reeves sadly lost out on. And that was the only time that Lost have managed to find a round in this game. It took a clutch to make it happen. Will we have a repeat?
Last chance saloon for Lost then on defense. If they want to go any better than 5-1. Immediate Lion scan coming in, signalling maybe a little bit of aggression there from Weibo. Castle Barricade going to be taken out by the Rotero as well. Just looking at maybe where those entries are going to be coming in. It is certainly looking pretty direct to sight at this point. And It's going to be Turd looking to get aggressive on the Thinker and move himself in. He's actually got the LMG, which is an interesting choice.
Rolling back
LMG, I was going to say the LMG meta is long gone. It's actually going to be Hoven who goes in first, followed by the Blitz as well. So this is very, very direct towards site.
Here we go. Be a bit of a rush coming in, Tim, as the juice gets hit. The cold comes out, and the shield is in. No one at range off towards their left, and in we go. Speakeasy carrying on where he left off with a kill. Smoke going in deep, and this could mean this diffuser goes down super early here, Tim.
There is an opportunity. He's got a little bit of space. I think he's just concerned about Dark out in Infirmary. He's the one holding them back. As soon as that kill goes in, I think you'll start to see the plant go down, but look at the health on the side of Weibo. Shoots out the Nitro. It's essential. Still not an opportunity yet to go for the plant, but there it is. They can now hold them at bay with these long angles. Perez is on a bit of a flank, though. He could be the one playing spoiler. Dash taken down. Turd knows that the man is coming from the other side, turns around and uses that LMG at its full capacity. There goes the second Thinkerstim, just putting more HP on the bars, making things more difficult for the Thorn. This looks like it's going to be a 5-1 half for Weibo.
Those juices have saved Speakeasy a couple of times now in this game, but it's a 3 versus 1. Plants down. You've got a shield up, Tim. This one is over and done with. Only 10 seconds left to go, and Hoven's off towards his right-hand side in case he does try and push in. But Turd fancying himself here, not even bothering to reload up on the LMG. Thinks he can get it done with the pistol, but you ain't quite him yet, my guy. Round the corner he comes, and Hoven will get that closing kill. A 5-1 half for Weibo. Didn't have that on my bingo card, Tim.
No, especially not on the attack of Fortress. Really, really good stuff from them, and there's going to need to be a big half-time tack talk.
Guys, o que faltou de coragem, vamos ter no ataque, hein, mano.
Sim.
Independente do resultado.
Cortou
Consegue
você,
virar,
velho.
tá ligado?
Ah,
Independente do resultado, a gente consegue virar, mano. Vamos fazer acontecer essa parada aí, mano.
É isso,
A gente,
mano.
tipo, na defesa aqui, só uma parada que eu senti, mano. Vocês estão muito, tipo assim, não é questão de estar perdido, mano. Vocês estão correndo, morrendo, se movimentando mal, tá ligado?
Sim.
Uma skill muito besta, assim, tipo, uma skill muito idiota, mano. Para um pouco a mira, mano. Agora no ataque a gente vai fazer progressão. Pô, parou no mid-round, para nos caras. Não fica desesperado, como se os caras tivessem 10 bonecos do outro lado, tá ligado? Para a mira, bonitinho, comunica, passa o drone e vamos fazer o jogo acontecer, mano. Coragem pra cima desses caras, mano. Eles fizeram esse ataque, a gente faz também,
consegue
mano.
virar outra, cara. Progressões lá nossas estavam muito roubadas.
O mapa, querendo ou não, sempre o nosso melhor lado foi os ataques, então vambora.
É isso, a gente consegue virar isso aqui, mano. Manter o mesmo nível de confiança que a gente mantém na defesa do consulado. É isso, guys. Não tem muito o que fazer, não, mano. Agora dá nosso 100% aí e vamos aí.
Agora
On this situation, this 5v5, this 4v4, they will try to flank.
Okay.
So, you know,
Backstab
they like to play like that. If they are waiting too much to play, you can expect, oh, one guy is coming, you know, from the other side. So only that. And let's hold this shit, let's win. We are in a very good situation. It's not like on the last map that we make 5 rounds on defense, right?
Yeah.
So now we made on attack.
Let's
so
go.
Very good. We are in a very good situation. Let's go, guys. Round by round. Okay.
What's our ban? You want to stick with the kid? You know what?
Ying and...
Ying.
Yes.
Yeah, snake, is it?
Yes, exactly. Inga Snake.
Okay.
Perfect, guys.
I go.
AP, remember, if your clash, you know, is not banned, they start.
Ooh, with the clash, let's go.
Yeah. The clash man, remember? Yeah, that's right. Come on, guys.
Let's
We
go.
can win this shit. We are the best. Let's work together, you know, help each other. Oh, remember also, the on top, start, bro.
All right, well, I think they finished about 30 seconds early there, Weibo team. They felt they said all that needed to be said, feeling very confident, and then get this done.
I personally probably would as well. I think, you know, as much as we say 2 halves to a game of Siege, maybe, you know, Fortress just playing out in favour of the attack, I don't think that's what's happening here. I think Weibo on the defence, they only need one side. They just need one side that they can hold on to. You know, and I know you're going to say, well, they were 5-1 up on Consulate and it got brought back. But that was the opposite way around. They hadn't won 5 attacks. And I feel like when you're on the defence, just being able to cheese a round over, you know, cheese one side over the line a couple of times is very, very doable. So, yeah, I really fancy Weibo at this point to get this closed out. I'm not sure. It looked a little bit low energy in that half-time from Los there. I think, you know, they're probably pretty beaten down at this point. They've already been in this situation once on the back of Consulate. They've now got to do it again. It's a big ask.
It is a big ask, but it's doable, Tim. They've turned around to 5-1 before. Maybe, just maybe, they can do it here on the attack of Fortress. You've seen our bans come on through with the Mirror and the Clash being taken away by Loss. On the other side, oh, Snake is being banned, Tim. What a massive surprise. And the Ying, which was also banned back on Consulate, is going to follow through to this map here because Lost did run it quite a lot back on Nighthaven Labs. It was proving a bit of a frustration point at times for Weibo, so they'd rather just see it taken off entirely.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Okay, then Command Office and Bathroom is going to be our first site, and I see a Maestro. That's what stands out to me immediately. No Brava brought along on the side of Los, so they're going to have to find an alternative way to deal with those bubbles. They've only got two grenades. They've got a couple of impact EMPs as well, but that's only, you know, it's more of a kind of temporary solution unless you're in a position to shoot them out. So yeah, definitely need a plan for how they're going to deal with those evil eyes.
In case some of you have locked into the Bravo stream with us here and haven't really been following what's happening elsewhere, here is your warning if you don't want to spoiler about potential results. G2 won 2-1 over Virtus Pro, and they have now made it to the main stage. Virtus Pro will have to play on tomorrow.
Predictions.
Well done, Tim. You predicted a team that everyone thought was a favourite to make it, and they made it.
I predicted making it on the right day, though, Des.
Oh, that's
it's
important.
it's as if I've seen this play.
G2 always have one game where they get a bit too sure of themselves.
It's as if I've seen this play out before. I've read this story. I know when G2 are going to go through and they get it done. I've got Virtus Pro qualifying tomorrow, which I still think will be the case.
There you go. And then just as a heads up over on the A stream now, we also have Enterprise versus Shopify Rebellion, which is just started.
Tasty.
Cafe, Nighthaven Labs, and Fortress, and not miles off the 3 maps that we've had here, Tim.
Spoke to Mag this morning. He seemed in pretty good spirits. I think, you know, very happy with the way things have gone so far, which is no surprise whatsoever. But back to the game in hand. 5-1 in favour of Weibo. They're on the defence. It's going to be Los currently in control of command and dorms, moving over to briefing. Nux is going to be challenged if he's not careful. He's got Reaps just ahead of him inside of the corridor there. So Weibo, having given up that space, certainly don't want to give up any more. They want to be, I say that as Reaps dips back into bedroom. They want to be able to challenge onto this wall if they do breach briefing wall, which is likely going to be the case given they've got the Maverick.
Got to play this dance with the Mav to do it because, of course, it's fully electrified off by the Kai that has not been banned away. Certainly a choice being made. Here we go, trying to get it cleared off. Did it get it?
Don't think so.
I think they missed it. Did they not get the ping onto where it is?
They did not.
Guess not. So
this is getting messy.
Yeah, with only 30 seconds to go as well. It's certainly not ideal. Another freeze comes on through. That wall may well just stay closed yet, and they've still got one more Tuber to play with.
Yeah, Nux has gone in through the single door and he's planting instead. They are relying on the cover from that Mav breach. They're going to take out the Maestro Evil Eye, but there's the Nitro. They've done it time after time, Weibo, denying those plants, and they continue to do so. We hear the Alders sing as Weibo close out the round, and it is going to be 6-1, flawless round, and it looks real bad for Los right now, Des.
He said you wanted to see what happened in round 7, Tim. Outright domination. And to expect Los to now chain 5 attacks in a row together, not even to win the map, but to guarantee we go to OT, to have a chance to fight, to still play here at Salt Lake. It feels like that might be a bit too steep of a hill to climb.
They look beaten, Des. They look beaten. And it's not, I'm not being critical for the facing going out of the major. This is all the workers come to this, but they look beaten. You know, do they look like a team that are going to turn it round and win 6 rounds in a row? You know, no, I don't think they do at the minute. So, yeah, I strongly favour Weibo now to take this. I know it's easy to say when they're 6-1 up. But I just mean, do I think Los have it in the tank to come back? No, I don't.
I don't either, Tim, but crazier things have happened.
They have.
In
They
Siege.
certainly have. We've seen it done.
You'll remember Sao Paulo a couple of years ago and what happened at what probably will go down as one of the greatest SI finals.
The miracle in Sao Paulo.
The last dance.
We need a name
W7M.
for it. We need a name for that.
The miracle in Sao Paulo.
We need a name for it.
I think the miracle in Sao Paulo sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty good, that one. Isn't it?
5 seconds
We'll remember the
remaining.
miracle of Sao Paulo. Nice. All right, onwards we charge. This could be the last round, as we said. It's going to be down on this top floor still, but down towards the southeast side. We spoke about this already a few times. You're probably going to see a push coming in from the top side, but also a couple of players working their way in towards New Tower down to the southeast. And as I've said many times throughout the series, follow Nux. He's on a shield. He's got the diffuser in back pocket. He's the one that a lot of this hinges on. Of course, we're looking for kills from big players like Perez, who's been quiet this map, Tim. 7 rounds and only 5 kills. We said this after map 1. What happens when there's a map when Perez isn't shining bright? And it's not that he's playing bad right now, but he's not dropping 15 kills like we've seen him do before. And the team are now left stuck, looking for options and a savior to get them out of this sticky situation.
Drones will rain through. Los, despite maybe the low energy, maybe their concern, maybe feeling like they're on their way out, they still need to make sure that they are ticking those boxes, doing those jobs, being aware of where the players are. We're going to have an early challenge here. Nade goes over the top, going to force the swing. Brilliant play. Well done. Dark manages to take him down, and that's turned off the board. Great start.
That's the kind of player I want to see. And a lot of teams, I think, really struggle with this at this event overall, is identifying when players are isolated and punishing them as a group. That was very much a solo effort there coming out of Dark, though. He's played it brilliantly, making use of the nade to force the movement out, got the down, secured the kill. It's a 5v4. This is the kind of position you want to be in when you've still got half a round to play.
Yeah, I mean, you know, a lot of players, it would have been easy to think, I've got the shot, you know, I'll just take the swing here and I'll go for the kill on him. But why bother? You've got that tool in your pocket. You can create a complete lose-lose situation, and it was brilliantly done. So 5 versus 4. Nux is starting to march down Museum Corridor. He's looking to get onto the side door, as we can see ahead of us. They've got the breach on the wall, going to push forward and take control of Horse. This is actually really good progress coming in from Los, and they can start thinking about heading in towards Games and Dorms. I think they're going to put a bit of pressure down past Central Stairs, but Hoven, as he has been so many times before, is there to take down Dark.
He's not had much chance to play Melusi at this event, Tim, but that is his go-to operator for years now. It's what he's jumped on. And on the flank here, she may be at 1 speed now, but he can still do a hell of a lot of work. And getting rid of Dark, getting rid of that vertical threat is massive. Hasn't yet left, still holding on the downstairs, looking to play off the back of those Melusi traps when they go off to try and punish. But Daffo, he's aware of what's going on. He's aware of the game plan. He knows what Hoven's trying to do, and he's just hoping to hold him. But they're going to have to go soon. They're down to 25 seconds. Oh, timing.
Beautiful aggression there from Hoven, just at the right time. The Monty is isolated. Hoven recognises it. He knows this is his opportunity. He's just toying with him. Going to find the kill, and that is it. Speakeasy picks up the last. The celebrations will be there as Weibo survive another day. Commiserations for Los, who are eliminated from the Salt Lake City Major, but Weibo truly did rule the day on Fortress.
It was a very, very competitive series, Tim, admittedly. Not the cleanest, but it was close throughout until we got to that last map. And Weibo have shown they may not have played this map before, Tim, but they can certainly tango on Fortress. We'll break this down a little bit more after a short break.
Los's run here at the Salt Lake City Major ends at the hands of Weibo Gaming. Perez, you had a great performance individually. Map 1 and 2 were very strong. Can you tell me, though, what went wrong from your perspective?
To be honest, we made the same mistakes that we did yesterday. We did on the game with Wildcard, so it's just the same things. We had the game on your control, and we didn't win the game.
How do you feel your event went as a whole? Of course, everyone has different expectations coming in. Is this a performance that you will remember fondly, or you will take lessons from?
It's definitely some lessons. We knew we had more. We could do better, and we didn't. So we knew your potential is higher than this. So we will be back stronger.
Thank you so much. Los, as they said, will be back stronger. This one, though, ending their run here in Salt Lake.
Obviously, always a bit of a shout out there to Perez too for doing a loser's interview. It's always hard getting knocked out and then having to step up and do a little interview, but obviously very happy to do it. So big thank you to him for that. Big series for him, 38 kills he ended on, Tim. But as you heard Jonah say, it's just not quite enough.
No, exactly not. And it's, it's tough. It's one that they're going to have to go back and review. I think, ultimately Fortress is probably the place that they need to start looking, because they were just way off the pace there, realistically. Whether that's maybe just a map that they weren't comfortable with. Weibo hadn't really shown it before. They've maybe just held it in the bank and won that one in the map ban. I don't know. But yeah, ultimately, good performance from Weibo. Looking on the other side of things, they've really got a job done there, and they've put themselves through to survive for at least another day.
They have, yeah. And Hoven was up to, 43 kills come the end of that series. He's had a phenomenal performance. Not quite breaking any records, but one the boys can be very, very proud of. They move through to tomorrow, and we've, of course, got another game coming up for you. After the break, it's Falcons versus NIP. Don't go anywhere.
What's up, everyone? Welcome back. We are just about ready to get into match number 2 with a couple teams that maybe we didn't quite expect to see here. Team Falcons and Ninjas in Pajamas find themselves on the brink of elimination.
Two of the best teams in their own respective region. Falcons being one of the top 4 teams internationally for quite some time, Harrison, even before going under the alias of Falcons, and Ninjas in Pajamas, formerly one of the best teams, period, in the game, and still consistently making it to majors, at least in the past year or so. Now they've made it here at SLC and are fortunately at elimination point, potentially leaving home if they're not to come out on top in this best-of-3 series. They had a great performance yesterday against Furia. We covered that on the Bravo stream where they went basically flawless on border. So hopefully for Falcons' sake, we do not see that in pick today. They also had a fairly close game on Bank where they had a good lead, had a couple of issues dealing with the rush strats against the attacks done by Furia, but then cleaned things up on round number 12, hence why they're now playing for Falcons today. We'll take a look at that Falcons roster, discuss map bans any further, just to see how well the Falcons have been doing so far, and they've had a couple of weak points, so to see. I like to see that for the most part their entry game has been fairly consistent, besides Leaky Fact, which is kind of a big issue since he's usually on that heavy roamer of either the Solus or the Lurk of not Snake, geez, Damos. I keep mixing up the player at Snake because we've casted him so much, man.
And that's Licky Fact's MO, right? He's an incredibly active IGL. He loves being in the thick of the action, and if he does die early, he can always call from the grave. But 6 and 13 is not what you're looking for. It's also really funny that he's -7 on entry, but then +7 in KD. And we're really going to need someone else to join Licky Fact up there, because Joom is only +2 after having a crazy World Leader performance at last SI, which led to him being picked up by Falcons. Salatov, one of the other main fraggers, also not doing too hot. We can take a look at their opponents as well. Ninjas in Pajamas, who, like we mentioned, went down 0-2, fought against the #1 seed in SAL, who they lost to in the finals, and eliminated them, and our MVP for that game was definitely Fantasy.
Wizard as well had a great performance on map number 1. He had, I believe, 4 out of the 6 entries on the first half of Border, if not 5 out of them, and they were I almost thought they were all positive. Maybe those entry sets aren't 100% accurate, but he had a great performance yesterday, that is for sure. I loved the synergy NIP had as a team, especially on their attack, again, spotting gaps, going for rush plants with the Glads and the Ying and shields. It was beautiful. I feel like a lot of teams, when they ban Warden, don't opt to go for that. You even highlighted that yesterday, actually.
Yeah,
but
it's really refreshing.
We've got all 10 players ready. We'll quickly look at the map bans to see where exactly we're going before we officially jump into things. We did mention how Bank could have been a potential awkward thing for NIP yesterday because they were 0-3. Now that they've won it, maybe seeing Bank as the decider isn't too bad, but you go from comparing it to one of the best Bank teams in the world, Falcons. They love going to Bank.
Yeah.
Consulate and Clubhouse as well. Also, similar playstyles to Bank, I feel as well. They're two incredibly large maps, Harrison.
Yeah, this is a map pool that at first glance, I want to say leans Falcons' way. Both teams have, within the past year, almost identical records on Consulate. I think it's Falcons is like 6-3 and Nip are 6-4. Maybe it's something like that. Clubhouse, Nip, not a good history here. It's one of their actually worst maps historically. They're like 5-7 or something on Clubhouse. The last time they played it, they got smoked by Weibo way back. I say way back. It was only like a couple months ago, but way back at SI 26. And then, like you mentioned, Bank is our decider. Falcons, we know, are one of the best Bank teams in the world. They won Bank twice already this event. Nip lost it twice before winning it against Furia. And again, we talked about Furia's big issues and how Nip didn't really do anything terribly special. They were just ready and equipped to handle the raw aggression and more individualistic play from Furia. Although, John, when we were VOD reviewing Falcons, Falcons have some similar issues to Furia on the attack.
A lot of times, especially in the first half playing against Enterprise on Labs, they just struggled starting on the right foot. They were very disjointed on their roam clears, someone getting ahead of their blitz, losing a 1-for-1 fight that was unable to be traded, having someone like your Snake, for example, Joom, massive impact player, especially if Likifak is not being successful on that entry. If Joom is not being enabled by someone on that snake to push in, fight for a 1 versus 1, and maybe establish a trade if that goes wrong, you're losing one of your most impactful operators to provide intel and still have late round utility because you can replenish your secondary gadget off of winning those initial gunfights. So we needed to see better cohesion from Falcons on the attack. Their defense was almost perfect. They had a 5-1 split similar to Enterprise. They were doing a lot better on the entry. They had a lot better of a time adapting during the mid-round if they saw something like a rush into sight for those plants. So that's something I highlighted NIP like to do on border when they target banned the Warden, target banned those operators that are great at anchoring in a bomb site and denying you of spotting a gap like that without being counteracted from utility. We do see that in play here for NIP with the Azami off the board and the Goyo, two of the biggest stall ops that are picked when going to Consulate. So that admin over clear, going into meeting room for a plant, that could be done a lot more effectively. But because those two operators are banned, Falcons will kind of subside that and instead bring the smoke and Tachanka to have a similar effect where they can safely throw out those Shamika launchers, throw out those toxic canisters from a safe distance, and still have impact for slowing down and execute. They also have a fairly solid roam. They've got Joom downstairs in the closet playing Solus. Solotov not too far behind, being spotted. There's actually Joom, my mistake. Solotov is also still on this roam for Denari. And they have spotted the Solus early, so Joom is forced to reposition. But all things considered, you've got impact grenades to make rotates for yourself. You're playing fairly close to Solotov for that trade game, so nothing too shocking so far by Falcons.
Pino again spotting that Solus. Nip are obviously going to have to pay attention to this downstairs presence because if they go for that plant, they'll be met with both the smoke and the Tachanka upstairs and the Solus and the C4 from Likifak downstairs. So hopefully Nip do not forget about that presence or have someone maybe there to late lurk round while those players are distracted looking upwards towards that execute. Uzis seems to have an idea about Hates' early entry up the yellow stairs. The Twitch, of course, alone. And a shotgun just ready and waiting. Likifak already taking some damage thanks to Pino and the Blackbeard pressuring from Paper. And Joom looking to maybe walk up Visa and catch this shield player off guard. They know about him, though. They make some vert, and they force the Solus back. Although Joom, I'm sure, not terribly bothered, because, again, he can still play for that execute.
Yeah, you have your Solus scanner detecting where exactly the plane is going down, using an impact grenade or your shotgun to create vert, eliminating that player on the defuse. Uzis strikes the first entry of this series, shutting down Hates on Twitch. Although not as effective in this moment, it's still a massive kill to find. And Joom following suit, he retakes Visa stairs and gets a pick for it, Harrison.
Yeah, as Fantasy just walked right into one of the trips trying to shoot another. Joom takes that as his opportunity to strike. Hates, of course, his early entry death was on that yellow stairs lurk that we had highlighted earlier. Nip still have utility to make this execute happen. They've got a fire arrow. They got 2 smokes from Pino, stun grenade from Wizard to maybe make some space. But look at the positions from Falcon. Likifak is backed all the way off to behind the soda machine. Joom is in the corner behind that metal half wall, and it's basically going to be impossible for Nip to break through this as long as Falcons don't give away picks. Smoke comes out to isolate Likifak and cut off his cross as the Blackbeard tries to push and split, but he's immediately dealt with by Solotov. C4 deals some damage to the players in the hallway. Wizard still lingering as the smoke begins to fade. And down he goes. All up to Pino, backing off towards Paper. He knows that this round is over and done with. With 5 seconds left, Joom doesn't even give him the opportunity to waste the clock.
And Falcons flawlessly done to start off their Consulate defense. I love the start of that round as well, setting the precedent from the jump that we're going to be bringing a roam, both Joom and also Solotov, I believe it was downstairs on the Denari. You're forced to clear that out because if you don't, you'll be punished in the late round. Solus provides so much information. Solotov's got a great gun with that Ella Scorpion that we see all the time. It's such a fantastic weapon. And Joom, one of those first 2 players to strike with a massive kill coming up Visa because no one off that initial info that was gathered by Closet went to hunt him down. He was left uncontested, granting extra pressure on the admin clear, which I also want to make a comment about, Harrison. I highlighted the Goyo ban. I highlighted the Azami ban. Those are typically the 2 best ops to stall an admin over clear.
Yeah.
Despite those 2 ops being banned, Nip never left admin that round.
Yeah,
that is such a red flag.
The Denari was
the Denari was
so
a huge
crucial.
challenge.
Yeah, those massive lasers stretching all the way down the long hallway. And I mean, you can see the only solution that they had was Fantasy had to try and peek it, and then got tripped and swung. So huge stuff from Falcons. I also love the rotate too later from Joom, right? Seeing that, okay, these guys aren't really going to be able to execute, so I might as well come back to the site and play trades with my team so that we have all that manpower, and it doesn't have to come down to me using my utility downstairs. Great first round by Falcons. But again, this is to be expected. They are not here in 1 and 2 right now because of their defenses.
This is also one of the more defender-sided maps for the most part. It's such a challenging map to clear in a timely manner or without sacrificing something.
Actually, there's a 0.
Oh my God, for the first time?
What is this guy doing?
Is this the first time we've seen it the entire major, or has it been played at least once? You might need to take a minute to look at that.
That's a good question.
Yep. We'll get the answer in a moment. We will discuss the impact of these Argus cameras. A lot of utility there, especially for flank watch, although you know, a Nomad or a Gridlock could also be effective in that manner, but you've got the pocket breaches to assist getting that single wall opened up for a lurk towards Tellers. Zoto canister goes off, stalling this triple wall from being opened up, and a C4 to follow suit, maybe destroying those Selma charges. Here comes a second one, and it's successful! Wow. All 3 Selma charges have been destroyed except for one. So an angle will be created for NIP once this Zoto canister deplenishes, but they don't have an accessible entryway after the fact.
Also, it was played, I think, by or against 4 Angry Men, and I think it didn't work. So we're going to go with yes, once, didn't work. Fantasy is dead. You've lost your Hibana, so not great. You've now lost Hates because Falcons still have complete control of Visa. They had someone on the hatch, and they had Liquifac walking in, and that cuts down Hates your Demo. So you've lost some of that verticality too. You've lost one of your primary roam clears. Joom has teleported back down to the bomb site as well. Wizard is simply swinging the yellow door and gets cut down by Uzis. There's another peek here from the Scopos. Joom wants to get active. He catches Basetto on an attempted retreat, and Pino finds himself as the last man standing through 2 rounds. Falcons have 0 deaths.
I can't remember the last time we've seen a back-to-back flawless, because even with NIP's several flawless rounds yesterday, I don't think any of them happened back-to-back. So that is extremely impressive.
And a timeout immediately.
Yeah, I mean, NIP have to put their foot down. They're making tons of mistakes from the jump, and Falcons continue to punish them. Again, you've got half your team setting up for a backstab lurk. You've got the 0 and Hibana using their hard breach to open up that single wall. You've got the Ace outside garage by themselves trying to get open garage. That leaves 2 people alone on the roam clear, and they're not even playing together. So Joom picked them apart one by one, and even if Joom didn't find that second kill by Visa, Liquifac was right around the corner. Like, somebody would have killed them because they had info about where NIP were pushing from and how separate they were. That inability to play for trades, that lack of a buddy system, has punished NIP now 2 rounds in a row. So I'm glad they go for an early timeout. But again, Falcons, tremendous job not only forcing the tack timeout early from your opponents, but having this 2-round lead.
I mean, what do you talk about if you're Nip's coach there?
I don't know. Like just fundamentals, I guess. If you want to put more pressure on site early, that's fine. Just do it together. You know, don't allow for Falcons to pick you apart like that. That's what I feel like it has to be. And you know, maybe if you are going to have only 2 people on a roam clear, have one of those 2 be a shield, because that's a great way of clearing the map out a lot safer. That'd be the only 2 things. Those shields are great on this map, and none of them are banned.
Maybe, too, that, you know, Nip, we've seen through the first couple rounds, there are people dying on islands. Like Fantasy not helping the team with the main push by admin. He's going for the back lurk, yellow stairs. He ends up dying. Fantasy was alone as the opening pick. Deimos is alone on Visa, trying to do something, I don't know, and then dies to the guy on the hatch. Ace is on yellow door with basically no support, so he dies to the guy pillar. A lot of solo picks happening for NIP that we need to see amended. Basically, you just need to stop doing that. Buddy up. It's It is that easy, truly.
I thought
could
you'd
be-
say shrimple. I said that yesterday, and I'm glad you got at least a smirk out of it the other day. Well, going into round 3.
I also lied. It's not that easy.
That's true. That's why they're professionals, and we're
It
not.
is.
We're just measly casters. We're going to piano as site number 3 for Falcons rotation. Nothing out of the ordinary on their composition. Again, heavy emphasis on the roam, which has been successful now 2 rounds in a row for them. You've got some trap operators like the Fenrir and the Thorn. You tend to see a lot of shields on an admin over style take. Those are 2 operators that deal with a shield very effectively. And for NIP, once again, no shield brought out, but they've got the info operator of Deimos. Hates trying to get aggressive here from admin and gets some damage dealt towards him, but at least it's still alive. So it continues to remain a 5 versus 5. No early death for NIP yet.
Although it is a little bit concerning that we're a minute 20 in and NIP have 1 guy in the building and now he's dead. My bad. Joom immediately swipes Pino away. In comes Fantasy, though, through that window in benches. He's in the site now. Joom has been refragged. So the man count, although the kill was late, is back to even. Basetto will give his team an advantage now as Nip continue to storm bench. Are they going to be in a position to plant, though, with still 2 players upstairs able to work the verticality and nobody upstairs for Nip? There's one of those players, Brid, getting a kill on the Fantasy, the man in sight. So there we go. The verticality is coming into play. And look, Lickyfack even has rotated upstairs as well to play with the Solus, knowing that Nip maybe are not going to try and squander the site presence they have, but I think the Brazilians now get a clue that, wait a minute, site presence doesn't matter if we literally can't fight these top angles.
And because of the lack of a shield, they can't turtle for a plant against the Solus and Warden. You're screwed. You have no chance of planting. So Nip, with 40 seconds left, are forced to contest Falcons or by some miracle avoid all the vert that Falcons have set up now.
And they're not even really actively contesting. You see Wizard and Basetto are still just kind of chilling there by bench. I think it's just going to be Hates rotating upstairs. No, Wizard has since also exited the building, so he'll be going maybe repelling on this window. No, he's going to try and use his Capital utility. I really don't know what the solution is here for Nip with such little time remaining. The fire arrow does deny some of the vert, but again, Lickyfack maybe will be able to reposition. Plant going down from Basetto. Here's just a hatch drop from Uzis trying to find him. Lickyfack good for a kill. All the coverage dies. Basetto, sure, he gets the plant down, but now he's pistol out. 1 HP against a pinch. Brid cleans him up, and Team Falcons are up 3-0.
And I love the call made there by Falcons. They get fired off from one of the best vert spots upstairs. They go, you know what? One of their guys is planting. It's a 3v2 if we all push this together right now. They instantly drop and win 2 out of those 3 gunfights. 2 versus 1 post plant. Basetto stuck in a corner. Easy trade game there for Falcons. And they now go flawless in the first quarter, going into round number 4. NIP again, it just looked like a very awkward start to their round. They were being kept outside of the map for far too long by a minimal amount of pressure from Falcons. We'll see the Glaz and Warden now ban, which is very interesting. What are your thoughts on that?
Huge brain ban by Falcons?
Yeah, I mean, some of the most successful rounds for NIP on attack have been off of a Glaz, at least yesterday. Don't think we've seen him at all really today. But with Warden banned, the opportunity for a Ying and Blitz is still extremely high. And I think we have one of those 2 operators highlighted at the moment for NIP. But again, the points that I've highlighted a lot for Falcons in these first 3 rounds already, I'll emphasize it again. Fantastic roam, wasting time and working entry picks. Good recovery in the mid to late round to keep NIP stalled and locked out of the objective. And when they finally made that last hurrah, the teamwork and synergy that Falcons lacked a lot on yesterday against Enterprise are clearly here today versus NIP.
Falcons, again, I think this is a huge brain ban from Falcons, maybe reading the Warden ban for Nip. I think Glaz is a lot better on Consulate than Ying is, again, especially with the way Falcons have been playing with so much verticality at their disposal. As Ying, you're only going to be able to affect one of those floors, and especially here on console, there's so much to stop that plant. There's the Solus, there's the Pulse who can both play from below. There's Bride who's going to be able to shoot those Shamika launchers from across the whole building, basically, and avoid those Yings. You got Uzis who could maybe just chuck a Grzmot and get you off the plant. So Ying, again, while very good here, the strength of that Warden Van for Nip would be to run a Glaz and get that Glaz under cover of smoke deep into the bomb site to disrupt those guys who are going to stop the plant. But now they don't have that. We'll see if the Ying from Pino is going to be enough as Falcons once again top floor bomb site. Solotov, the lone man holding inside admin. LickyFac, of course, downstairs on that pulse. We saw Nip try to ignore the opposite floor players in both rounds 1 and 3. I don't think they can afford to do it again. I expect at some point someone's going to try and kill LickyFac.
Almost everyone's on the roof for NIP, though. This is very concerning because, again, the info of that cardiac sensor in sync with a nitro cell, it's a very easy kill to line up, especially for LickyFac. He brought the pulse out quite a couple of times against Enterprise yesterday, and it was also very successful. You highlighted it, Harrison, that we'd really like to see NIP try to push that downstairs roam, but they've still yet to do so. And I think they're just going to send it in for this execute. Montaigne's walking up yellow, trying to go through connector here, and Pino's throwing out the Candelas, but a beautiful reaction by Falcons. 2 kills back-to-back. Wizard responds with a frag onto June, but still the pulse will linger downstairs, and NIP will commit to clearing him.
With the Monty, now that their main push hasn't worked, but look, LickyFac, he's got to get out of jail free card. There's somebody on the balcony looking to catch him, though. Hates does get the kill to equalize. You've dealt with the Pulse and the Solus, who are going to be the main sources of information for Falcons, and Nip still have a minute to recover. This round is not over yet. Hates also may have an angle, but he misses the rotate of these players trying to double team the Monty. Blue Wizard wins a crucial 1v1 up the yellow stairs. Solotov lit to 1 HP. Able to back off. He's going to need support from Bride, who again still has these Shumika launchers. He's got plenty in pocket. 19 left. Solotov misses some shots. Wizard now aware of position, playing around bathroom. Solotov wins the fight anyway, but now his teammate is gone, and he's against a Monty and Hates on Grim. Basetto now planting. Solotov has to make a move. Hates is back way off, knowing that the Denari is going to have to cross to deny this. He'll have to let the plant go down, and now Basetto can go back to pressuring him out. Hates cleans it up, and Nip are on the board.
And I love that adjustment there from NIP too, because the initial execute backfired. Joom gets an entry pick. His teammate follows suit. You lose out on your Ying. That's your big impact player on the site window, but you still have your shield alive. What can you do here? You know about the pulse downstairs. He's isolated. That's an opportunity for a 2 versus 1 fight. So although they didn't necessarily kill LickyFac and Piano, they forced him to hop outside because he could not contest that Montaigne by himself. That lines up Hates for an easy kill. And as Uses tries to contest the people from yellow, that shield provides a bit of a safety barrier so he can't immediately run downstairs to fight the striker. That gives Wizard enough time to react off the information to get the refrag, and all of a sudden you're in a 3 versus 3. Now the round is winnable for NIP. They still have a shield. They still have that outside repel if someone else can rotate to hop in, and they have better HP because they've taken some earlier gunfights that traded damage back and forth between them and Falcons. So it took a little while, Harrison, but after that timeout, they're finally on the board for a Consulate attack.
Yep, we really can't downplay the contribution of Wizard in that round, forcing the Pulse out into the waiting arms of Hates and then winning that 1v1 against the Ella. Had he lost that round is over. That's just one of those times where a 50-50 gunfight goes one way or the other, and that can fully decide the remainder of the round. Falcons, though, still with a very comfortable lead here on Consulate. It's a defender-sided map, obviously, as it's basically always been. In fact, on average, throughout this event, is exactly a 4-2 defensive split.
I was going to say, too, I feel like this event, Falcons have been a more defensive-favored team.
Oh, yeah, super.
Not really too shocking, especially, again, yesterday they had that 1-5 split on their attack, but then 5-1 response on defense. That one round secured against Enterprise as well was off a LickyFac ace. This guy still got it. He is an absolute menace. Despite being just the in-game leader, he can still frag just fine. Here comes NIP's initial entry into the building, but Joom is there to shut it down. Fantasy gone, and now Basetto's alone. Will they try to punish him? They do, but Pino's there on the backstab to now equalize.
Pino controls console office. Joom now stuck next to this Monty, trying to keep killing the players behind him rather than actually contest the shield himself. And it's a C4 from Bride to do him in. Lickyfack on the stairs with a shotgun takes down Hates. And now Pino and Wizard find themselves in a nearly unwinnable situation. Joom good for 2, can't get the third. The most experienced player left alive on NiP's roster, Pino. In a 1 versus 3, he's got a decent amount of time to continue droning and figure out where these players are, but still the tools from Falcons and just the positioning, not expecting Bride to just be sitting on top spiral. Falcons take the requisite 4 rounds on defense.
Off the back of, again, synergy and team play. Falcons playing that buddy system. Joom and, what was it, Solotov upstairs with him, I believe it was?
Yes.
Yes. Both him and Solotov have been playing fairly close to one another on these roams for Consulate. Joom, ignoring the Montaigne, works the pick around him. After he loses his teammate, he falls back and starts to communicate. Guys, there's a Montaigne pushing me. There's 2 more upstairs. Can I get help in some, in any which way to work these gunfights back in our favor? Lickyfack runs upstairs with a shotgun, gets a 1-for-1. I believe it was either Usis or Bride with their Nitro Cell to also work a kill. Thank you. Yep. Bride with the Nitro Cell as well to find a frag off of that information. Fantastic teamwork by Falcons to stop that potential snowball NIP could have been building up after Pino got that 4-for-4 trade.
And now Falcons 1 round away from another 5-1 defensive split.
10 seconds to go.
NIP obviously don't want that to happen, but we're back on Piano, where, if we remember just a couple rounds prior, NiP tried to completely ignore the players on the top floor. Now, there's no more Warden to worry about, so a smoke plant is maybe safer. You still, though, have to worry about the Solus. Falcons are also now bringing the Valkyrie, so they've got more information in and around the bomb site, or maybe to assist this top floor extension. The play for NiP, if they do want to ignore these guys, the play is that they have to smoke plant in a way that it's like an off plant spot, so that way all the utility like the C4 and the smoke babes and stuff isn't going to hit them. But as it stands right now, I think NiP have learned from their mistakes and are going to go for the clear.
They've spotted that there is a Solus. So even with those smoke grenades and a lack of a Warden, you can still figure out where that plant is going down, depending on where Joom is positioned during the post plant. If he has a scanner out, obviously. You do have one more Gersmont in Use's back pocket. That's typically done specifically to counter either a plant or a shield op, who is also usually the guy planting 9 times out of 10. So depending on Use's position as well against Basetto, that could be a big impact play for Falcons. They've got tons of denial, excluding the Solus and Ella. They also have Denari to slow things down, Toxic Babes, a Nitro Cell from Saltov, and not only that, Harrison, but another entry. They have been flawless in the entry this entire half. Unbelievable.
And only twice out of those 6 has it been traded by NiP. So not only are Falcons getting all of these entry kills, but more often than not, there's no response, at least no immediate response from NiP. They've done this a couple times where they'll lose the entry pick and then 30, 40 seconds later they equalize. Lickyfack does go down, but all of his utility is already on the map as the Denari. It's all spread around Admin and Spiral, which, yes, NiP aren't pushing that side, but it also, as the defense, gives you the peace of mind that unless those trips get hit, we know that the entire push is going to be coming from yellow side. We don't have to worry about Admin as the shield has made his way into the bomb. So you can see the silhouette of Monty in the middle of A, trying to get into the default, or sorry, this isn't the bomb site. It's upstairs. Clearing out console office and seeing that there's no one playing upstairs above the bomb site. Solotov, I think you're right.
I think it passed him. They didn't check behind the desk.
They're watching him, though.
Might have heard him on an audio cue. Solotov still just contesting this top floor, however, burning so much time. Harrison, there's only 20 seconds left, and no one's beginning to pressure the bomb site.
Finally, Basetto is right outside that piano door. He's got help from Pino. There's a player on yellow stairs. It's Joom with the Solus shotgun. and no one from the attack is coming down his stairs to pressure him out. From the hatch, though, Fantasy finds one. There's the flank from Solotov going 1-for-1. Joom searching for the planter, spots him, but gets caught on his scanner by Pino. Bride downstairs, who was supposed to try and deny that plant after the ping from the Solas, but Joom died too early. Now the smoke is an unclutchable 1v3 with the Monty still alive. Pino, prone on yellow stairs, gives Nip their second round, and it is a very typical defensive half.
At least they got the default half, Harrison. Nothing to scoff at there for NIP. Let's see what both coaches of NIP and Falcons have to say, concluding that first half.
We continue, Julio.
Yeah, I'm not talking yet. Yeah, just you already know the prep, love to play castle, and usually watch out on, for example, on piano. Usually when they do like more turtle, more fallback about Valcams, okay? Yeah. And like in these specific rounds,
no?
you're gonna ban
You
pulse
said
and
plus Solis.
you can ban Valkyns Solis as well. Like it's not that deep the pulse.
Yeah.
It's like this.
What you say?
We can do the ban, the Pulse Valkens or Solis Valk, up to you guys. I don't mind. But I think Pulse is more annoying.
I think
Pulse is more annoying if you push for everywhere, you know, because, for example, like on CO side, the guy is tracking half the map, you know, with Pulse, so like,
let's do
depends on how you wanna play,
Because it's the guy playing like a retard
SME,
Solis, no?
yeah, and he's playing SME as well.
Yeah, then just Pulse
Okay,
Valk.
Pulse Valk, okay, let's go.
Yeah, and these rounds, they play like fallback, they can retake the stairs as well, okay? So let's like, if you wanna push above, like we said.
Clash pra ir passando, entendeu? Tipo, é tranquilo. Se por algum acaso eles querem jogar mais lento assim, a gente já tem nosso step padrão, entendeu? Tá. Mas vamos começar com ela ali pra ajudar uma travada neles. Depois a gente vai pro piano, tá? Fazer a padrão, tá? O Reis vem de Goio lá pra exatamente a gente evitar essas coisas, tá? Se o Goio tiver ban, você traz uma trap. Traz uma ela, alguma coisa assim, entendeu?
Só dá uma respirada, guys. Vamos jogar com mais calma agora, tá ligado? Na comunicação. Parar de focar tanto só na nossa tela, mano. Vamos somar um entre do outro, tá ligado?
Fechou.
Foi o que a gente fez muito bem ontem e a gente não fez hoje bem nos ataques, tá ligado? Então vamos fazer pra defesa,
garagem,
mano.
Só o base, eu acho que de garagem, eu acho que a gente vai de quarto, tá? Eu acho que a gente vai server, tá? Beleza.
Tá, pode ser. Mas M80.
Fechou.
Mas só foca nesse que eu falei, tá, guys? Vamos se acalmar, vamos comunicar um com o outro e vamos se ajudar, mano.
Fechou. Agora vamos fazer um banho aí pra ver se a gente vai ter que mudar algum plano aqui, mano.
Espera, for fizer uma DM padrão.
I think I made out attack and plant at one point. I don't know, though. On the other side, though, Falcons, I really like them talking about how annoying the Pulse is. Because they just abused the hell out of him, too. So they're like, all right, who's going to be way more annoying? Should we ban the Pulse? Valkyrie is their first ban. If they do ban the Pulse, you take away so much information. And it is. So no Valk, no Pulse. Basically, all your info is going to have to come from traps or Solis, or maybe the rare Echo that we see on this map. Although Nip, as we know they like to play, hold on 3 seconds, as we know they like to play, they're bringing the Clash already.
Might as well use it now while you can. Seen her played quite a lot in South America as well, both, and APAC too. I think we had a CAG against Los play Clash very consistently on that border game, although it did not go their way.
No, it didn't.
With a map as large, with a map as large as Consulate, Clash can be a really great asset to have late round, and I think that's why Hates is obviously hiding in the little catering room. My personal favorite call out of all time. It's such a weird part of the Consulate map, but
why do you like that word so much?
It's just such a fun word to say, Harrison. And there's only one room in the entire game called catering.
I guess you're not wrong. It's a unique one.
But there's another one exactly the same, R6 room. But there is R6 hallway. So
Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege room.
I don't think the game's called that anymore. It's Rainbow Six Siege X.
Well, no, that was just for year 10 because X, like the
true.
iPhone X.
Look at me not knowing ball knowledge.
Oh my God, this guy's getting paid.
Unbelievable. Anyways, though, like I said, Clash, very annoying, slows down attacks, especially the execute or the initial round too, depending on what attacking teams like to go for. And with Hates hiding her in the initial prep phase, I don't think Falcons are aware of it currently.
I do think it's really funny when people do that. They just like prone under a desk with the Clash and hope that they don't get spotted. And I think you're right that Falcons don't quite know. At least, I mean, maybe they know now after droning, but they didn't know before. And there is the glaring issue that Falcons have had all events so far. On their attacks, their entry game is not good, and they tend to die solo with no refrags. We even saw there was some trash talk again. Oh, I can't remember what team it was. Was it Enterprise against
Probably.
Falcons, where someone said, "Wow, Solotov, really living up to your name. You're always solo."
Oh wait, that was, yeah, you're right, but okay. All right, Usus getting away with robbery there as Fantasy's now fallen. The help of the air jabs too will keep this clash at a safe distance, making more space towards admin. And they've got someone at the top of Spiral. The Shamika launcher has gone off to keep them also at a safe distance, but still plenty of space made for Falcons. As I say that though, NIP wide swinging to take that 1-for-1 gunfight, and now they've got long desk control again.
And there's no one else there to back up LickyFac because everyone from Falcons is focused on this admin take that they haven't pushed forward enough for LickyFac to actually have an effect on the round and catch those roamers falling back from long desk. June trying to make something happen as the Sens walls have cut off the long desk angle, but Pino just chucks in a C4, kills the Nomad. If you still had air jabs left for this clash, they will die with her. Now the Sens and the Grim trying to work up through long desk into split. Maybe sneak a pick somewhere because Nipper up 4 versus 2 now. Basetto just sending in his Shamika launcher constantly to deny Brid entry into the bomb site and into that default plant spot to basically make Jume's position completely useless. Bride does make his way in. Basetto just now switches to the launcher and the bounce misses. Bride's going to get this plant down as Jume finds a pick. And just like that, Falcons right back in this. Jume is going crazy. Basetto's now the last man standing, left to wonder what the hell just happened to the rest of his team. Jume with 3 massive picks, Bride sneaking into the bomb site, and Basetto's first Sumika launcher shot, completely missing him, has allowed the plant to go down, force the defenders into Jume, and give Falcons a 2v4.
And that's why they called him the best player on Team Secret. Harrison, immaculate clutch from Jume to keep Falcons in the driver's seat and to somehow recover round number 7. I just can't believe it, Harrison. Especially retaking long desk there, completely catching NIP by surprise. Once they won that gunfight against LickyFac, I imagined for the rest of the round they thought that Falcons weren't even going to push from there, but Jume somehow sneaking past and getting that triple kill completely opened up the round for Falcons. And I think either they just tanked the damage from the Shamika launcher or most of the initial fire didn't hit the planter.
Yeah, so he didn't switch to it until Bride was already a couple seconds in, and then the first one missed, and then Bride just tanked it.
Yeah, I didn't fully catch it at first, but great commitment there from Falcons. You know, you've made enough space in that round. They aren't fully aware you've gone for the plant just yet, despite there being a clash and Tachanka on the board. So committing for that plant in the 2 versus 4, although it's risky, it's kind of the only option you have left. I love the gall there from Falcons, and especially Jume after that plant had gone down, racking up kills. Already 12 for himself in round number 8. This has been a great performance on the first half for Falcons, and at least that round, a big clutch too for them.
Falcons showing that even though they have had their struggles on the attack this event, even though they've been getting picked apart sometimes on these entries, you still cannot count out the clutch factor of this team, especially when you've got guys like Jume and especially Bride alive. NIP now hurting from that last round. Instead of going basement, decide Piano is going to be the next site for them. Obviously, there is a top floor hold, but one of those players upstairs killed by LickyFac as he has an early entry in through admin. Fantasy off the board. Now his utility, again, already gone. I say gone, already placed, but still, it's a crucial top floor player. And now Hates and Wizard and Pino have slightly less support from this side of the map, and Falcons can start to mount their own clear.
Already setting some cutoff angles, Solotov. Watching from Big Skylight, or, you know, Big Spiral from Skylight, I should say. There is some utility to prolong him trying to get through, though, especially that Vulcan pack. More info gathered off the death mark. This could be another 1-for-1 for Jume this time, and he'll win it, no questions asked. Now a 2-player advantage and still tons of utility just to dedicate to the upstairs clear, Harrison, and no one from NIP has budged at this point. they might need to start working for one-for-one picks, but if Falcons, again, just keep that synergy they had on the defense going into round number 8, this should be a very simple trade game, ideally.
Not only have the top floor players not budged, but someone from site actually rotated up, and that gives Falcons the room to just plant. Brede gets it down. Usus ends up dying. Lickyfax low HP, but still Falcons are in control of the round, and they even have someone still upstairs watching for the rotation. Solotov picks off Wizard. The angle from bench through the footholes catches Pino as he attempts to drop the hatch, and Hates finds himself alone. An unwise rotation from the one site player from NiP looking to bolster the top floor clear. Falcons read into it and respond perfectly.
Yeah, that didn't even occur to me, Harrison, that they were just going to spot a gap in sight because the last 3 defenders are upstairs. They're like, you know what? Why don't we just go for a plant? What's the worst that could happen? 6-2 match point apparently is the worst that could happen because that's what we just saw. Again, 2 great opening picks for Falcons. You had Lickyfax with that 1-for-1 on the roamer from admin. That gives you a lot of space early, off again the man advantage, and less pressure NIP can now apply if they want to go for a trade that early. You're basically just taking another 1-for-1 fight and hoping for the best. And speaking of, that's what happened with Besetto. Joom had a Deathmart track on the Mira. Besetto's right around the corner. That 2-shot pistol puts her in the dirt. And after a little bit more time gathering info, they realize, oh, no one's actually playing bomb site. It's only Besetto. Everyone else is on the extension. We still have one person upstairs. They could just be a distraction while we all plant. Now you've got a post-plant set up, and Solotov goes for a big brain move. He goes back up above. If he doesn't get a pick and everyone falls back, he now has Vert to overwatch that diffuser. So really perfect positioning from Falcons there, not only for the 2 entries, but also setting up the post plant again.
Yeah, and additionally to Joom, while he only went 1-for-1 on yellow, by the time he died, the plant was already going down, which makes me think that NiP, because Joom was attempting to push up yellow, thought that the top floor clear was still on. So if so, great distraction from Joom, and now Falcons bringing a very different lineup. Brede on the Blackbeard, Joom on the Glaz. Now, of course, there is no Warden banned, but NiP are not playing him. And with the Glaz in play, with this being another console office defense, I imagine Joom is going to find a lot of value. You've also got Solotov, who can obviously work a lurk on that snake. Usus is going to be able to find a ton of information with this Grim. The main thing they have to worry about is that NiP have now swapped to playing incredibly util heavy with Goyo, Smoke, Azami, Denari.
Yeah, I think they've noticed the lack of Warden played by NIP these past couple rounds. Like, you know what? Why don't we just put the guy 13-5 on a 2-shot DMR? Like, what's the worst that could happen? He gets only 2 kills? Oh, horrible. Only drops 15 map 1? Man, that's... What gotta get those numbers up, Joom.
What if we make it so that the current raid boss can shoot at them,
and they can't see him?
But they can't see him.
Love that we were going with the same wavelength on that one. You've also now got Brede on the Blackbeard. Great operator just to be the spearhead, create space, especially off those smokes too. No one can really see who exactly is pushing through them, or at least just creates a bit of a barrier between you and the defense. Hates hearing all this sound upstairs from Yellow, will try to creep himself upstairs for a flank, but hasn't been successful just yet. These Toxic Babes biding time for NIP, hoping to adapt against this the CEO plant, but still there's just so many tools at the disposal of Falcons here.
Joom on spiral stairs right now, trying to work from the back. There's a jump in from bathroom. Lickyfax gets 2 off the back of his Blackbeard, and it's looking like this round might be over. A 1-for-1 from Hates, but still a 4v2 for Falcons. The Blackbeard finally cleaned up. Lickyfax also low HP. NiP have kind of clawed their way back into this round. It's very winnable. Wizard in long desk, Besetto in the bomb site. All the players from Falcons a little bit separated, but just as I say, it's winnable. Falcons win 2 1-versus-1s back-to-back and take Consulate, which, by the way, was NiP's map pick, 7-2.
And unfortunately, guys, the worst thing that could happen was not Joom getting 15 kills, only 14. So that might be an issue they'll have to discuss during the intermission between map 1 and 2, but a beautiful start to this best-of-3 series for Falcons. We hope to see a better performance from NIP going into map 2, but before we see that, a quick break, so don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everyone. If you missed map number 1, well, you missed pure domination. Team Falcons on Nip's map pick just demolished them 7-2. They won a 4-2 defensive half and then went flawless on their attack.
And in case you did miss that game, we've got the stats to follow up before we go into map number 2 of Clubhouse that we'll dive a little bit deeper into in just a few seconds. Everyone going positive, except Usis, who went 5-5 with 2 entry kills. They went near flawless in the entry department, only losing 1 to Fantasy, and he went 2-9 that last game. They did a great job of retaking the bomb site when plants were going down, setting up that buddy system on the roam to establish early picks and slow down NIP. A really big issue we've seen with a lot of Brazilian teams that have now exited the SLC major is just that lack of successful either time management after not winning an entry fight or just securing an entry to begin with that leads them into a snowballed execute. So I'm hoping for NIP going into map 2 that we'll now be going over. They can maybe remedy that issue, but like I said, now heading into a brand new map, we'll see what that is for our best of 3 series. For NIP's last potential hope in Salt Lake City, we're going back to Clubhouse, which I believe you have the more detailed stats between both NIP and Falcons. Aren't NIP technically negative on Clubhouse still?
Yeah, Clubhouse is one of Falcons' best maps. They're 10-4 before the major.
Wow.
They
oh my God.
also beat CAG on here 7-4 during the major. And NIP have not played Clubhouse since SI 26, where they lost 7-1 to Weibo. And historically, John, they're 5-7. So not awful. Like, it's kind of a 50-50 map for them. But again, it's just the fact that Falcons are so much more successful typically here on Clubhouse. And something else that's a little bit scary maybe for NIP is that Falcons on their attacks, they got better. Each of those 3 rounds, they improved. Because, right, the very first round, we had Lickyfact die alone. We had Solotov die alone. And then we had a crazy clutch. And then as the attack progressed, Falcons were making less and less mistakes in those early rounds. And if that continues, I'm sweating if I'm a NIP fan.
I will say it was mildly concerning that a couple of those rounds on attack, it still came down to 1-versus-1 fights. But at least they were winning them, and it was off the back of some solid information. They weren't just hopping into the building blind. They weren't being disjointed because one part of their clear was being thwarted a lot better by NIP with their utility, like the clash that we saw back in round number 7 of meeting, that being a real thorn in their side. Not to be, confused with the Operator Thorn that's had a recent resurgence because of the shield meta that we're in right now. We'll take a look at the bans we already have in store for us between Falcons and NIP on Clubhouse. It'll be Cade, Capitao, followed up by Bandit and Ace. So not any wall denial, really. You can maybe stall with the Mute, for example. You could stall with Tubarao, but I imagine with, again, how info-focused the meta is currently, that Mute is going to be used primarily to assist a roam, keep them alive for a lot longer, less active intel for Falcons to use since, again, they've been reliant on the Snake, they've been reliant on the Dokkaebi, they've been reliant on Lion. Tons of info ops they've brought out today. And Deimos, too. That's like one of their most favorite operators before Snake got introduced.
First round of Clubhouse is going to be, of course, in the basement. Typical starting site. NIP have a very typical lineup here. They've got the Azami, who I'm sure is going to help with this roam, as well as the Mute of Pina deny these drones. You're going to have Smoke and Goyo placed on the bomb site so that if Falcons do end up going fast, there's plenty of area denial to make sure that they can't fully take control of the site. Falcons, though, may be looking to go fast. They've got Usis on Blitz. And obviously, though, that's not, oh, they're going to rush. They've also got the Dokkaebi. Blitz can be very used as well for this roam clear on Clubhouse because it tends to be so linear.
Yeah, starting out from that CCTV position, a lot of teams like to attack from, or Jacuzzi, whatever your personal preference is. I believe based on where Solotov is, that's the plat wall call out in the compass. He'll be using a secondary breach to get that off. Yes, we were correct about that. So a bit of a split push on this top floor, and there is at least Hates playing from red. So he's seeing and hearing all this information. Being alone, you might just want to back off and not lose that 1-for-1 gunfight. Come back to the safety of your utility. Oh. Wow. Okay. And before he gets away safely, he nets an early kill on the top frag of map number 1. That's Joom gone. No more Logi bombs, which isn't a big deal for this comp. You know, there is no Valkyrie. There's not a lot of info ops at the disposal of NIP, but still having that DMR and the Logi bombs for the execute could have been nice.
Off of that kill, though, they do fall back completely to the bomb site. So Falcons, well, again, they've lost their Dokkaebi. They still have about 2 minutes to play with to open the hatches, set up Vert in kitchen, clear arsenal. I do wonder where they're going to end up executing from, though. Is this going to be a kitchen drop? Is Yuzis going to try and force his way through dirt? Is this going to be a blue moto split? As Bride is opening that moto hatch. Liquifact, of course, now working on the floor as that sledge. Solotov droning through garage now. And here comes Yuzis down the main stairs. So
Kool-Aid wall at sledge?
Oh, could be too. That could be cool.
Haven't seen that in a while. The Kool-Aid wall is the closest soft wall at the bottom of main stairs leading into Arsenal. Sledge can use that hammer to break through it and get the blitz inside just as a distraction because Bride still has that diffuser. Depending on where this Thermite's positioned at, that'll be where the plant is actually going down. And he rotates towards kitchen, providing more vert over Arsenal. Maybe this will be a Hail Mary hatch drop off the back of the assist from Liquifact down through main, but we've yet to see where exactly Falcons want to position for the final execute. They still have a lurk as well from Solotov up by the blue hatch off these Grim canisters. That could give tons of information. Is this a bait, Harrison? Because Yuzis now has diffuser. Where are they going to plant from?
I don't know. Fantasy avoiding the flashbangs as he is Warden. The blitz now dropping into Moto as Church Wall has been opened up. The gas pipe making sure that Yuzis could not play fast off that breach. And now staring down that blitz. C4 goes out, doesn't deal any damage to the blitz. Pino close on the Church Wall, trying to dissuade this attack from pushing through. He kills Bride, but there's trades from Falcons. It ends up being a 1 versus 2 for Liquifact off that execute. He finds the Azami through the wall, but Paceto makes sure that this round still goes the way of NIP.
And although it was not a Kool-Aid wall rush, which is one of my favorite types of executes for that bomb site specifically because how chaotic it can get, it was still an extremely hectic end round position. You had Vulcan packs keeping Falcons at a very safe distance away from the bomb site. The Toxic Babes allowing for the adjustment there from NIP. They weren't dissuaded by the Grim, I believe, killing him fairly early during the execute because everything was so disjointed by the utility that was had in sight. And again, NIP, I love how they didn't overcommit to that roam as well, right? You had Hates playing up by red, gets a 1-for-1, and then just comes back to sight because, again, they have all that utility to intentionally stop a plant that a lot of teams love to go for when attacking Church and Arsenal. And because, you know, Falcons had one of two entryways into the bomb site, which was either against this great wall of Azami Kiba barriers on the table inside a Church, or the triple wall that there was a Warden holding with a shotgun. Not many favorable gunfights to take there for Falcons to set up a plant.
Again, though, surprising that Falcons were able to bring it down as close as they did, despite it looking like they were going to be completely locked out. Also, does that Banshee not just get destroyed by the gas pipe explosion? The one he put on, oh, maybe that one, but the one he put on right next to Jacuzzi Breach. Yeah, that one. It's literally like on the gas pipe. Does that not just get broken? I mean, I guess if you're an attacker, you would have to nade the pipe off anyway, so not a huge deal. I don't know. I just thought it was a little bit weird. Anyway, Nip moving over to CCTV cache rather than gym, and they have a full gym extension, which is not super common. It happens sometimes, especially when you think that a team is going to be going for a con split rather than going for full rafters control. They, of course, do still have somebody in rafters just in case. That's the typical Azami spot here for Wizard, as Platwall has already been opened by Bride. Falcons setting up outside con with Joom and Yuzis. Liquifact downstairs as the Deimos as well. And I'm thinking that maybe Falcons are going to try to ignore the extension here. And yeah, there we go. They have garage control now.
Yeah. Good game of information there from Falcons, spotting how much of an extension NIP had off-site, and they just want to choose to ignore it. Take that path of least resistance. There's Liquifact now scoring garage control off the entry onto Wizard. Still getting those Deathmark tracks as well. You could rotate to apply some vertical pressure with that 2-shot pistol. although Basetto is watching the swamp doorway. Solotov wins a crucial 1-for-1 as well. Falcons just continuing to apply pressure on NIP as they're up by 3 bodies, and there's only a smoke and Warden left to shut down a plant attempt.
Lion scan goes out as the Warden now being tracked by LickyFact, who's downstairs playing in garage. The nade on red, it deals a little bit of damage to Basetto, or sorry, LickyFact's actually in secret. The smoke looking to push up, as I'm sure he's getting calls from Fantasy that the Deimos is in blue. Basetto maybe gassing him off now, or sorry, no, gassing off the breach so that he can take this 1 versus 1. He downs LickyFact with the shotgun. Fantasy not being pressured on site just yet, though. He's still just sitting behind green box as Falcons, despite the Lion call and despite the smoke being distracted, don't yet go for the execute. There's someone still outside Platwall. The case carrier, though, of Bride is on rafters. Joom outside on the cutoff position, deals a little bit of damage to Fantasy, calls out that he's playing on the doorway, and that's going to make Usus more than ready for this swing. Basetto, last player standing, 1 HP. Joom finishes him off, and Falcons tie us 1-1.
And I like that pick from Basetto. I thought he was going to stay downstairs to hold Vert with the Mossberg because there is no safe position in CCTV to plant if someone is downstairs. And that would have forced somebody off a power position on the 2nd floor because LickyFact was alone. But that just didn't happen. He realized, you know, if no one pushes me downstairs, my teammate's in a 1vx and he doesn't have a nitro cell, doesn't have a lot to stop this plant, I might need to come back upstairs and help him. And at that point, I think NIP kind of realized how desperate of a situation they were in. They just started looking for 1-for-1 fights. There was info off the bulletproof cam that there was only 1 person plat, but the Warden lost that gunfight, so they then turned into a 1 versus 4. Not much NIP can do there. Clean round by Falcons. Again, you talked about their info in the beginning of the action phase. They spotted the roam presence that was established from Masters, so instead they take that path of least resistance, work the 1-for-1 fight against Wizard. 3 gunfights in a row without a trade by NIP, still having those same issues we saw on map 1.
Yeah, Joom played Highway really well on that Lion, too. The 1 kill that he got amongst those 3 kills was on the 1 guy that Nip left in Master. So then they killed that, and they didn't have to worry about it at all anymore. So Nip getting a little bit caught off guard, I think, by Falcons just sneaking their way into Garage and getting that split control that they needed. Because when it comes to CCTV, every push, you open plat wall, and then you only need either or. You don't need rafters and con. You just need one. And that's sometimes the weakness of that gym roam and that gym extension is that you have to put so much into the gym extension to hold it properly that you leave other areas weak, such as Garage. And Falcons were able to spot that out. So Falcons now tied 1-1. NIP on gym bedroom now. The Mira being brought in by Hates. Basetto on the Clash to help assist this CCTV cache hold from Wizard in Fantasy. So Basetto certainly going to be a thorn in the side of Falcons as they don't really have any direct tools to deal with it. They don't have the Nomad. They don't have the Capitao. They don't have the Kali that Dan on VP likes to play. But Usus is just going to run on through the breach. It gets immediately killed by Fantasy. Hates with the follow-up. Fantasy just die, but it's 3 kills for NIP at the cost of just 1.
It was something that NIP struggled with in the past, dealing with a rush off of that Blitz shield, but at least round number 3, they counteracted perfectly against Falcons. A 3-for-1 trade, still keeping Clash and the Mira alive. I'd take that any day of the week, honestly, Harrison. Even if you lose your Azami, you can still work off this Clash information, still contesting cons actively, despite there being a cutoff from LickyFact, and he gets blown up! He's now injured, forcing a 1 versus 4 here for Solotov as he's got no chance of rezzing his teammate.
Yeah, I respect the attempt from Falcons, seeing, you know what, they're going to be expecting the standard clear. That's why they've got Clash kind of positioned around red, etc. They go for the rush in NAT2. We call that the Mikey rush. In from Con and just send everybody attempting to take Sheet Door. And Nip were simply ready for it. Fantasy able to get 2 kills. I think Hates had a C4. Basetto finishes off the down LickyFact, and Solotov probably just going to bait for kills here and talk with his team. Again, this is the much, much weaker side for Falcons on the attack. If they can even just take 3 here, I think they're going to be set up beautifully for the second half. And of course, they'll have to get there as Basetto gets a second of the round and Nip retake the lead.
I wouldn't be shocked if we have something like a Clash ban now. There are other great options, obviously, and it was just 1 round. You know, in a vacuum, maybe we see a Kali picked in a different round. Maybe we see more nade spam brought out from Falcons. And,
I think Azami.
And obviously not the same rush. Azami would also be a great ban.
Mira.
It'll be neither. It's Mira instead. I think I did mention her, but not.
Suck.
Yeah, all good. It happens, you know, but still not a bad ban whatsoever. I like the Thermite being taken off the board. That now limits us to a Hibana and secondary Heart Breach. So not a lot of larger openings you can have. It'll make it more challenging for people to get into the building without a gunfight being taken, for example. But now we go back down into the basement. NIP were very successful at defending off the trades, off their utility that they had, like a bevy of resources to keep Falcons out of the fight for as long as humanly possible. Now they're tailoring their composition more to a roam, maybe expecting Falcons to have more tools to deal with the Vulcan pack, shutting down the smoke nades perhaps. And it's also helpful because we see Falcons running Joom on Blackbeard, who's a lot harder to deal with compared to a Blitz.
No, they don't.
I did the thing, bro. Whatever.
They have the Blitz, though.
Okay.
You said his name.
Yeah, but I made a point that Blackbeard would be harder to deal with than Blitz. Rookie move, guys. It happens. Happens the best.
We keep doing that. This is like our 6th time doing that.
Hold on, though. Comms. Ash and Zofia, I kind of like this. You've got the castle in play. A lot of range barricades you can have besides, okay, well, that one, obviously. That one's easy to break. But you have the Azami as well. That was kind of a challenge. Look, the 3 Kibas that we saw last time on that basement floor now could be much easier to deal with Zof and Ash in play.
Interesting that Uzis is already in bar despite the roam presence upstairs as Pino gets smoked through the hatch by Lickyfack. So one of the roamers is dealt with just like that. Fantasy now alone upstairs. Worried that someone could potentially be playing his highway. There's the window that his teammate just got killed from. Do Falcons know about this remaining roamer, though? Are they continuously watching that gym hatch? By the way that they're just kind of moving around the first floor, I don't know if they do. And so this flank from Fantasy could be a crucial part of Nip winning this round if he times it correctly. If it's after Falcons dedicate themselves to either like the main stairs push or the moto drop or something like that.
But they're clearing it upstairs with the drones. If they spot this guy by himself, they could leave someone outside to cut off the hatch drop rotation. And
no, you went too early.
They don't even wait for it. Yeah, they didn't have to force anybody upstairs. They droned him out. Fantasy panicked and just went for a gunfight in an act of desperation before dying. Basetto might meet the same fate. He's just taking a nap under Moto Hatch. Joom will wake him up with a couple of quick bullets to the chest. 5 versus 2 now for Falcons as they've completely turned around the outcome of what we saw in round number 1, now having a 3-player advantage at the verge of this site execute.
And they've still got so much utility, too. Although Lickyfack dies, they've still got a breaching round from Joom. Use this, of course, with his smokes to cut off angles and allow himself into the bomb site. Wizard almost getting smoked off. Can just see Solotov. Can't get the kill. Use this, cuts down Hates. And now they know exactly where this castle is. Joom comes in to assist his shield player. And we are tied again.
Fantastic info from Falcons once again, might I add. You know, it's something we brought up a couple of times. Going back to round number 1, the Deimos, the Snake, none of those were even necessary. They just kind of did it the old-fashioned way. A couple of quick drones. They sent in the Blitz early towards Moto, which helped establish map control for cutoffs. It literally split the map in half and made this roam extension from NIP that looked really nightmarish at first turn pretty straightforward. Lickyfack got a 1-for-1 at under a minute onto Pino. He sits outside and just basically holds a cutoff until he's eventually traded, but then his teammate gets a follow-up after the fact, and then they find another kill on, what was it, Basetto? Sitting
on
underneath
the hatch,
Moto?
yeah.
Just standing there like, okay, don't get me wrong. I don't blame you trying to work a pick, but he just seems so unaware with how vulnerable he was under that hatch. So, you know, it was a good idea, but it just didn't work out in execution. And, you know, Falcons still having a Blitz alive and a 4 versus 2. There wasn't much NIP could really do. And unlike round number 1, a majority of their utility, not just players, but utility, was spent upstairs. So they couldn't even slow down Falcons with only 2 people. They had way less stuff to work with.
And with the exception of round number 1, 2, and even then, with the exception of the round number 1 entry, where Joom just kind of died outside, Falcons have been playing as a complete, like, 5-man unit, right? Even with that failed rush on round 3, It was like 4 people involved in that. So yeah, they lost, but at least they're losing together. This is completely different from the Falcons attacks that we've been seeing, again, all events so far, where they're isolated, they're getting picked early, there's no trades. Seeing them move like minimum 3 people at a time to make a play is really good to see, and again, is why they were able to win those attacks on Consulate and are keeping up with NIP's defenses here on Club.
I feel like the 2 worst instances of those 1-for-1 fights, you know, we go back to the first round of the second half on Consulate. Joom still won that clutch for his team after 2 if not 3 people died in 1-for-1 gunfights. And you look at that first round on Clubhouse where Joom died to Hates, you know, stuff like that just kind of happens sometimes. Sometimes someone wide swings
you on.
outside. Yeah, like, he wasn't doing anything wrong there. That's a great cutoff angle to hold when you know someone's going to walk down red. If he did not have a 2-shot, you know, slug shotgun, probably would have won that fight with Dokkaebi DMR. So, you know, in a vacuum, not really a big deal. They're still 2-2 on their attacks, which for a team that typically struggles on attack is amazing. Now we've got CCTV back in play for NIP, where, again, a huge gap was detected from Falcons. Leaky Fact snuck into Garage, killed Wizard early on Azami, diminishing a lot of that utility. And this time, Falcons, noticing a lack of a roam extension on Master, will decide to take it early instead.
I do like this decision from Nip, though, seeing, again, you know, the Master extension got basically ignored. Wizard was alone in Rafters with his Kibas and nothing else, and he got cleaned up quickly. We cannot afford to let that happen again. So they just rotate off of it. They put a little bit more into the Rafters. You can see there's Goyos now. Both walls are reinforced so that even if Falcons do get Rafters control, it's going to be more difficult for them to get into the bomb site. Falcons do just take over towards Jim's side, although the push from the con wall does tend to be a little bit more difficult than from Rafters. We've also got a roam downstairs from Fantasy. You can see him inside bar, probably just waiting for a call from his teammate on a cam to get a C4, but it doesn't land.
Unsuccessful Nitro Cell, also giving away the position that someone could maybe flank up red later, or not red main stairs, my mistake, since there is Fantasy underneath as Valkyrie. Yin Candela's in play again. A lack of Warden from NIP could maybe be punished in this round, as the Candelas could make tons of space for Falcons just to rush their way into the B bomb site, maybe hunting down this player over by Raptors and attempting a plant, or just barging their way in through the opposing bomb site of Cash.
Joom sending all his utility in. Smokes abound. Bride is in the middle of the bomb site. Solotov is good for 2 opening picks. Plant going down just inside that breach as Solotov is just killing everybody. Looking for the second as he hits the reload. He doesn't chase, but Bride gets the plant down. Fantasy and Hates now need to retake in a 2 versus 5, and because both walls in Garage are reinforced, Hates cannot get back in. The round is cleaned up, and Falcons, for the first time this map, have a lead.
And again, a great use of utility and teamwork by Falcons. They waited for the rest of Falcons to rotate before even trying to work for picks by Consulate. They waited for the plat wall to get opened up. They waited for the Candelas and the smoke grenades. They waited for Solotov to get info on site and the players holding from red. That lets him walk in off of the sound cue, off of the space being made from those Yin Candelas, and netting not only the entry, but 2 kills immediately after. NIP's trade game was non-existent last round, but I also can't fault them. Falcons just had so much utility and plenty of time to set up there as well because of that lack of a roam. NIP were terrified that if they extended over from Master again, they wouldn't have as many people to assist from Garage. And what happens instead? Falcons, off their impeccable info that we've talked about both in map number 1 and 2, spot a gap and take it with 0 hesitation.
Now back on Jim, though, I like NIP picking the Clash back up. The Clash Azami-Ella combination really tripped up Falcons in this rush. They're obviously not going to be going for the same rush again, but still, like, at least they had, I think, the... Oh, no, they didn't have... I don't know why I thought they had a Nomad. They didn't really have anything to deal with the Clash last time, and they still don't really have anything to deal with the Clash, so... I imagine Basetto is going to get a lot of value here for his team. Again, just on this cache and CCTV extension. He's holding red right now. The breach has been frozen off too by the tuber out of Wizards, so that's going to delay some time. But on the other side of the map, Falcons are opening Jacuzzi, setting up on the window. Pino is dead thanks to Joom. Solotov, a follow-up, and hold on a second. Falcons might not even need to clear this roam because they killed the guy peeking CC window. They killed the guy inside gym, and they're starting to take control of the site. The Clash now desperately trying to rotate in to try and prevent this from happening. Hates does kill Solotov up by main stairs, though. He gets downed by LickyFat. Basetto looking for the trade, but they know of his position. LickyFat may be good for a third. His Fantasy stuck behind the mattress, now trying to rotate through, but Joom pressuring him out. It's 3 for the IGL and a 4-2 attacking half for Falcons.
And again, crucial information capitalized on by Falcons. An incredible 4-2 half yet again. We'll take a listen in on both coaches to hear their point of views after the half.
Do you think it was similar? The prep?
No, no.
I mean, we just play like.
I mean, the idea was similar. Like they play kind of fallback, but fantasy retard. But they change a lot compared to before.
Yeah, I think we just play our game like.
Just play our game.
Yeah, don't even overthink, about the prep, to be honest. Good shit, guys. Good ideas. I like how you guys playing. Like.
I should kill the mutas.
The only thing, guys, we are going to ban Termite and Grim, okay? In my opinion, we have to play Warden for the 3 first round no matter what, and I think it's good because they will bring Ying for nothing, okay? Yeah. And then after we just play classic. The first round, yeah.
In my book, I would ban Grim Capital, by the way. They're so boiling it clear, you know?
If you want, we can do Grim Capi as well.
Like you guys would about Thermite. What do you guys feel? Because for me, if you have one of these opens,
we
like
just like
it's boiling, no?
It's maybe like in gym, like they're a team that they're gonna open walls, they're gonna put pressure, you know?
Okay, then ban Thermite then.
No, but you can play aggro, you know? You can play.
Deixa passar 2 aí, mano. Pega 2 no mínimo sempre. E green. Joga de demos esse split, tá, o Fantasy?
Aham, joga de demos.
Tá, tô de boa.
Tá que boa. Bora aí, mano. Fazer os ataques.
Qualquer coisa, se a gente quiser fazer a caçada, por exemplo, mano, só não faz lento, mano. Se quiser fazer caçada na academia, mano. Faz na tora também, mano.
Tá, tá.
Vou ali, abriu o server, abriu o dinheiro, já era, mano.
Beleza. Faz, já traca e já come o cara, beleza. Calma aí. Mano, lembra como eles jogaram Conf, tá ligado? Se ele jogar assim parecido, peitando, mano, só firma a mira aí, mano. Que os caras vai dar o bico, tá ligado? Vai pular a janela, tá ligado? Vai jogar agressivo. Eles estão confiantes também, tá ligado? Tipo...
ainda mais esse mapa aqui, a gente vai abrir os reforços, eles vão ficar muito sem posição, tá ligado?
Sim, eles vão peitar.
Vou pegando a skill e acabar o round.
Eu treino contra eles, mano, na época da Arábia, mano. Mano, eles só abriam, mano. Na hora que a gente abria as paradas, eles abriam, tá ligado? Por isso que eu tô falando pra gente jogar na tora, mano. Na hora que a gente abria as paradas, mano, já faz, entendeu, mano? Pra não dar tempo dos caras, mano, pensar e querer peitar, entendeu?
I wish I spoke Portuguese. That'd be so nice.
It would be really cool.
It would be. Falcons, they were talking about banning Thermite Grim because NIP like to kind of play poke and prod, fall back. Thermite's our first ban. I imagine we're going to see the Grim next too, especially on a map like Clubhouse. Thermite is also, you know, by far the best hard breacher here because it's so wall-centric. It can be difficult getting into the site if you don't have, you know, if you have to like vault through an ace or an ace hole or like crouch through a Hibana hole, something like that. So not having a Thermite, it's not like super detrimental. It's more just really annoying not having him.
Yeah.
Grim 2, you take away a really crucial info op that Falcons used really well, by the way, and a set of hard breach charges, right? Because normally when you take your Grim, it's, okay, Grim 1, good, 2, secondary hard breach. We don't really need to take anyone else. So NIP probably going to have to play something as they're hovering like a Ying or a Striker or something to have that secondary set every round, now that they don't have the Grim. NIP, their bans, Cade Bandit. Pretty typical.
Yeah, daring today, aren't we, Harrison?
Twitch chat, anyone Twitch chat, raise your hand if you don't know what the Cade Bandit ban does. Nobody? Okay.
5 seconds.
I figured. It's pretty common. Self-explanatory, really. I mean, basically the same point we made about Thermite. There's lots of walls. Cade and Bandit stop you from doing that. Now they can't. Oh my goodness. Are we going to have a Joom strip hold?
I really quickly as well, that is funny. I don't know if they'll get droned out or not from here as well. I would hope so with there being a Snake and Deimos. You could be a little more loose. with your drone game here. Nice info spot on the Scopos roaming upstairs by that snake we mentioned briefly. I do want to highlight, though, you know, Falcons, the 2 rounds they lost on attack 2 weren't really that wild to lose. It was a rush through construction that just totally backfired, and then a very difficult execute against so much utility. So winning the other 4 attacks is incredible. They've already won well more than 4 rounds on defense previously when playing this map, even at the major, I believe, Harrison, winning at least 4 rounds on defense, playing through CAG in a different best of 1.
What the hell?
LeakyFac, he got droned out earlier from Snake, and I guess Hates assumed he had fallen back or just didn't double check. Either way, gun up, LeakyFac's prepared for him, and there goes one of your best info ops dead with 0 punishment for Falcons.
Did we maybe not see LeakyFac bait like the sound of him switching or something? I'm not quite sure. Hates dies basically for free. Fantasy, off of the fact that there is a roam, is going to try and quickly go blue. He gets 1 kill, his teammate dies, but he cleans up Bride for the trade. LeakyFac teleports back to the bomb site, is good for 1. Solotov helps him out. And Wizard is now in a 1 versus 3. I like the idea from Nip. Again, seeing, you know what? All right, we lost a body on the roam. They've got presence bar. They've got presence strip. There's the guy upstairs. Let's just try and hit blue fast. But Falcons ready to deal with it. Bride shutting the guy down in dirt so you no longer have the split. Use this in LeakyFac because, again, the Scopos can just teleport back down to site whenever she wants, holding off that blue push and allowing time for Joom and Solotov to also come back and consolidate. Now Wizard, about a minute left. Decent amount of time to play with. Doesn't have any drones, though, so all the information he can get is going to be off of the Deimos. If there's mute jammers on site, he'll be able to get even less info. There's someone peeking him all the way down long. I believe that's Solotov on the castle. Rotates just past the C4. It's got his name written right on it. Falcons, 5-2 lead.
And as you mentioned, Harrison, all it takes is 1 second, and you're now from point A to point B as Scopos. 1 good call given by Falcons saying, hey, they've given up on the roam clear. They're pushing into site. I need help site. Instantly, LeakyFac is there. Everyone, again, playing for that trade game. You've already won the first gunfight. Way easier to go back and forth on kills when you've got a man advantage established early. Not many options left there for NIP because they were unsuccessful on this roam clear. For one person as well, might I add, that you're playing Scopos, 90% of the time you're starting the round thinking, okay, I'm probably going to, break some drones, waste time, but my plan is to fall back at some point. LeakyFac only did that when NIP just gave up clearing him, and he had no help from anybody else. So this was not a good start for NIP. They're down 5-2, just like we saw in Consulate, going with a fairly similar lineup, although it could change. There's still time. Yep, already happening. So we'll discuss Falcons instead as they now defend Gym and Bedroom. Their lineup is very bunker focused. They could definitely extend still over by Cash and waste plenty of time. They've got the Tuberau Zotos that could be used either for Jacuzzi or for the interior walls of Cash. We've got Warden, maybe to counteract that Ying and Smoke Grenade presence. There is no more Capitao, so less smokes overall for the attack. And now for NIP, they might be looking to challenge this extension just slightly. I'm not too sure if Fantasy either wants to walk up Red or maybe just challenge Bar instead. I think he's going to go with Red off of those grenades and a Deathmark tracker.
Of course, barbed wire right in front of him to help stop him. Joom seems like he's aware of the potential walk. We also got Solotov all the way in rafters to make sure no attacker is going to get free garage control. It does leave only LeakyFac and Bride on the site, however. Bride currently contesting the Jacuzzi breach, I think trying to impact away some of those Selmas. He's successful on one of them, or I guess technically 1/2 of the 4 possible explosions of those 2 Selmas. Fantasy now, I was about to say now tracking, but he canceled it. Tracking. Nope. Never mind. I'm not going to talk about it. There we go. Tracking the Warden of LeakyFac. He's placed in gold right now, so not going to be able to do too much. And now Falcons are aware that they've got a lurk downstairs that they're going to have to worry about.
They have fallen out of Cash Room, which I don't fault them for. The main breach from CCTV has been opened up by the Habana pellets and the secondary hard breach from Wizards Ying. You've burned about a minute 30, not dropped any bodies, still 3 Nitro cells. Okay, Now 2 Nitro Cells. Joom just used his, and tons of Kibas. This is a great position to bunker into. Licketback can use this in sync. Tag team onto Wizard and Hates. 2 picks, and the Candela's now gone. This is a brutal position to claw your way out of for NIP, as once again they are so spread apart and have no utility to make space besides, I guess, their flashes and maybe Fantasy's final grenade, but it finally goes off. It doesn't blow up that player as well, and now you've got a 4 versus 1. There's just nothing left, Harrison.
Wow, Licketback moves past the nade to kill the Deimos and then ends up dying to the pipe, but his job is done. Pino kills Joom coming in from Khan, but there's a player in Jim that he has no idea about. You mentioned that Falcons have great positions to bunker down in, but they say screw that and push out of the bomb site as Nip attempt to set up for the execute. It's when an attacking team tends to be their most vulnerable, and Falcons timed that aggression perfectly.
Yeah, it can be a really big struggle if you allow for a team that has a Ying, a team that has these nade spam, a lot of opened breaches to kind of flood your way into sight from multiple positions. It's very hard as a defender to stop that from happening without taking aggression early. So that was a good call made by Falcons before these people on the window start throwing out their utility just to barge at them while they're unprepared for it. 2 picks going their way. You also have the player by Red who did technically not die to the nade, but the explosion caused the gas pipe to erupt, and that's what ended up killing him. He still died, but went 1 for 1 there, so huge player advantage already. Getting a 1-for-1 trade is totally acceptable. Again, beautiful round by Falcons. They didn't overcomplicate their roam extension, and when they bunkered into sight and saw an opportunity to take picks, they also went for it, and again, was not punished from NIP.
And now Falcons are 1 round away from moving on to the decider matches. 1 round away from eliminating the 3rd Brazilian team from this event and leaving FaZe as the sole SAL representatives. When is the last time that happened? That we have seen 3 Brazilian teams eliminated this early. I literally cannot remember. It has to have been. It has to be like.
I think you should look that up.
Years. I think it would. Honestly,
Jamie, can you pull that up?
I tried. I tried a little bit earlier, and it literally, I had to look through so many tournaments, I ran out of time.
And then
it's been so long.
In contrast, I feel like we've seen 2+ Brazilian teams making it to at least top 8. And then, of course, FaZe, the past 2 world championships, they've won them. So they've been such a dominant region. And now it's all on the hopes of the world championship. If NIP not only win this map, but are forced to win another one against, one of the best teams that EML has had to offer, even in recent times, not just in the past. Deathmark track early for NIP, at least detecting Solotov, but it now disappears. NIP now realizing the extension over by Master. They'll try to get these Candelas down, but I might be wrong, actually, Harrison. Do they know about Licketback ratting here? I'm unsure.
I'm not totally sure either.
I think they're trying to yank Khan out.
Yeah, more Candelas are going out, and Licketback is just kind of sitting here. Wizard now abandoning that hatch. So the Jaeger and the Thorn can continue to just play here. Joom uncleared in Rafters is good for a kill on Hates. Brito a follow-up on, I believe, a player attempting to walk red. And this could be over. It's Pino and Wizard in a 2 versus 5, and it's over! Just like that! Team Falcons are flying high, and John, I'm thinking they're back.
And the one player who had some of the lower stats for the Falcons was the MVP of Series Point map number 2. It was Licketback dropping double digits. I believe it was 13, if not 14 kills. It was 13. I was right the first time. Joom also still dropping double digits. That was 24 kills in the span of 2 maps. Solid performance by him. The entries were on point for Falcons. Their trades were fantastic as well, and I cannot wait for the post-game interview. We'll try to set that up as quickly as possible and bring ourselves to a quick break and return at the end of this matchup. Do not go anywhere.
A big win for Team Falcons as they stay alive here in Salt Lake City. Here's Joom after the win. We're sitting right next door, and we hear the whooping and the hollering and the celebrations. It sounds like the energy is back for you guys.
Yeah, it definitely is. I don't think it was ever gone, to be honest. It was more like in-game stuff that was missing. I think we always had the energy, but yeah.
Well, talk to me about that in-game stuff. We saw the struggles against Wildcard and Enterprise. We saw lots of conversations about how you guys were going to improve things. What changed between yesterday and today?
I think just mainly focusing on ourselves and not the enemy as much. I think that was like the main point, and still trying to figure out like new team, new play style, what works, what doesn't.
Well, it seems like things on your end are working very good. Another great showing for you. Anything you were focusing on today that resulted in that?
Just like amazing comms from the entire team. I think that was the main point. It was just felt easy.
Amazing. Clean answers from Joom as always. As Team Falcons stay alive, they'll head to the 2-2 decider games tomorrow. I'm here with the MC ahead of All Gamers matchup against Five Peers in just a moment. MC, yesterday you played Shopify Rebellion. You lost to an NA team. Now you face another one. Any takeaways from that matchup?
Shopify was really good. We learned a lot from them, from that match. And I mean, we're here to have fun and learn. I'm sure we could play like ourselves today and win.
Well, tell me about your performance. You've been playing very well statistically. Right now, you lead the team. What's been working well for you?
I mean, I have the most experience on this team, so I'm using this experience to play the major, and I mean, yeah, and it is what it is.
Well, finally, Five Fears, we know they can be an aggressive team. They use the shields a lot on attack. Any plans to counter that?
I mean, yeah, of course there are plans, but I'm not going to say them right now. So, yeah.
Good answer. That's All Gamers. JJ, was this the draw you were hoping to get against All Gamers?
That comment could get me in trouble, but I think I'm very optimistic at the opponent we drew. I think there was a lot of other more complex opponents we could have drew, and I think we're in a very good spot going into this.
Okay, very diplomatic, but this is your first time playing against a team from the CNL region. Anything you're expecting out of this team?
For them to be all over the place and completely uncoordinated. I've been watching their VODs all of last night and this morning, and I really don't expect too much from them. I'm just going to focus on our own game plan.
And finally, before you head into the match, anything you have to say to the people?
Ballsack Nation, let's ride.
As always, a confident JJ heading into their match against All Gamers.
Welcome back, everyone. We just saw, unfortunately, NIP get eliminated. Team Falcons look like they are super back. And for the first time in years, I think, many, many years, many moons ago, we have one Brazilian representative heading into top 8. But now we have All Gamers versus 5 Fears. China versus JJ Blastful.
5 Fears have been making a good run, at least so far, in the lower bracket, but they still need 2 more best-of-3 wins if they want to make it to the main stage. And for us, luckily, we've had a bit of a few conversations with them. They jokingly said we were a bad luck charm at first for them as they lost the first 2 games that we broadcasted. We've now, by coincidence, casted them now a 4th time in a row. And during that conversation,
totally not on purpose. Like, the schedule was made before the matches were decided, so we have just randomly gotten every single 5 Fears game. But we are going to talk about All Gamers first. China's last hope, coming in from CNL as the #1 seed. So, of course, they did not have to play the play-ins. None of the Chinese teams surviving those. So far, their top player, MC, and I guess we could also consider Yaz to be their 2 top players. Now, they are a bit of an interesting team because they don't play as you would expect, I think, an APAC team or an Asian team to play. On the defense, one of the reasons why they were losing to teams like Shopify and Weibo is that they don't really play a lot to disrupt the execute. They kind of just rely a lot on their anchor game, and so they allow the attack to set up for the execute and then just kind of hope that they're going to be able to anchor. It's really weird.
And then turning that play style against their opponents of 5 Fears, that could be problematic, Harrison. This team loves to just set up for the execute, utilize those shields, utilize the cheese ops, like the glass, the smoke plants. It really feels like whenever 5 Fears cannot go for a plant on attack, they kind of just go full fisticuffs mode. They kind of just have their backs against the wall, and they try to go for some crazy 1-for-1 gunfights, and sometimes it just does not really pan out their way. I'm interested in seeing where we go for the map selection. I'm kind of hoping we don't have Fortress because 5 Fears are still flawless on that map, and okay.
We're not.
Big sigh of relief. 5 Fears actually banned it. I'm kind of shocked by that. Again, they've been successful on Fortress every single time. Maybe they're worried if All Gamers are also good on that, or it could be the wrong way around perhaps. But either way, I still love the 3 picks regardless. Layer's a great map for both 5 Fears and All Gamers. Chalet, I don't think we've even gotten to cast that today. Or not today, but the whole event. And
we have not.
Yeah. And the Desire of Labs, still one of our favorite maps.
Yeah, I think maybe 5 Fears banning Fortress because there is a lot of VODs on them, on that map because they play it so much, even though they're flawless. And it was also domestically a really good map for All Gamers. So I have to assume that's the reason why they banned it. But Lair Chalet Labs, I feel like, is still kind of a 5 Fears map pool, right? These are still execute-heavy maps. These are still maps that are going to really lean into those shield plays, the Glaz, the Ying that they like to play. Historically, 5 Fears, I think, they're 2-1 on Lair as of recent. Labs, also, we know they love to play a lot. Although, again, All Gamers domestically are also good at these maps. I just worry that maybe it's weird saying this about a team who's at their first international event, but I'm wondering if the experience of 5 Fears is going to win out here.
And I want to let the record know, I was going to say this before we started talking about All Gamers, obviously, is we have a show to run. I had a bit of banter between both Forrest and JJ. If you remember all the way back from the Atlanta Major, a little-known professional commentator known as Casting Links had their head shaved because of Forrest making a miracle run with SSG into top 8 for playoffs. Now, I've made somewhat of a similar decision today after breakfast and maybe some peer pressure that's turned into a bad decision. If 5 Fears make that miracle run, and for the first time as this team making it to a main stage, if they go to playoffs, I'm going to lose my hair as well. But they still have to win today in a best-of-3 against All Gamers and win against whomever they will be playing tomorrow for another BO3. So my hair might be saved, but if not, at least I would be losing it for a good cause, for maybe NA's last hope, depending on how the rest of the matches go today as well. Because I don't think we have any North American teams that have qualified yet for the Phase 3 stage yet, have we? I don't think so.
No, because Wildcard lost yesterday to FaZe.
Unless
and they were
Shopify,
the
like...
only 2-0 team. Oh no, Shopify.
Did they just qualify against Enterprise?
Shopify did 2-0 Enterprise. So we do have one NA representative. Of course, Wildcard and DZ also 2-1, but they also play against each other. So we will have another NA representative at 3-1, just because of that. Lair, of course, again, we mentioned it's a pretty good map for both teams. 5 Fears won it against 1 of 30 on kickoff. They lost it in overtime to VP after being up 6-5, and then kind of got their revenge on it against CAG, winning here. And All Gamers played it 4 times in kickoff. They won all 4 times. They did lose it, though, here. They lost it to, I believe it was Weibo.
Sell them out! 5 Fears, we've also casted them on this map previously, having some struggles with dealing against those power positions, especially with the help of Inazami and her Kiba barriers. Now we already have 5 Fears opening up the operation wall, kind of cutting mezzanine and making it safer to start challenging Moonlight off of this bandit right by the site wall. They do have Snake on Deimos. He could go downstairs to maybe Deathmart track him, deny that bandit trick, break some batteries, and potentially allow this wall to be opened up. But with the addition of Tubarao, it might take a long while to fully set that up without killing Moonlight directly.
Yeah, I think you're just going to have to kill the bandit. Like, it's going to be hard to dislodge him and then not allow him back into Mask.
Right.
5 Fears, they don't have... I mean, really the only guy who's going to be able to do that, though, is the Deimos of Snake, if he's able to set up below and get the track. Obviously, we don't really know yet if he's got that information on him, but it's going to be a main stairs play here from JJ Blastful on the Blitz. Fens jumps into bathroom. The Blitz forced to back off thanks to the smoke canister. It deals a ton of damage to JJ. Trying to climb back up. He's got a drone in front of him. Sees the hallway clear, at least for now, and going to be relying a lot on Fens to hold this position.
Just playing in bathroom, keeping a safe area for 5 Fears to now push up into Mez and maybe try to use that last grenade on the striker to get rid of this bandit. Instead, Snake will finally go down below and at least remove one of those batteries. It seems like Moonlight will try to rotate over, deploying that battery, but it's not in the nick of time as Snake will catch him by surprise. And through the cross, he somehow lives. Tons of damage dealt to Moonlight, but it's still a 5 versus 5. The wall's finally opened up now, however, for 5 Fears, and Capitao even rotates outside. So now you still have to worry about the opposing angle from this double wall and all of Force's utility, which is just one Firebolt, but that could be used to deal with the desk position that 5 Fears also have struggled with dealing with in the past. And yep, that's exactly what they use it for. Perfect use of utility by 5 Fears.
JJ almost killing the Azami as she falls back, but he jumps right onto the waiting arms of Moonlight. JJ dead, so is Fens. And just like that, the Master Office push has basically been shut down completely by All Gamers. Moonlight, another kill onto Rival. The Bandit ratting close to the doorway, getting 2 kills for All Gamers. There's no way for 5 Fears to get in. There was a triple stack on the doorway that Snake tried to push. And the Chinese end up with round number 1.
All Gamers, a fantastic anchor. They fell off of what little extensions they had over by the lobby staircase. They did take a ton of HP off of JJ, so when he was tasked to be that space maker to allow for Force to plant, he was unsuccessful. He died immediately to Moonlight when he hopped over that couch. Would he have died as easily if he was on full health? Probably. That was a bit of a risky choice by JJ to make, but still made it a hell of a lot easier since he was already one shot. You win the first entry, you get forced off that plant, and the one thing we highlighted for 5 Fears' attack is that they live and die for the plant. So them being unsuccessful at attempt or securing a post-plant position, they're forced to just play for gunfights at a 5 versus 3 where All Gamers have one half of the objective still hold as just an area to play for crossfires and play for each other's contact. 5 Fears cannot clear that out because they've lost all their utility. Just getting into operation and then setting up for a plant. We now go down into the basement after All Gamers' successful defense upstairs. And they're already bringing out the Clash and Echo, 2 of the most annoying operators to deal with for a basement clear.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe Five Fears just didn't need to try and push their blitz that deep into sight. I mean, we talked about the All Gamers MO where they're not really going to extend out at you. They let you set up and try to rely on their strong anchor game to win them rounds. In that case, it was Five Fears, just no information on that bomb site. Hopefully not going to be an issue heading into this basement defense where they've got the Ram, they've got the Snake. They're probably going to be going for this full map clear. Clash does get a little bit weaker on this bomb site when you have the Ram destroying the floor fully above A and making space for like a filter plant, which I imagine is going to be the eventual goal of Five Fears. Of course, again, like you mentioned, you have that Echo to fall back on. You have that smoke to fall back on should Five Fears take too long.
I like Fens here on the Snake, or yeah, I said it correctly. I thought I got it wrong. Wow, rare fellow correct call as a commentator. Could be helpful for a lurk. We tend to see Five Fears prioritize the vert less when attacking basement for layer, and instead, you know, pushing through stock, getting missile control, basically sandwiching the anchor. And if there's vert applied with boogie drones, they also have a cutoff from above too. So you're kind of forced with your hands tied to go for some sort of gunfight. Here's the Blitz rushing down through the warehouse side of the map. Some damage dealt between the Jaeger and Blitz, but no kill confirmed once again at that minute 30 mark. As we say that, there's some vert going upstairs down from Rival, as a majority, again, of this composition by All Gamers is set and focused on an anchor off the Clash and Echo. So again, that final minute marker, you're going to have to worry about some of these cutoff angles by these boogie drones, and maybe they'll just try to hunt down the Clash as early as possible, but no, it'll still be that entry by JJ onto Yaz, but it's an instant trade here for All Gamers.
Of course, though, he's not the man with the case. It's Forrest, and he's trying to get it down in lab, but he's getting stunned off by the Yokai drone. It's going to be a lot on Fence to try and cover this, but the C4 from Moonlight will take down the Blitz and drop the case inside the bomb site. Snake kills the Clash. He's good for 2 kills inside stock, going for a back hit. It succeeds in giving Five Fears the man advantage. And now Railgun has to be gun up. He has to try and support his teammate of Solo Mid. Plant now going down once again. Railgun back on the Yokais. Stun, though, not going to be successful. He doesn't get the proper angle on the ceiling, and it allows Fens to get the case down, and immediately Five Fears back off because they know they can just simply play the verticality, leaving Fens downstairs just so they have some extra coverage. He finds Solo Mid through the ace breach and lockers, and now Railgun, the man who was unable to deny the plant, left alone, and he fails the clutch. Five Fears tie the score.
And a recovery by Five Fears in round number 2 off the backstab we highlighted during the prep phase, Harrison. It's something that they love to do, specifically for Snake, being one of their best fraggers and most consistent players mechanically, finding a gap somewhere by himself across the map and catching people by surprise. Everybody has focused their attention on the vert. Everybody's focused on JJ, who tried rushing his way into sight and only went 1-for-1 during that round. So they completely forget about the back of stock. That's where Snake walks in. He makes a ton of space off that 2K, and unfortunately for Railgun, like you mentioned, he had to play gun up a majority of that round after his teammates died because he didn't want to leave the smoke alone, but that didn't give him as much time to set up his Yokai correctly to stop Fens planting the diffuser, giving Five Fears enough time to stick it. Now you got a 3v1 with Vert and the ability just to walk back outside in a man advantage, giving Five Fears a great end game position. And again, they live and die off the plant. They spot a gap to take an opportunity, and now they've tied up the scoreline 1-1.
Now it's going to be Bunk's briefing for All Gamers, setting up upstairs, but curiously, no Solus or Warden. They have neither of the power position players who are meant to stay upstairs and stop that plant. Instead, they're going to have the smoke upstairs, obviously, because he can send those gas canisters down into the site to stop a plant by the doorway or the breach, or he can halt a clear upstairs. He's got Railgun and Yaz to help him out, too. Railgun, of course, has a Pocket Thorn. He can send that down towards the planter, too. It's just odd not seeing either of, like, the primary you can't smoke plant operators here for the top floor hold.
Meanwhile, Five Fears, yes, they don't have a Ying or Capitao, any of those stable operators or staple operators to assist to make space for a plant. They do still have Deimos and Dokkaebi, tons of information there. JJ on Blackbeard can be a major threat for the upstairs extension, even dealing some damage early onto Railgun. Could probably throw that grenade if there's no ADS close by to the shield to destroy it early. But JJ will wait to gather more info beforehand. I love the use of the Selma charges as well, guaranteeing that no one can retake Office, and that display will now be challenging to recapture as well because it's a cutoff from the second Selma charge. So 5 Fears at about the minute mark have gathered a lot of space off this utility, and Rival, through his own Selma charge, shuts down solo mid. Those are your toxic babes gone.
Yeah, that's like the one guy who was supposed to do the job of the Solus or the Warden and deny that plant. JJ taking a little bit of damage from Railgun's traps. Minute 30 left is now the Azami tracked by the Deimos offense, who's sitting outside that display window, teaming with JJ here. The position of that Azami being constantly called out to the Blackbeard player. Looking for a way inside this doorway. Maybe waiting for Rival to support on the other side. The nade from Fens can certainly clear out the position close, and in comes Rival just barreling his way into server. Down goes the Thorn, down goes MC upstairs too, and 5 Fierce clear has some teeth. A minute left, they've got a 5-2 advantage, and they've still got these last 2 defenders isolated up here. Moonlight good for 1. JJ, though, stuck between 2 players. At least he's refragged. Yaz is going crazy, but Rival gets a 3rd kill, and 5 Fears take the lead.
And the sync of the dough could be called the Deathmark Trek and the Blackbeard Shield. Oh my for all gamers as they just get barreled down by 5 Fears on the frontal assault upstairs. Complete textbook by them, you know, that they get their early round information. They notice that no one's roaming from operation. They spot that there's 1 shield to stop anyone from getting into Office. Once it's been destroyed, you get the Selma charges in from Rival. Lack of wall denial upstairs with a Bandit. Now he's been banned too, so I imagine it'll be just as easy for the Rain Breach to be successful if they see the exact same extension we did in round number 3. You have those Selma charges go off, you work an entry from those angles, and then just start slowly pushing the Blackbeard in off the late round info, off the Logi bombs, off the Deathmark trackers, off the frag grenades that are also making space for Blackbeard. Perfect team play. Off the utility, off of your guns. You've got the round advantage now on layer attack, forcing an early timeout by all gamers, which I think is the right move to play here. You typically want, you know, a 3-3 or a 4-2 split on your layer defense, and 5 Fears, you know, despite their hiccups on round number 1, you know, really struggling to secure a post-plant position on Office, they looked incredible both on their lab recovery and their entire clear of the bunk roam.
Yeah, and again, it's all gamers just kind of sitting in storage and R6 room and waiting for 5 Fears to come to them. But as we've mentioned, if you let this team set up and let them do what they want to do, you're going to be in a world of hurt. Same thing goes for Shopify. Same thing goes for Weibo. The reason why all gamers that worked against Furia is because Furia were playing so individualistic. All they had to really do was just wait for the members of Furia to walk at them, and they could kill them one by one. That's not going to work against these coordinated, execute-heavy teams. Now they find themselves back on the top floor. They're not bringing the Bandit anymore because, of course, he was just banned by 5 Fears, so they're going to have much easier access to that mask plant spot. I think maybe because of that, too, they're not going to necessarily feel the need to go deep into Master because they're going to get that open so early.
Bandit not only would have been a struggle on bunks with dealing, or I guess with counteracting Rival's hard breach, but it was a problem in round 1. It took over 2 minutes for 5 Fears to get Snake downstairs after assisting JJ running up main stairs, after gathering info on other operators off the bomb site, to then just getting the Bandit from, you know, from a safe distance, just off the wall, not even killing him outright. So instead of, you know, trying to waste more time doing the exact same thing, they just decide, you know what, screw it, let's ban Bandit. If they have a mute jammer on the wall, I can just shoot that easily through the floor and they can't trick it. So now they'll get the site wall opened up a lot faster with Ace still being in play, and a Thermite brought into the mix too, meaning they have another avenue just to run into site. Maybe they'll leave this double wall reinforced off for the plant to go down and open it up later to have basically a sandwich of angles or a crossfire covering this diffuser. But again, you know, that's if they get the plant down. There's still an Azami by Master Desk. There's still a Tachanka with a lineup for his Shimikas to land on the default plant position. And there's still a Nitro Cell with Toxic Babes for both SAS operators of Solo Mid and Macy.
And JJ off the flashbang from Yaz just swings in and kills the guy Desk and then leaves. What an absurd play from the two hard breachers. Fens, though, very quickly falls to Moonlight. Playing outside by Skybridge, I think catching a lurk. Snake looking to follow up, but Moonlight backs up and now tag teaming with Railgun by Storage. JJ now setting up for the execute, knowing that that Desk player is gone. Smoke grenade goes out, but there's the Tachanka fires to answer. And with JJ, such low HP, he cannot risk planting through it and tanking the damage. Forrest, his job downstairs, likely going to be to dislodge or distract this Tachanka enough for JJ to get the plant down. Nade goes up through the floor. I don't know if maybe that was meant to break the shield, but Snake gets a kill onto Moonlight. JJ, your main defuse planter does fall to MC. Now it's stuck outside the breach. Rival trying to work his way in now. He's got to cross through Mass to pick up that case. And no one from All Gamers so far watching this angle. Actually, it's Forrest who's since rotated up, so Rival can just sit here and cover. Railgun only with 8 Shumika launcher shots left. Rival going to try and push deep, maybe try and catch the Tachanka with the launcher in hand as Forrest baits for the plant. Here's the attempt. Shumika launcher now out. Rival looking for the opportunity to get the kill, but it's too late, actually. Forrest is able to stick the diffuser through, but just as it happens, All Gamers explodes for 3 kills.
And All Gamers keeping their composure and playing for the win condition again of stopping the plant. I also like how they didn't completely tunnel vision on just stopping the execute towards Office. They still were watching out for a potential lurk. That dealt with Snake very effectively. They did acknowledge that Forrest was downstairs, so they avoided a lot of the vert off of his shotgun and revolver pistol, while also taking to the fact that they do have a man advantage for dealing in that execute. So just good job keeping those Shumika launchers alive and kicking throughout the round. That forced JJ to die really early. If not the Shumika launchers, then the toxic canisters by Solo Mid. And the Shumika fire killing Forrest, funnily enough, after his two teammates died trying to make space for him to secure a post plant. So 5 Fears continue to be unsuccessful on Office in the R6 room. However, they had a great recovery on this basement floor bomb site. So might still have a chance of bringing back that lead in their favor, but again, I gotta commend All Gamers and the amount of utility they are bringing to stop 5 Fears' win condition of the plants.
Yeah, I think because they've identified that 5 Fears are going for that mask plant, you don't need to necessarily disrupt and execute for that, because you can just stack utility upon utility and force them to either have to wait it out and attack with 10 seconds left, push in deep, and you can just wait for them, or both, and that's exactly what happened with All Gamers. However, it's these two other sites that playstyle tends to be a problem with. This time, though, All Gamers do have a setup on the first floor. Solo Mid, Moonlight, Yaz, and MC all currently above the bomb site, so it is quite a large extension. Not something that we're necessarily used to seeing from All Gamers, though when they do extend, they typically fall back rather quickly. But the amount of utility they have dedicated to it makes me think that this is going to be a slightly different look.
All Gamers also realizing, 5 Fears, even if they go for a more horizontal clear, they still emphasize bringing a ram to establish vert. Even if the ram doesn't necessarily get any kills upstairs, those angles provide tons of pressure and limit the rotations for any defender close to site on the basement. So now forcing 5 Fears to actually take their time, breaking open these reinforced walls, using flashes and grenades to push back the roam. It's going to buy more time in the late round for All Gamers. It's going to take off some resources from 5 Fears as well. The flash is successful, but so is the hatch drop for Moonlight, if not Yaz there. So everyone has fallen back to the basement, excluding Solo Mid, who's just kind of chilling out by blue stairs. He can deny a lurk for a very long period of time, either with his shotgun or the Toxic Babes. He's still handling, and, not a big deal because you still have all those yokais to stop a plant if need be. And I think JJ might be forced to try to challenge this smoke by himself. This could be a very risky fight, Harrison.
especially with the smoke lower on the staircase. One blast to the feet could bring JJ down. But again, like we said, All Gamers really only spending about a minute on that upstairs extension before falling back. Though now, like you said, that blue stairs hold is posing a problem for Five Fears. There's only about a minute left as the Ram of Forest starts to go to work on this floor. Not quite sure where Five Fears are going to end up executing here, but Snake gets the kill onto MC, and that'll open the round for Five Fears. JJ trying to find an opening here in Storage 2, duoing with Snake on the Snake. Moonlight evens the odds with the kill onto Rival. Snake looking to pick up some utility from that dead Azami in Storage. Forest needs to be able to cover upstairs here through the vert. Maybe even looking to lurk down into Warehouse here. JJ getting harassed by the Yokai drones right now, and he knows that there is no opportunity to plant right now. They need an advantage against All Gamers, especially with this even man count, and the Yokai's still up. Yaz holding this rotation that we're seeing from Forest. No information. He almost dies to it. Is just going to keep on pushing despite the Jaeger about to bear down on him.
Prone!
And oh my goodness, Yaz gets baited. And that gives enough room for JJ to now plant on that side of the map. Snake another kill. Moonlight's dead. And Five Fears have an absolutely absurd rotation to win the round.
And Forest, living on that lurk, denies the flank from Yaz, and Snake shooting the Yokai, securing the plant, and winning a fight with the F2. Again, sealing the deal on that basement execute. Five Fears, not just tunnel visioning themselves and trying to funnel through one specific doorway against all this information that the Yokais have provided, right? They concussed Blitz several times. They knew that the initial push was over from stock, but then a rotate happens. Five Fears spot a gap in one of the two bomb sites, and just getting that man advantage and being able to stop the Yokais from shutting down that plant was enough to seal the deal. They'll take back the lead, and it won't be a reattempt of Lab by All Gamers. They're going to go to Bunks, where, again, it was a near flawless round from Five Fears. They opened up the main breaches by Office and Display. They worked 2, if not 3 picks in about a minute to minute 30 mark, and just used the rest of their info ops to completely rush themselves through the deeper parts of that extension by R6 room, winning the round, I think, with still 4 bodies up and alive. And their lineup, not too different. Again, it doesn't really scream to me that they want to focus a post plant necessarily, but it could happen. They have a lot of hard breach, so they could open up both some walls upstairs to push back the extension from All Gamers, and also open up the main wall leading directly into sight from the outside. There's also no Solace or Warden in play by All Gamers. So I'm wondering if, you know, Five Fears wanted to go for a direct plant off those smoke grenades by Thermite. Like, what would the response from All Gamers be exactly?
I don't know. Forest is already right next to the bomb site, because in playing the Clash, I like the idea.
Oh, he's going security. Interesting.
To hold the upstairs, to assist the upstairs hold. But again, if she's not, if she's not on site, and again, you have no Solace or Warden, the plant could be free from Five Fears. You've also got JJ on the Nomad to help try and counter this Clash. He's dropped Case in Master, though. Sees the barricade from the Clash. Railgun, I think, hears JJ trying to run up on him and very quickly abandons barricading that doorway. Fens has picked up the Case, and he's also assisting with this Master office clear. So despite the early breaches, they're still focused on this top floor hold.
New feed active.
Solomid is at least playing directly in sight. No Nitro Cell, however. Impact grenades could be used to at least disorient someone, possibly deal a little bit of chip damage, or just help create vert for your teammates upstairs. I'm not entirely sure. Five Fears have definitely gone for a slower approach, but, you know, sacrificing the clock a little bit here, they have gained tons of map control, limiting All Gamers to just the display area of the top floor for the most part. Moonlight at least having information about someone near Skybridge. That'll be Fens on the Snake. Clash now dropping downstairs, maybe to assist for denying the execute, giving this 1-for-1. Damage dealt between Fens and Moonlight, but the Snake wins it. And now has info that this last person upstairs is isolated.
The Jaeger going for the swing. The trade does work out. Nade not going to find the refrag on himself. 4 versus 4. Dokkaebi calls out. Smokes out in the bomb site. Force the kill onto the Clash. And that was one of your main sources of preventing this execute from 5 Fears. Now she's gone. Solo mid in the midst of the smoke. Ends up getting killed, I think, by one of the players upstairs. Rival finishing off MC2 leaves Yaz alone in a 1 versus 4. The plant is going down. Solo mid is calling it out, but it does not matter. 5 Fears take the site and the top floor at the same time and have a 4-2 attacking half.
Alright guys, as usual, you guys take some time to breathe, okay? Calm down a bit. Let's go. Breathe, breathe. Alright, so for the defense, guys, it's pretty simple, okay? For CEO and basement, they're gonna have, like, we need to check for Solis. If there is a Solis or a Vigil, he's gonna be on a free roam, okay? Looking for aggression, looking for like run out or like flanks.
一下的时候，我们看一下有没有男鬼跟 Solis 有男鬼 Solis，然后他们就会这个打野跟跑睡偷头，小心一点。
For CEO, they can like defend ups with Azami, like mute, and that Solis protecting them from below. So if that's the case, we can just do like a storage and like a.
So honestly, like, what should I play, bro?
No,
Should I play Mira? Should I play?
No. So here's what I think we do here, bro. I think the first round you guys have freedom to press the limits like default.
For you, you sound like shit.
Just the only thing we need to worry about, bro, is like I'm telling you, like they're just gonna like the guy like Moonlight's just gonna run up the stairs like a fucking dumbass with the shotgun. That's all he fucking does. That's their only push. And remember, wherever the Monty is, or the BB is, or the Blitz is where the 4-man push is. Just press it. Their default ops take is 3 guys ops, 1 on bathroom balk, 1 rocket stairs. Okay, they're one-dimensional. Just fucking press them.
We want to play
and don't fall.
here.
Again, guys, listen. When we say press, we mean don't let them in the map. When we say blitz, we mean fucking cheese the shit out of them. Okay?
Honestly, guys, I'm gonna play
Just
the warden.
press.
I'm gonna play the warden shoddy in bathroom and make the bathroom rotate and fight that shit hard. Okay?
Yo, mute Jam or mute because he's gonna run Deimos. Could
yeah,
be good.
I would-
yeah,
you-
yeah,
you
yeah,
run mute?
yeah. Brox, Ying Glass is gonna be banned. Just play the mute.
I know. Okay, well, it's for flashbang and stuff too.
Yeah, that's fine.
Riley, make them work to get you out of ops, okay? Make them fucking work for it, bro.
All right, it looks like 5 Fears have a pretty good read on the All Gamers game plan. Couldn't really understand All Gamers. I unfortunately do not speak Chinese, even though I probably should, but I don't. I do like that the first thing that the All Gamers coach said was, all right, guys, take some time to breathe. And then it was silent for like 20 seconds. I think that's a really underrated aspect of this game. If you want to be successful at Siege, you need to have a clear and calm mind. So you have All Gamers able to bring it back now on the attack of Lair. Now remember, what was also interesting too is that this is All Gamers. This is All Gamers map pick. So 5 Fears chose to start attack here.
I think that just goes to display how comfortable 5 Fears are with attacking. It just suits their playstyle very well. Again, incredibly aggressive team. 5 Fears love the cheese. They love shields. Every round it felt like they were trying to establish a plant, except maybe around number 3 because their roam clear was so precise, so consistent. So 4-2 on your preferred half is great. You mentioned kind of the mental reset of just catching your breath for a couple of seconds. I think that'll be very helpful going into this new half of Lair. Could be a brand new sight to see for All Gamers. Got 5 Fears now on the defense, as we had mentioned. Their lineup not looking too different from what All Gamers have been bringing, except I guess the addition of Thorn. We didn't see Thorn really at all, I think, from All Gamers. Maybe like once,
Yeah, we
if
saw
at
her
all.
once on round 3. She was part of the roam, so she
Yeah.
got smoked.
Glad I could remember that. We are going to the top floor. This first site pick, not too shocking. Railgun also starting out here from Skybridge, getting some early information that, hey, not a lot of utility here. If we get a drone down this hallway, maybe we can figure out, is there a smoke by that small little R6 room? Can we maybe punish him if we bring someone over with grenades or flashes to force him to fall back early? That is the case for JJ. It's storage, not little R6 room. I don't think that's a compass call. But yeah, good map control already established here by all gamers. But again, since it's smoke playing here by storage, he can burn a lot of time with these toxic babes and give info to his teammates that a rotate might be necessary.
And he's already burning some of those toxic babes. First one from JJ goes out. Railgun and Moonlight both trying to take over towards storage here. I imagine eventually Moonlight's going to rotate over towards Mask. I think he's actually already opened part of Mask. Right now, 5 Fears just having a stare down with the Monty of all gamers. Not sure where the rest of the attack is right now, though, because there's... Okay, Buck has gone in below. So MC now in medic. He's probably going to be tasked with clearing spots, power spots, such as behind the desk where the Azami likes to play.
Wow.
And before we can even get to that, Forrest destroys him. But off of that kill, in comes the rush from All Gamers and Skybridge. Moonlight, good for 2. Railgun, another. Forrest trying to go for a Hail Mary C4. It does not land. Snake also with a C4 in his pocket. But do they have the information? Up it goes, and it doesn't land. 0 for 2 with the C4s from 5 Fears. Moonlight holding the rotation by Skybridge. Solo mid even through the verticality established by the C4 kills Forrest. And it is a fast push storage from all gamers to get them on the board first round on the attack.
I love all gamers as well, doubling down on clearing out JJ from storage, right? He took 1 extra second to throw that last Toxic Babe, giving the Montaigne time to get him batched down and allow his teammate to also finish him off, I believe. If not, it was either Moonlight or the shield player killing him, and then an immediate kill followed afterwards for all gamers. They've got a 2-player advantage. Both the Mute and Valkyrie are still off of sight, making that plant very easy to set up for. Was it Railgun killing him there? It was, and then Moonlight shut down the refrag from being an opportunity there by all gamers. Even watching the flank towards the end, once the plant had gone down. That was a crucial round for all gamers after the halftime phase. It'll be a reattempt immediately by 5 Fears on the upstairs floor of office in our 6th room with a near identical lineup. Besides now, Snake is off the Valkyrie and on Ella. So maybe just trying to punish out these shields potentially for all gamers. But unlike the last round, Harrison, wait 2 seconds. All gamers are not bringing a shield.
They're not. They have the Buck once again, who's likely going to be going downstairs, but they're leaning more into information with the Lion and the Deimos as well. Deimos maybe also going below and helping protect Macy after Forrest slammed him from almost across the map. I do like all gamers also bringing this Thatcher. If they do want to just go Mask and go direct, seeing that really the only thing 5 Fears have to deny this plant, unless Fens and Snake are going to get into position to deny, are the smoke canisters, which they can EMP out of the midair.
It is very rare to see Thatcher nowadays, especially because most maps, you tend to see a Bandit Cade off the board for those first 2 defender bans. So having Thatcher now used to enable a plant is always something I enjoy seeing. Rival spotting at least someone directly outside of operation. It is that Thatcher, funnily enough, I believe. He's got his EMP out for just a moment there. Nade toss behind the Kibas, and it will injure Rival. Early pick granted by Solo mid off of great use of utility there and just cutting off the Azami from falling back. Basically a dead man walking, stuck behind the Kibas. Man advantage already established now for all gamers. They've got operation control as well, and they still have the opportunity to go downstairs and either hunt any remnants of a roam, which there currently isn't for 5 Fears, or just get Vert on the side players, making space for another potential plant.
Yeah, wonderful nade toss there to flush out Rival. There was really nowhere he could go. Railgun now going to open that Mask wall with the Thermite, so that'll force JJ back, so he can play close with the shotgun. No secondary hard breach or secondary hard breacher means that if they want to open the other Mask wall, Railgun will be rotating all the way around. For now, though, Moonlight just continues to storm his way into Ops. Again, JJ, his gas canisters can be denied by this Thermite, or by this Thatcher. If Moonlight is alone, though, maybe 5 Fears can take advantage of him having his launcher out. Forest playing by the hallway, making sure that no one's going to be able to work their way up to the doorway to help kill JJ while he's attempting to deny that plant. Yaz downstairs, starting to get some tracks. Here's the first smoke canister and smoke attempt from All Gamers. Railgun getting this plant down. MC with the kill on defense, and the smoke canister completely missed from JJ. So Railgun gets it down basically for free. There's a 2-man lead now for All Gamers. And now Forest is dead. Snake can't make headway up the hallway. JJ finds himself all alone as All Gamers have hit these gaps perfectly, spotting the only place that Five Fears could not deny, getting the kills as Five Fears scramble to deny this plant, and they're going to tie the score as soon as they track down JJ, who's running outside.
Flawlessly done for All Gamers. They just had the right tools for the job, you know. They spotted the Azami. No ADSs to help her Kiba, so they just spam nades at her. That's the first entry pick. You've got operation control. You can keep the Thatcher there on a cutoff to stop anyone from fighting back when the plant is attempted. No wall denial because Bandit and Cade banned, so Thermite uses exothermic on the main breach to set up for a plant. The smoke grenade as well, with a lack of Warden and all that pressure downstairs from the Buck and Deimos, it made JJ's job very challenging to know where exactly Railgun was attempting this post-plant position. So even though JJ had one more Toxic Babe in his back pocket, he might have been too afraid just to throw it out, either overexposing himself to line of fire or being afraid it'll miss and just not stopping the plant altogether. But All Gamers, 2 incredible round wins back-to-back on the attack, showing little to no errors in their game plan. I almost thought we were going to see a 5 Fierce timeout there for them, and yeah, that was not the case. I think that is a little concerning. I know that their initial halftime conversation was like, guys, it doesn't matter if we get a little crazy these first couple of rounds. We know Moonlight's going to keep swinging like crazy and just dropping bombs on us, but you know, even with that pep talk, knowing what they were going to get themselves into, it still hasn't worked out for them.
Yeah, I imagine if they lose this next round, we'll see that timeout. Five Fears on Bunk's briefing bring both the Warden and the Solace that All Gamers were missing on their defenses here. The Monty and the Sens are in play, so that Solace especially should be incredibly impactful if she doesn't get cleared out. All Gamers have a couple people upstairs. They've got Railgun and Solo mid just outside Skybridge, probably just working to get control, set someone up on the window, and then move into the plant, because with no one ops, with no one display side, I think they're just going to try and go for it under the cover of Sense.
Again, they've seen a lack of Warden in play. This round it will be different for Five Fears, but if you're not in the right place at the right time off that Solace information, knowing where exactly a plant is happening, that could be just enough time for All Gamers to once again get another plant down. And this early, being 2-0 in plant conversions on a map that can be rather defender-sided. We've got the Montaigne and the assistance of the Nomad air jabs to get this pillar/green stairs control. Not necessarily pillar, that's the part technically over by bomb site. Waiting a couple more seconds to maybe get the Thermite inside to get this back wall opened up, leading into the site pillar. That will be the case. So Force will be forced to fall back a little bit closer towards site or the opposing objective behind that keep a barrier. They've got tons of map control already, Harrison, and again, it's just if Five Fears do not know where this plant is going down because of how many different openings there are now established from All Gamers, this could be a very tricky retake in their hands.
And again, there is that Solace, so there's no reason that Five Fears shouldn't be able to find this unless the Thatcher comes into play. We haven't talked about this yet. He could very easily deny both the Warden and the Solace from using their gadgets now. All Gamers just waiting for the smoke babes from Fens to subside. He's got 2 more. Forest may be looking to flank around green and around the pillar outside. All Gamers still looking for an opportunity to push. Another gas canister from Fens comes out, does a little bit of damage to Raygun. Here comes the push from Snake as well, looking for a pick. There goes the Nomad, looking for another, but immediately traded back by MC. That's going to also prompt Forest to fall back. So now All Gamers knows that there were 2 people off site. Maybe they can just go for it. Smoke canisters in. RU projectors in, but Moonlight's dead. And that's the guy who was supposed to stop the Solus. Now they have the ping on the case. Macy does kill JJ. Forrest, no way to deny because Railgun is trying to turtle. He finally gets it through the smoke. Rival cleans him up. Secondary plant attempt now comes in from the Sens. Rival, he's out of the scan. He can't use it. And thus, it's going to go down. Dropping the hatch, taking the fight against MC. Good for one, but Yaz instantly there for the trade. And it's a lead now for All Gamers.
And again, Harrison, it all comes down to the what if. And as the plant was reattempted from Sen, Solus, unable to spot it, shut down from the vert through the floor, is now forcing his teammate in a 1 versus 2 with really no chance of Rival coming back in that position, working off of such little information. Now the timeout is called for 5 Fears, as you correctly guessed. And their coach seems infuriated. He is trying to hype up his team as much as he humanly can. I mean, they've lost 3 rounds in a row on layer defense, and every single time it was off of a plant, too. All Gamers are doing a better job at what 5 Fears are known for.
Yeah, the setups from All Gamers have been really good. And again, even though they lost that Thatcher, I thought that was kind of going to be the nail in the coffin for them, but able to swiftly recover, and the Solus waiting for her gadget to recharge could do nothing while that secondary plant attempt came down. All Gamers have their first lead since they won round number 1. Monty's going to get banned by 5 Fears, which makes total sense. They have played him incredibly consistently and found a lot of value from their Monty. All Gamers taking away the Solus.
I think it's a good idea. Again, 5 Fears, they love to roam, especially on larger maps like Lair. Solus could have been the saving grace of this round we just saw. Now that's no longer on the board, they might be allowed to get more vert established on a bomb site like Office in our 6th room, because we've seen the Buck and Deimos in play a lot by All Gamers. That's currently what they have highlighted right now, but that could change. Ram is also a great operator for a lab defense done by 5 Fears. Although one of the better roamers that 5 Fears could have used is now gone. That still leaves open operators like Rival, who's also a good info operator on Valkyrie. The black eye cameras, you can still roam upstairs quite sufficiently. You've got Snake, who can play above briefly, at least to place down some of these mute jammers and maybe play over from filter, kind of like what a smoke typically does, and only using that C4 as your get out of jail free card. Force could roam with the Ella Gersmots. So plenty of stall potential still for 5 Fears, just not necessarily as much, not util denial, but drone denial off of at least the Solus scanner. Not as much fluid drone denial. It'll be more stagnant off of those jammers instead.
Yeah, All Gamers immediately after the Monty gets banned, they are now on the Blackbeard. So they've got Railgun on that shield. Moonlight now able to flex over to a more frag-oriented operator. Or sorry, he was the one on Thatcher. I don't know why I thought he was on the shield. 5 Fears, of course, have an extension upstairs. Fens maybe looking to challenge security here. It is rather light. It's just him and Snake on the middle floor. Rival all the way upstairs, either looking to flank later in the round or just shoot drones before falling back. Wall getting open to help expose this first floor roam. And All Gamers really, really dedicating a lot of time to clearing this out. Curious that they don't have the Ram, too. If they want to clear this roam, you'd figure they'd have her. Instead, they'd have the Sledge and the Buck to duo, which, I don't know. I feel like with Ram, you get enough vert for the push. I don't know if you need the redundancy here.
They just might want the extra grenades. That could be helpful for the Vulcan Pact, for the Banshees, making Blackbeard's job easier of closing the distance towards site or dealing with the initial roam extension that 5 Fears had put a lot of stock into. Again, those mute jammers, the several players still lingering upstairs. The only person to fall back is Forrest down in the basement. You could count Rival has given up the 2nd floor and has now joined the rest of his teammates in the middle floor, but that is still, of course, the roam, obviously. All Gamers now adjusting as well, now moving their way from Warehouse, but there's still vert being held against them up top.
We're just going to have to be careful because Moonlight is just outside lockers, and this Dokkaebi call might herald the Buck to work his way in. Spots Forest completely unaware, taking out one of those players on the vert. Forest, or sorry, not Forest, that was the Goyo of Fens. Forest is able to get a kill, and Rival strings together two. This Execute now falling apart as 5 Fears are able to handle All Gamers moving their way in with that Blackbeard.
And I think that clear upstairs just took far too long, and it also just wasn't cleared out ever. You know, I loved the teamwork there of a Logi Bomb, which masked the sound of Moonlight lurking to get that first entry on defense right, but there's still 2 other defenders upstairs. Rival netting 1 and a second kill, rotates back down below, getting that Nitro Cell onto the Blackbeard as well, completely stabilizing the round for 5 Fears. So after their timeout, they will at least tie in the scoreline. Snake as well was also up above, so he did eventually trade his fallen comrade, killing Moonlight. It never really felt like All Gamers had a correct solution for dealing with 5 Fears' aggressive roam up top. Yes, they did at least force back most of them into sight when they went into missile, but again, still a multi-layered defense by 5 Fears because not every single member fell back, and there was no one to assist Moonlight either.
And once Moonlight got traded back and 5 Fears were still able to work the vert, they had pretty much won the round. They tie the score 5-5. We go back to Master, though, where All Gamers had incredibly fierce pushes, especially that latter one where they just forced JJ out of storage with the Monty and barrel their way in. They don't have a shield this time, though, so they won't have that free spearhead working up Skybridge and into storage to dislodge that smoke. Instead, they're working with the Sens. Snake and Deimos also supply a lot of information. I think they want to go kind of with the bottom pressure again up into sight, clearing out power positions before they go in for the plant with Sens.
Don't really have a lot necessarily to stop those ROUs either. You've got a couple of Nitro Cells at best. Maybe throwing out some Razor Blooms. Fens is saving a couple in his back pocket, probably just to counter the shield if it was in play for All Gamers. Instead, if there is info about where Solomon is attempting this plant, that could be utilized just to outright kill him. Not being able to get off that diffuser in time can maybe just blow him up from Razor Bloom here. Cut off, at least establishing from Solomon as he prones his way in through operation. You do have tons of operators to make space here to maybe allow Solomon on the plant. I also like Yaz still playing underneath as the Deimos. You get a Deathmark track on the mirror, which he's already collected. That could force the player off the office mirror window, and again, just providing more and more space for All Gamers to try this plant yet again.
Deploying drone.
Railgun now using his Selmas to try and force back Snake here and his bunkered setup on Mask with the double mirror windows. It is successful. Rival still playing behind the desk is, of course, going to be an instrumental part of this hold. Solomid, the man with the case, likely going to be trying to work through that Mask wall to eventually get that Execute down. More ROU projectors being sent out by him to cut off the angle on the doorway. It was a pretty slow round considering the rest of the All Gamers attacks thus far. There's the other side of Mask now getting opened by Railgun, denying the other mirror window, and Rival just has absolutely no idea there's someone on his doorway. Moonlight just narrowly misses enough shots to kill the Azami. Gas canisters start to come out Mask to try and deny this plant attempt. Solo mid just has to wait it out, but it's Railgun with the opening pick onto JJ. Down goes the smoke. The gas canisters fall with him. Moonlight now traded. It's a 2 versus 2 trade. All Gamers in 5 Fears, now a 3-on-3. Case has been dropped in the hallway outside Master. Rival retakes his position behind the desk, and now it's a 1 versus 1 as Yaz trades out his teammate bathroom side. 1 versus 1, Rival is still prone. Here comes Yaz, and he finds him! 3 huge kills by the Deimos, and All Gamers are up 6-5.
What a recovery by Yaz, securing match point for All Gamers. I almost thought 5 Fears would have had that round in the bag, Harrison, but unfortunately, despite all the resources they had brought, the Mute especially was doing God's work that round, denying the Deathmark tracks denying some of the snake scans and the Grim to a large extent as well, kind of keeping that death position alive for a lot longer than I would have originally anticipated. You know, it all looked so impactful for 5 Fears, but unlike All Gamers' defense, they were kind of tunnel visioned on the execute. They had no one watching for that lurk, and luckily for Yaz, he spotted that gap and took full opportunity of it, capitalizing on 3 different kills. I believe almost all of them were 1-for-1s too. Getting rid of Rival at the very end, keeps All Gamers in the lead, and 5 Fears now, backs against the wall. They'll be returning to this top floor bomb site with a brand new look to their composition. You've got Forest now onto the Tachanka, really trying to prove a point that they do not want this plant to go down, and Clash in play, which we've had a couple of operators played for All Gamers that aren't bad at dealing with Clash, but nothing specifically brought to deal with her. But to their credit, we've only seen her just now at round 12.
Yeah, it's going to be really important for trying to kill, or at least keep solo mid at bay on this Blackbeard. Crazy that 5 Fears are now going to Master for the 4th time this half. They haven't won it in any of the 3 previous attempts. If they go 0-4 here on what is usually the best side on the map, I think they're going to have to revisit their lair strats. Mask being opened up pretty early by the Ace, as we've seen from Railgun, because 5 Fears cannot play the Bandit or the Cade.
Nothing on the radar.
All Gamers making sure that there's no one right next to Moonlight as he attempts to take Skylight control. JJ roaming around on the Clash, just trying to see where the first point of contact is going to be. Rival also playing pretty aggressively over by Ops. 5 Fears don't want to give All Gamers any free map control, but in doing so, you've got like Fens pretty alone. JJ now finally coming back to Forest. In comes All Gamers as somebody is DC'd.
Oh no.
Forest is gone.
That's your Tachanka. That's one of your only pieces of plant denial, and, you know, basically for All Gamers, an entry kill, so to speak. JJ's still kind of alone right now against the Skybridge clear. Now forced to respect that push because, again, a lack of players next to him, excluding Fens. Maybe spotting the Ace isolated. That flash will, you know, blind him momentarily. A lot of damage dealt towards solo mid, and now 5 Fears just tripling down to fight back against All Gamers, but it totally backfires.
Yeah, I mean, JJ was blind, so I'm not quite sure how he died, but 5 Fears trying to push out against the mounting attack from All Gamers. They all fall, and map 1 goes the way of the last team from China.
You know, I can't fault 5 Fears necessarily for going for that play. You know, an unfortunate disconnect. You can't go for the rehost because we're midway through the action phase. You figure, you know what? Look for somebody isolated, and maybe we can kill them and get a 4 versus 4. But, you know, just an unfortunate circumstance. They try to get aggressive to work back those trades. Doesn't pan out for them. So good job punishing the wide swings there by All Gamers. I got to say, though, excluding round number 12, Harrison, you made a great point that the other 3 previous rounds we saw Office and play, All Gamers won it every single time. And I believe they got every plant down besides one of those rounds, right?
I think so, except for the round we just saw and the round prior. So out of the 4 rounds, they had 2 plants successful over by Mask. We are going to go to a break, allow 5 Fears to recollect themselves, and we will be back with Chalet in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone, to Five Fears versus All Gamers, and we have a bit of an interesting case on our hands. The admins have ruled that due to the disconnect of Forest in the middle of round 12, we are going to full replay that round.
Interesting. All right. Well, that's at least good for Five Fears. They get another opportunity and the potential chance of not going offices again and losing it for a 5th time. It seems as all 10 players are in lobby and ready to start back round number 12. Again, All Gamers, despite the reattempt of round number 12, were in the lead 6-5. They've had an incredible attacking half. Like, I cannot downplay how I guess impactful their ability is to make space to then get the plant off without a hitch. Five Fears have really been struggling with not just stopping the plant outright, but also just slowing down All Gamers on the entry. Moonlight before the rehost had well over double digits. We saw that clutch by Yaz as well. That was just beautiful to watch. I believe the match has officially started up as well. So in just a couple moments, we will move away from the player screens and return back to the evil lair of Mr. Deimos. Mr. Deimos R6.
Is that his full legal name?
I think it's still redacted, but that's what it is to be rumored. So I cannot confirm nor deny, but if it wasn't his name, why would he have an R6 room?
You think he named the room after himself?
It's entirely possible.
They're going back to Master.
Okay. Don't know how I feel about that, but one of the other additions to the rehost was that the defenders can, of course, change their lineup. So can the attackers. So now they've brought out the Tubarao. And was Warden played initially last time? Do you recall?
No.
Okay. So there are some differences here on Five Fears. Oh, yeah. They don't have a Thorn or a Clash either. I feel like, to be fair, based off of All Gamers' lineup, they didn't really have a problem with confronting Clash. I remember last round JJ, because Forrest is connecting, tried to get aggressive for a gunfight and got flashed by an ace on the R6 doorway and just died outright. But still, maybe just being more comfortable with overall versatile utility for stopping a plant could be a better alternative, because again, we've highlighted how clear and concise All Gamers have been for setting up post-plant positions. Interested in seeing for All Gamers' lineup the overall lack of changes, I suppose. I think now we've got MC on the Buck is the glaring difference to me, and Solo Mid is now on the Blackbeard as well. I don't think he was playing him last time, was he?
No, he was.
He was?
He's
Okay. I've seen them rotate a little bit. Railgun at one point, I think, was on the shield for Montaigne before he was banned, so that's at least been a little different from previous times.
Yeah, you might be right. I think you're right.
Am I right? Did you just try lying to me on broadcast there?
I think I'm tripping.
That's okay.
I lied. I'm not tripping. He retired a long time ago.
Oh, true.
Master Office will see if Five Fears do indeed go 0 for 5 on this bomb site. Maybe we'll cut them a little slack because Forrest DC'd, and he is the Tachanka, a very important part of this defense. Again, he is going to be part of that main plant denial, along with JJ on the smoke. All Gamers so far, you mentioned, have been doing such a good job at creating enough space to get that plant down and forcing their way into positions like Skybridge, forcing players like Snake and JJ back into storage and then just collapsing upon them and getting the kills. All Gamers have really woken up after that after that first half concluded. Only hard breach, of course, being Railgun on this ace. He's already used one of his Selmas to open up half that mask wall. And already the attack working up towards storage. JJ will likely see gas canister. Okay, Samika launchers now to try and stop this Blackbeard for as long as they can.
Having both the Tachanka and Smoke as well will prolong this push from Skybridge that was very effective last time All Gamers had attempted it. Tons of damage dealt on both Railgun and MC. Massive openings found for 5. Nitro Cell from Snake. In the blink of an eye, we just got back into lair, and the round could already be concluded for All Gamers, as it's just Yaz on the Operation Lurk, forced to get 4 different kills if they want to win this in regulation, but it seems highly unlikely. Diffuser across the map. You still have tons of utility here by 5 Fears, and only 30 seconds left. We're bound to see overtime now, as 5 Fears now have a second wind in their system to potentially beat their opponent's map pick of Lair against All Gamers.
Yes, I mean, he got his. He killed Rival outside Ops, but unfortunately the rest of the push completely shut down by the smoke and the Tachanka, the C4 that came out from Snake. No one on the attack could make it past Skybridge and into storage. There's another kill for Yaz. Almost a third, but Snake shuts him down, and 5 Fears do push us to overtime.
And again, the adjustment made there from 5 Fears, it did seem like a risk going back to Office for a 5th time, but instead they had new operators, tons of utility to stop the shield from making space, and JJ being on an active gun as well, keeping him in a heads-up position to take fights, assisting Forrest there, and the Toxic Canisters also finishing off a member of All Gamers as well. That was a well-needed round for 5 Fears to keep themselves alive in map number 1. Again, the Nitro Cell also added in there from Snake, just making that position near impossible to come back from for All Gamers. Interested in seeing where we will head. It is back to Office, but of course the sides have switched. Now we're in overtime. I was going to start laughing, Harrison, if 5 Fears they go on defense for overtime and then just immediately go back to Offices. That would have been hilarious.
Yeah. Now this is a very smart pick from All Gamers. It is the only site that they won in that first 4-2 split the 5 Fears were able to get, which is what kind of makes this half a little bit dangerous for both teams, right? All Gamers, you go here, you win Master for a 3rd time, but you weren't able to win either Labs or Bunks. So if this gets pushed to round 15, where do you choose to defend? For 5 Fears, they don't have a site that they were perfect defending on. I guess except technically Labs, because they only played it once, and they won it. So I think we're probably going to see Labs for them too. Of course, we got to get through this round first. All Gamers, the big glaring difference right now is Moonlight on Vigil. He's feeling it. 14-9, he puts himself on the boss G, and he's going to be running around the map looking for picks.
Oh, and look at the potential rush here from 5 Fears. JJ already in operation, clearing this shield. Could have been a great angle to hold off this push from operation, but 3 members of 5 Fears already inside the building at the 40-second marker. No one with Nitro Cells, so you can't play below to shut that down. And Moonlight maybe expecting someone outside, but is worried that they could be watching the run out. He's correct about that intuition call. It's Snake prone underneath the window, waiting for a Vigil. Still 5 versus 5, and what I thought was going to be a potential rush has now slowed down drastically for 5 Fears. Yes, they still have op control. Yes, they've got the main breach secured as well to allow for a plant later on, but no initial entry, and now rotating outside as well, maybe to assist Fens with securing bathroom by walking in through bottom main like we saw back in round number 1, I believe it was.
Yeah, I think that initial rush was just to get quick ops control so that they could focus on other things. Here's the Finka boost as well as JJ trying to come in, but he's lit up by Moonlight, and here comes the assist. Another smoke fade from Solo mid. He's lit up to 1 HP, but he's successful in taking down JJ on the blitz. Opening pick goes the way of All Gamers. They take down the shield player. And 5 Fears, Rival trying to just make his way to the bomb site. He domes Yaz and now has mass control, and he's looking for more. Just narrowly spots the cross from the smoke of Solo mid back into the bomb site. And if Rival wants to make anything happen here, he's going to need help.
Unfortunately, losing JJ there. The adrenaline surge boosting up his breath or his breathing rate, forcing those toxic fumes to just be inhaled and burn away at his HP. 4 versus 4 still off the back of Rival's potential gap spotted. Moonlight now forced off the roam to come back to site and assist his teammate. Unsuccessful on this flank as well. Forrest going in for the plant, and there isn't a lot of denial to stop this anymore, Harrison. This could be a huge moment for 5 Fears.
Forrest just gets off the plant and gets out his gun. He kills the player trying to swing him. Rival allows the Vigil past the cross, but then cleans him up as the plant goes down. And for the first time this map, it looks like 5 Fears will crack the Master Office hold. 3 versus 1 solo mid, solo on HP, and 5 Fears get the job done. Rival walking into Mask, killing the Azami behind desk, opens the round for 5 Fears, and All Gamers couldn't deny the plant.
And again, that forced the Vigil off of their roam, because if not, they would have had such a man deficit in sight. And with the player behind desk being gone as well, Harrison, you also don't have anyone to really deny the plant off of utility. You used all your toxic babes to stop the lobby push. That does kill JJ. That's good for Solo and the rest of all gamers, but you still have other frag grenades. You still have the gap that Rival spotted in the round. And I believe 5 Fears noticed like midway through the plan of, oh, these guys don't have anything to stop this. And again, there's no one masked. Let's just play gun up, see if they try to wide swing and we get a kill before we confirm that post plan. That's exactly what happens. That was great situational awareness by 5 Fears. Now they're back in the driver's seat after what felt like such a dominant second half for all gamers. You were right on the money too, Harrison. We're going to be going back down to basement
that's the
by
smart
5
move.
Fears. Yeah, you've got more of the map to play with. If both bomb sites have looked choppy for you, this is probably your best option, all things considered. I believe one of the 5 Fears did win a defensive round on this basement site as well against All Gamers, and a lot of that had to do with the lack of a roam clear. It felt like All Gamers were just kind of on the outside of the map looking in most of that round.
Yeah, they got one guy upstairs. They got Fens as Goyo inside security, and then he was immediately refragged, and nobody else was upstairs. So I think it was the Valkyrie, whoever was on Valkyrie.
Yeah, Rival got like a 3K that round.
Yeah, you're right,
that was
Rival.
him.
Yep.
And Moonlight was the one to get the entry off a Logi bomb
Yeah, right
call.
before he got traded. So
Yep,
I like
Snake.
this play from 5 Fears. I'm very glad that they are not going to Master Office again. We see Labs play.
That'd be crazy.
They've got plenty of utility. They've got Tachanka, they've got Echo, they've got Thorn to prevent all gamers from trying to get in and delaying them to try and play off this Echo. You want to waste as much time as possible. Also seeing that all gamers, if they don't get those opening picks, they do, while their site, their execute setups have been good for most of their half, they do take a while.
5 Fears as well, keeping a more passive composition for the basement site. Maybe expecting all gamers to fully clear out the map properly, unlike we saw the first time this site was initially in play. They don't want to sacrifice any bodies early on. They want to work off the utility like the Shamika launchers, like the Razor Blooms and Yokais, which for all gamers on defense, the Yokais gave tons of information and almost stopped the plant several times. MC spotting one of those Yokais by the blue staircase could maybe destroy that early and just slowly start to chip away at some of that util off of 5 Fears. Still having grenades as well to at least get rid of that barbed wire, maybe push down filter more fluidly by all gamers. More vert established upstairs off the skeleton key. I'm wondering if they're just going to wait on a 3-2-1 off a Logi bomb once again, because that's kind of what they did last time when we had the site in play, Harrison.
And yeah, there's only about a minute left. Fens covering one doorway opposite Rival's window. There's the Dokkaebi call. Fens may be waiting for a call from his teammate. Here's the swing. There's the peek, but in goes Yaz, and it's too late. He picks off Rival. Filter control goes in the hands of the attacks off that logic bomb. Fens far too late to assist his teammate, and maybe it cost 5 Fears this round. MC now duoing with that Dokkaebi. Case in hand for the Blackbeard, looking to make his way into that default plant spot, but Forrest and JJ stand in his way with the Shumika launchers and the Yokais. Snake, a default still up, spots the player on the verticality, but it's still Forrest to die to that player that Snake was just calling out. Now the Thorn attempting to challenge, no kill found just yet though. He comes worse for wear out of that engagement. Now the plant going down from MC. JJ just waiting patiently. There's the first blast. 13 seconds left. Another plant attempt. Does JJ even have more than one of these? There's a kill. Another one. No. Yes, the C4. A triple kill for Fens. Is this how the map ends? The plant completed just in the nick of time, but Fens is good for another. It's down to solo mid. He's got the verticality. Do 5 Fears try to retake or just challenge him through the vert? He's watching blue stairs. He hears the counter defuse. But he's not going to find the angle.
Oh, he's sticking it!
Is JJ just going to stick this? No! Solo mid drops 2! And now Snake has no choice but to stick! And Solo mid with 4 to give all gamers a 7-7 tie!
And even though the Nitro Cell gets 2 for the Tubarão, the Yokai failing keeps the plant intact, and the vert established for free by all gamers, giving Solo Mid the angle to get all 3 in the post plant. What a recovery by all gamers. Five Fears, they thought they saw the light at the end of the tunnel. Fens had the quad kill, 3 versus 1, but it just wasn't enough against solo mid. We go to max overtime in map number 1. We still have a chance of 2 more maps, Harrison. This game has been neck and neck for all gamers and Five Fears. And the question is, where are we going to go? Because all gamers, they could go back upstairs to office. Five Fears were successful on that attack because every other bomb site they've yet to win on defense. Could they use that to their advantage, maybe assuming that Five Fears won't plan for it? I'm not entirely certain. I was thinking as well, we might have some technical issues, unfortunately.
We're
kind of
stuck.
unlucky timing, but...
We're stuck on the band swap screen.
Yeah.
So, we will see. I feel like Master's got to be the pick, right? Like, even though you just lost it, you're still 2-1 here. You're 0-2 on all the other sites. So I feel like all gamers still probably go back to Master. Again, I love the play from Five Fears. I thought they played that round perfectly off of the Fens multi-kill, but then, you know, like you said, the Yokai just missing. That was terrible. I mean, JJ even had, like...
We could hear the Yokai blast going off. I think
off in time.
It might have missed because of that little like electric box next to Blackbeard, or he just whiffed it somehow. I'm not entirely sure, but I heard it go off. The C4 definitely landed, but you know, didn't stop the plant. Was just a second too late.
We're also getting information that the admins are reviewing something. We're not quite sure what, but I believe that's why we have this this little mini break as we wait for round 15. If it is back top floor, because all gamers, you know, they had that guy running around on the Vigil. Five Fears went for the fast ops clear and then tried to go main, and then Robin just walked into the site. Do we see Five Fears swap to like a bathroom display push, or do they go Skybridge? Do they try? Because basically every time they try to take, all 3 attacks have been an ops to mask focused play.
I'm not entirely sure if they should try to change that up, Harrison. Their op clears have not been too difficult, although that isn't really the extent for all gamers. More specifically, they prioritize more playing closer to bathroom and initially from that lobby staircase. And that's also been kind of unsuccessful. You know, Five Fears have committed a lot of utility. They've dropped bodies occasionally, dealing with main stairs, which has made the execute challenging for them. Maybe Skybridge could be the right call, I guess, but I also think a different lineup would be necessary as well. We only saw a roam established from Moonlight, and it was 1 round solo for Vigil. Maybe more roam presence could be the correct idea for Five Fears rather than just trying to brute force your way into sight and going in for the plant immediately. Instead, just applying more pressure onto the bomb site from other angles that aren't just by the Skybridge and R6 side of the map. Instead, having a Buck, having a Deimos, like what all gamers have been doing a lot for their attacks, and it's also been successful for them.
I was going to say, I want maybe they take a page out of all gamers' books and push Skybridge super heavy with the shield.
Yeah, also a fair point.
Because that was really successful for them. Again, still waiting for whatever decision is currently being made. We are just as lost as all of you. We're all we're in this together.
I'm typically lost as is, so I'm glad everyone else is like at my level now.
Yeah, everyone's been lowered.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I feel right at home. Trying to think as well about the next map and play. You know, it's Chalet. I would say there's more outside pressure on that map compared to Lair, for example. Could maybe also see a lot more rush plays. We haven't really seen Five Fears or all gamers go for a total commit. Like, we want to rush this site. We want to plant. It's been a lot more methodical to set up for those executes, although still a plant-dominant matchup between both Five Fears and all gamers. I wonder, actually, Harrison, how many plants have we seen successfully done between All Gamers and Five Fears, and I think
like successful converted,
just successfully planted,
just plants.
But conversion would be nice
6. Too. So we have 8 total plants, 4 from each side.
Wow. Okay.
5 Fears are 3 for 4 in conversions. All Gamers are 4 for 4.
Yeah, that's insane.
So lots of success. Again, both teams love setting up for the execute. They're very execute heavy. They go for the objective. I agree against Chalet. There's a lot of outside play. Also can be objective heavy. Also very shield heavy. Both teams have displayed that they love their shields. They play a lot of it. Chalet, though, is an interesting map for these teams because All Gamers have not played it in a while. They didn't play it in kickoff. They haven't played it this event. Chalet, I think, was the first map where people really started to take Five Fears seriously because they almost 7-0'd Shopify Rebellion on that map. So it makes sense why they'd want to pick it.
And then we've got Labs as our potential decider if All Gamers win their map pick, and then we see Five Fears winning theirs. Also a good map for both of these teams. I think All Gamers have played Labs at least once during this event. Maybe more than that. We probably have the stats for that as well.
Yes, they played it against... No, they didn't. I lied.
I saw the Edward Gaming matchup. Was that just during the
kickoff?
kickoff?
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. But they are 4... Was it 4-0 on that map, or is it a different statistic I'm looking at?
Yeah, they're 4-0.
Okay.
And then Five Fears obviously played FaZe here and almost
won. Yeah, that was their first game in the Swiss stage.
First ever game.
First ever impression of Five Fears, almost beating back-to-back world champs. That was a really fun game to watch. It is also jarring that we have literally casted every single Five Fears game this event by pure coincidence.
Yeah, I think we mentioned at the beginning, right? Like the schedule gets decided ahead of time, and we just happen to have all of the Five Fears games. So
we're like, yeah, it'd be cool to cast JJ. Oh,
yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, JJ, someone I have been casting since 2019. Since he was, how old?
God, you are old.
I know. That's 7 years ago, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
that adds up.
It's 2026. I forgot what year it was. That's why. So yeah, 7 years ago. I think JJ's 22. So I've been casting him since he was 15, which is crazy. And now he's at a major. Same thing with Spiker. Glad we got a wild card game in. Spiker, he's even younger. I think he was 14 in 2019.
So I wonder if that game is concluded yet between Dark Zero and Wildcard. That's one of the other promotion games.
Good question.
Because Shopify Rebellion, I believe, have qualified. We mentioned that earlier against Enterprise. Dark Zero versus Wildcard.
I
think Dark Zero had one map won. Yeah,
DZ
they
won
did.
7-4, and then as far as I know, it's 3-3 on Club, which is DZ's pick. There's also, I don't know what the hell is going on, but there's this announcement that's going on through the arena right now. I don't know if you guys could hear it. Yeah, if our production thinks maybe it's like a fire drill or something. It's this woman's voice going, it sounds like she's saying POV1. This is POV1, and then just a really loud beep. It's pretty terrible. I hope you guys can't hear this.
I don't think so. Our
This
mics
is
are not
POV1,
picking up.
POV1.
I do not think so.
I'm just gonna start doing that.
I'd
This is
prefer if you didn't
POV1,
do that.
POV1.
I really would prefer if you didn't do that, Harrison.
Again, we have as much info as you guys. It's still paused on the round 15 screen. There's still a discussion happening, I think, because you can kind of see the players' screens, right? It's not like we're going into a rehost. So something is happening. The rare something is happening.
You sure that it's just nothing? It's all distraction for nothing, Harrison. This also does give a lot of time for at least the players to speak amongst themselves, not the coaches, obviously, because it isn't a tactical timeout.
Yeah.
So they really can mull over their strats for round number 15, the ultimate display between All Gamers and Five Fears. And finally, we're back in the game.
Yes. And Master Office is the bomb site in play. So, looks like All Gamers agrees with us that this is their best chance of winning because that they can hope that that one-round loss was just a blip on the radar. You don't want to go back down to sites that you were not successful on anytime you played it. They've got both Tachanka and the Smoke in play as well. The last time they defended it on round 13, obviously they had the Vigil and the Warden and the Jaeger. They had a very different lineup. Now I think this is going to be a lot less aggressive for All Gamers. They're probably going to allow 5 Fears to set up here, and then once they go in for the Execute, they'll be met with the Elamines and the Smokes and the Tachanka, etc.
Forest also on the Lion rather than Glaz. We have not seen a lot of Glaz in play, at least for map number 1. I still think, again, the grenades, Lion DMR, also extremely helpful. You've got those E1D scanners. JJ now on the Capitao as well can also provide smoke coverage of his own to secure a plant. Again, 3 for 4 on the plant conversions for 5 Fears. 4 for 4 flawless by them on their attacking plants. Got some early info once again towards Operation. We might have a near identical clear by 5 Fears, it seems, as they've already got some intel over by Operation. Could send Rival in to get that range destruction down, to look towards the sight lines and mezzanine at the safety of Operation. Forest peeling over by the rappel, looking into bathroom, assisting Fens with just an extra gun in case someone decides to overswing. Could at least be a 1-for-1 trade. There goes the Lion scan as well. JJ at the bottom of this staircase from lobby, maybe utilizing the Capitao bolts early just to get himself upstairs and, you know, just have a 2-pronged assault from both mezzanine and the actual site of office.
Yeah, ideally, eventually you have Snake here to track Yaz behind that desk. He's playing around those Kiva barriers, which we know in the past have given 5 Fears a whole lot of trouble. We could also maybe see JJ rotate around and use his Capitao bolt here. Forest and Rival taking in through Ops. They've got Mask open now. JJ sending some utility in. Sumika launcher starting to come out from the Tachanka. Yaz has been flushed out from desk, though, so this position is open. Solo mid already using a couple of his toxic gas canisters. More Shamika's coming in. 5 Fears are wasting a lot of this utility pretty early in the round.
Thank you. POV1 has officially been removed from our ears.
I don't know what the hell that was.
Yeah, that was really silly. But it's still a 5 versus 5 now. 50 seconds left to go, and still plenty of utility for All Gamers to stop a plant. I feel like we once again might run into the same issues 5 Fears have had for this bomb site, which is just making this gap to then get in for an actual plant, and they've lost the initial advantage.
Solo mid, though, next to dying.
Oh, what a shot!
Thrown on the floor, takes the head off Macy. Is there going to be enough space to plant, though? JJ now in mask as bodies start to fall from All Gamers. Railgun, the last man standing, trying to deny this, but Fens cleans him up. And 5 Fears in overtime solve Master and Office and take away All Gamers map pick 8-7.
5 Fears electric. After that comeback, down around 6-5 in max regulation. Forest makes a hero play to secure 2 kills, getting the plant down and bringing us to overtime, and the same exact thing happens in round 15. We still have the potential of 2 more maps in this elimination game between All Gamers and 5 Fears, but before we see Chalet, we'll bring ourselves to another break and return shortly, so don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everyone. After Map 1's thrilling conclusion, 8-7, 5 Fears, we move to map number 2, Chalet. 5 Fears pick. Now, we discussed this a little bit during one of the admin pauses right before round 15, but all gamers haven't really played this map a whole lot. If we want to find their last play of it, it's way back at SILCQ. They did not play it at all. Kickoff. And meanwhile, on the other side, 5 Fears almost 7-0'd Shopify Rebellion on this map, who are now in playoffs.
Yeah, they're the first NA team to make it up into the playoff stage. It'll either be Wildcard or Dark Zero, depending on how the A-Stream match pans out. Although Dark Zero not only won map number 1, but they also have a current lead on Clubhouse, I believe it is right now, on their defensive half.
4-3, something like that.
Yeah, 5 Fears now in the lead as well, winning their opponent's map pick of Lair. Now to Chalet, where they have a lot more experience on this map than all gamers, probably reading into that, and hence why they wanted to go here for round number 2, rather than something like Fortress, which was already banned against them by all gamers, because they're also still flawless on that map. And with a lot of teams that have already qualified for playoffs that like to go to Fortress, if 5 Fears were to make it there, that could be an interesting discussion to have on desk, saying, you know, do we just target ban Fortress against this team? And that's something we could also discuss tomorrow if 5 Fears also win this series too.
Yeah, because I think Twisted Minds played Fortress. Wildcard, also another big Fortress team. 5 Fears, I think, what are they now? 5-0 on it, I believe?
Maybe?
Something like that, but they're undefeated no matter how many wins they have. Now we go again onto Chalet, a map that does involve a lot of outside play. You work a lot on the balconies, a lot on the rappels. There are lots of shield usage, and most importantly, for both teams, this map can be incredibly objective focused. You know, we mentioned it again during that pause during the last map. There were 8 plants? Yeah, 8 plants that map, which is crazy.
Both attack overtimes for 5 Fears, they got a plant down too, right? Or was it just one of them? It might have been just one of them, but still a successful round nonetheless. I do think it's interesting that the one bomb site they really struggled to attack going into overtime, they win it both times to then take their opponent's map pick. Really good show of improvement directly during the match.
Does Forrest have one of the hotel pillows?
He's just trying to be comfy, bro. He's had a long day in the chair.
That's really
this is his 9 to 5. We will quickly take a look at the map veto just one last time before heading on off into Chalet to remind everyone of our decider map pick as well. If we go to there, it's Nighthaven Labs, which is, again, also a favorite for both these teams. And I think, again, the play style of how all gamers in 5 Fears, you know, like to establish themselves on both the attack and defense has been really enjoyable to watch, at least for me personally. And I think Labs is, you know, smack down the middle between Chalet and Lair, right? You know, you have those full anchor compositions that you see going onto the top floor of Command and Server. You have the roam presence that is so normal when defending the basement on that bomb site. The same thing can be said for Chalet. I feel like, yes, there's a lot of good attacker presence, you know, sitting outside near highway or master balcony, holding cutoff angles and waiting on defender rotations to work picks without necessarily, you know, getting yourself in harm's way, unless someone lands like a nasty shot across the map, of course. But you also do have a lot of good roam potential, hence why those cutoffs are very impactful for the attackers to keep a player on. So I am interested if all gamers, maybe they change their play style up a little bit going into Chalet. It's a map they're a little less, not less uncomfortable with, less comfortable on in comparison to Lair, the map they just unfortunately lost to 5 Fears. Maybe that could allow 5 Fears to be a lot more aggressive on their attack, and it's a slightly smaller map than Lair 2, so the opportunity for plants is also very fruitful for them and all gamers once they go on the second half. So just overall, I cannot wait to get into the game, Harrison. Enough said.
All gamers are actually kind of scary on Labs. I think they're on they're like 6-0 on that map, dating back to
wow,
the SILCQ.
really?
Yeah, they won it twice at the
That's
SILCQ.
sick.
They won it 4 times at kickoff. It was their favorite map.
So 5 Fears would probably prefer to get this one and done
absolutely.
in a 2-0. Yeah.
I mean, any team wants to get it done 2-0, but yeah, Labs,
they have more reason for it now.
Labs a little bit maybe scarier than Lair was. Again, just waiting for somebody to be ready before we load into Chalet. I suppose we can theory craft a little bit. Again, very shield-centric map. I would not be surprised if we see shield bans immediately, although all gamers have not banned a shield on, or sorry, no, I'm looking at Labs. All Gamers on Chalet, they haven't played it. 5 Fears typically try to remove, stuff like the Ying and the Monty. Blitz gets banned against them a lot. Glaz gets banned against them a lot. I think we're probably going to see something pretty similar from All Gamers, because Chalet, as much as it can be objective and shield focused, it can also be very easily cheesed because it is such a small map. Oh, I thought I saw something change. I thought we were about to get into it. Roman, can you sit down?
I think one of the reasons, to touch up briefly on what we saw in Lair and then your discussion of operator bans for Chalet, Harrison, one thing we didn't see any of really was Glaz. And maybe the idea behind that for 5 Fears is that they wanted to save this operator for Chalet, their map pick. So ideally, when you look at a map ban phase, you figure, okay, good chance we lose our opponent's map pick, even if we're also strong on that map specifically. Then we go to our preferred pick and then the decider. So choosing to save stronger operators for your map pick makes a lot of sense on paper. And there's other operators you can use that don't do the same job as Glaz, but the same idea can be present where like you're using smoke utility and creating space to get a plant down. Clearly 5 Fears did not have a problem doing that without a Glaz. Now on a more aggressive map where you're probably taking a lot of gunfights early to make space for that plant, Glaz could be a really big threat with that, especially if All Gamers choose not to bring out a Warden, which they didn't do all too frequently, if I remember correctly, on Lair. I know it was brought, but just not consistently.
Yeah, they only brought him. The only site they brought him on was for bunks.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I think it's because and they also had a Solus, I think, for that round too.
They did. Yeah, and then she got banned right after that.
Instantly.
Yeah, but yeah, Warden a lot more useful on Chalet, or does find a lot of use on Chalet too. Again, because of the Ying and the Glaz and all that stuff. I don't know what this delay is, because we've got everybody in the lobby. Everyone's here. You know what the delay is?
Huh?
You know what the delay is?
No.
The big red button in front of me that says start the game. I'm not going to press it.
Why?
I hate you.
I mean, we already knew that. You could have at least made up something more enjoyable.
I want our viewers to suffer. That's why I'm not pressing the button.
Because
Sorry,
we already haven't suffered enough, Harrison, with the POV1.
I'm not pressing the button. Oh, yeah. POV1. Yeah, we found out that was somehow one of the lines to the monitor started pushing like a test, an audio test or something, out of nowhere. Don't know how that.
What is going on for 5 Fears?
I don't know, man. Dude, Forrest has not sat down this whole time. Is that where maybe he's got the big red button?
I doubt that.
We're waiting on.
Would you trust Roman with the big red button?
No.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
We're waiting on Forrest to sit down, and then we can start the game.
To be fair, I clearly wouldn't trust you because you wouldn't press it because you hate me. So I guess I wouldn't trust you with it either.
Oh, the official's talking.
Can't trust anyone, not even yourself. Hopefully, whatever issue is had between All Gamers and or 5 Fears, it gets resolved. Yeah. Hopefully, next few minutes, we will be able to push to map. But again, in the meantime, looking at Chalet for 5 Fears and All Gamers, I am interested in at least the bans that we end up seeing today for map number 2. You mentioned that the shields can be banned quite a lot. We've had some cheese bans as well against 5 Fears with that Ying and the Glaz. That also does bring up the question too, like if 5 Fears are worried about cheese ops being banned, like are they going to also try to wait for them before playing? Maybe having the third round conclude, having that last ban be picked out, and then start bringing a lot more cheese just as a second wind for some of their later attacks, because that is the half they're starting on. They'll be attacking first, All Gamers defending first as well. So I am very interested in seeing what their lineup is going to be. And also for All Gamers, as they've basically never played this map in recent times, as you said, Harrison. I do wonder, what preferences they're going to have for defending too, if they're going to have more emphasis on the utility extensions or if they're going to prefer to roam instead, having players like Moonlight really lead that charge in the kill department. Only time will tell. I think Harrison's getting some more specific stats.
I was just looking for
bro's looking to look, okay.
I was gonna pull up their
Use
game.
your eyes, buddy.
I was gonna pull up their game in SILCQ because that was their only play of Chalet.
Wow, really? Okay.
I don't remember what match it was. Let's see. It was against Soul's Heart Esport in the semifinals, I believe. Let's see. What kind of info can we glean from this? They played Chalet. They won it 7-5 against them. They banned Ying, Blitz, Grim, Azami, Clash, Ella. And look at that. We did it. We made it. We survived to the start of the game. See, I got the info on All Gamers Chalet, and then I hit the button. That's what I was waiting for. If you had asked me about their previous play sooner,
was that the magic word?
Yeah, we would have started the game sooner.
Can we look at the specific Chalet stat of All Gamers on their one map?
You can blame John for not saying the magic words.
I mean, when in doubt, just blame me. It's a good rule of thumb. I could even not be on broadcast. You could still blame me, and it's like, you're probably right.
Your girlfriend does it. My wife does it.
Yeah, everybody hates John. It's like that one show.
The Dalai Lama does it. All the way from...
Okay, that was a good
where
one.
Are they?
That was a good one.
I think.
I believe so, yeah.
Anyway.
Well,
finally, Chalet. I love Chalet. Chalet has been one of our personal favorite maps for a long time. Ever since the rework. It's been interesting its whole life cycle. And Master Bedroom and Office. Wow, we get Master and Office in the site name again. First for All Gamers. Typically, the site people don't really like because of the big cutoff from double window. It's super oppressive. If you get piano, like the piano window, that cutoff can be super oppressive. Solar takes can be pretty easy as well, mounting a push from that side of the map. It's interesting that All Gamers start here, although I feel like we've seen a recent uptick in Master.
Oh, for sure.
Because people don't like basement anymore either.
It's just very hard to commit so many resources to a roam to waste time when you also have like Trench Door or the Snowmobile Wall or the chance to still lurk down blue to apply pressure. Like, there's very easy alternatives for an attacking team to clear and get into sight for a plant on Snowmobile when you also need to potentially worry about a top-to-bottom clear. It's just a lot going on when you pick that objective as your site of choice, whereas Office, not necessarily the same case. Like, if you want to go for a heavy roam downstairs, you can, but most roams just consist of like this mezzanine extension that we have done by MC off the back of this mirror window, which has now been destroyed off the Ash charge brought in by Fens. Some nades tossed out by Rival as well to break the castle barricade, cutting off this bathroom rotation for All Gamers. I like the early use of utility here by 5 Fears to try to get their foot in the door. Hatch, it's been opened up already, and the drone at least spotted that. Not too sure if they detected Moonlight, however. They did spot the Malusi downstairs, though, near kitchen hallway. So some info is gathered by 5 Fears already. I'm not sure if they want to overcommit to clearing from library, though, Harrison, because there's 3 people on that roam looking to hunt down this Blackbeard, who is currently by themselves, actually.
Yeah, there's a pretty far extension, which again is typically not All Gamers' MO here, and they haven't fallen back yet. Yaz and Moonlight, nothing to pressure them out, so they feel comfortable. Just as I say that, though, Fens takes down Yaz. Rival, who is over by Bathroom Balk on Highway, he will get swiftly refragged, so it's no advantage for 5 Fears just yet, but they do take out one of those roamers. Moonlight still left in games, though. I'm not sure if 5 Fears know about him, because when we saw the drone work, we saw them spot the Malusi. I don't know if we ever saw them spot the Ella. They did not. Well, now they
didn't spot him, but unable to react in time to the Gersmont mine, so JJ will be full health and now completely okay. Actually, it wasn't...
It was Forest.
Was it? Yeah, it was Forest. Yeah. My mistake.
The other yellow iconed operator.
Thank you. Took the words right out of my mouth. Snake, though, on the cutoff from Master as well. Maybe looking for the adjustment here. Forest is now positioned from Highway. This seems to be a plant over from the solar side of the map. There is one Nitro Cell left for Railgun. He'll try to swing out, but Fens punishes him, and the plant is successful for 5 Fears.
Wow, what a gap spot, and the coverage is perfect. Fens able to get away too. Solo mid cleans up JJ, though, while he attempts to kill Macy through the footholes. Forest cleans up Macy. And now look at these post-plant positions from 5 Fears. You have one outside double window, one down below, one outside solar. This is going to be basically impossible as Fens gets his 3rd. Moonlight finally out of his misery, and 5 Fears take round number 1. Fens with 3.
An incredible gap spotted as well for 5 Fears. Their initial idea was to try to get that shield inside a library, but they take their time to gather info before jumping the gun. They don't know what they're getting themselves into. They spot 2 people downstairs. Fens winning one of those 2 entries initially, and their highway player is now traded. So if JJ were to push in by himself from library, he doesn't really have anyone close by to assist him. So what they do instead, they take more time to gather info and realize there's all this off-site presence by dining room, over by library and bar. Let's just rotate. We could get Blackbird in behind the master bed and try to get this plant down. And as long as we kill the Mira with her nitro cell, that's all we have to really worry about before we get this plant down. And because the Mira overextended herself into that line of sight Fens was holding, easy pickings for him. Now you've got a post-plant position in that man advantage and plenty of cutoff angles from outside the map. Again, that's something we highlighted before heading into Chalet officially, is that you get a lot of damage from just sitting someone outside on an angle, because how much you can watch in terms of defender rotations. That round proving the point perfectly as 5 Fears get a buddy ace and a round win off the jump on their map pick.
Yeah, I didn't realize Forest also had 2 there. Now, All Gamer is going to swap to Bar. They, of course, have this upstairs extension from Macy on the Aruni. Yaz playing over towards Office, probably just shooting for drones and fallback, just like Moonlight is all the way by Solar. Do not expect them to stay there. 5 Fears still rocking the Snake. This time, Fens will don that Operator. There's plenty of information in combination with him, the Lion, the Dokubi, and Fens will start things off. As I said, don't expect Moonlight to stay there. I thought he was going to fall back, not hit the ground. The Azami is dead. And within 30 seconds, that's like 80% of her Kivas are now gone.
That's probably the best operator you had for your extension upstairs. It's a very light hold by All Gamers. Some of the security gates can be helpful, of course, for library, but the Kivas are basically just inflatable shields, right? And I remember back in the old, like, well, my Jaeger meta, how strong the shield combination was, top blue and over by Mez. Now you've got nothing to really supplement that, unless Railgun brought his one deployable shield upstairs, if it hasn't been destroyed already. I kind of doubt that, though, so a great opening pick to find for 5 Fears out of all the defenders in the roster of All Gamers. It's also very easy, despite a Yokai on the board, to still get this plant down. You already have Forrest applying pressure from the site window, spotting the Fenrir's head, but unable to adjust his crosshair in time to flick onto it. But still, tons of information and lurks now being established as well for 5 Fears, which the lurk was detected and shut down a couple of times by All Gamers, but still we had moments where Snake was able to get some success on the basement floor bomb site, so maybe we could see that happen once again here in round 2.
And the Aruni has absolutely no idea that Snake has jumped through the double window. 5-3 advantage for 5 Fears. Rival confirming full control of library. Forrest also holding on the Ivy window. Through the vert, Snake almost kills solo mid. Yaz also spotted top main, and it looks like through the first couple rounds, 5 Fears just have every single possible avenue accounted for. Even JJ getting on the board outside the bar window on the solo mid. The Echo caught in a rotate, and it is flawlessly done by 5 Fears.
And don't get me wrong, Harrison. This is the map pick of 5 Fears. This is not the side they wanted to start on. And this is one of their best halves in general. They're an incredible attacking team, but just the way they've been winning this rounds, the way they've been catching All Gamers off guard, that is the concern for me in all honesty. And, you know, because this is not 5 Fears' initial, choosing side, that means All Gamers wanted to start on defense. They wanted some more comfort by being able to set the tempo, set the precedent, maybe looking for those early entries. They're now currently 0-2 on entry against Fens, and they're forcing attack timeout early, meaning they will have no room to breathe if their attacks also start on the wrong foot like we've seen here on defense. Now, they still have 4 rounds to play with on defense, so they could get a pretty decent half for themselves, then going into their preferred side of attack as well, obviously, but this has been a near perfect start by 5 Fears. Again, their entry game spot on. They've detected multiple different gaps. Snake as well, specifically in round number 2. I don't know if he either hacked the Surya gate or just used a smoke grenade to burn it, but getting through completely unnoticed by MC, it just cut the head off of that snake from the top floor extension. Funny enough, the player snake doing that as well. That was not intentional, I swear. I'm not that smart of a guy. But
the player snake or the operator snake?
The animal
That's
snake.
3 possible snakes.
Yeah.
By the way,
that's a pretty big number. You're getting near my limit, Harrison. I only got a couple more digits before things start getting weird.
By the way, we want to welcome the A-Stream viewers to the B-Stream, as John, Dark Zero, have confirmed their spot in playoffs, winning 2-0 over Wildcard. And if the information I have received is correct, the winner of this game plays Wildcard.
Wow.
We could potentially have, if Five Fears continue to roll on Chalet as they have done in the past, we have a potential JJ versus Spiker matchup for a spot in playoffs. That would be quite poetic, but still, all gamers obviously do not want to let it come to that. They take their time out. Hopefully, we'll see a more successful defense. Five Fears dominating the entry game. Fens 2-0 already. Basically no trades back except for round number 1 where the snake died on highway, but then Five Fears with that beautiful rotate to the other side on for the master execute. Now it's dining and kitchen. Five Fears obviously going to be looking to clear upstairs. All gamers have plenty of DMRs to challenge these long angles upstairs. You've got Moonlight and Solo mid. Yaz and MC also supporting. So there's 4 people on this top floor extension.
Love the early gridlock track stinger usage as well, cutting off 2 of the major staircases on Chalet. And the piano swing from Ivy. So that does allow for a safer setup, allowing JJ to walk in as Thatcher, remove this electricity off the main wall upstairs. That'll be the Cade Claw disabled. It cannot be tricked against both the Selma charges and the Thatcher EMPs, but it will be prolonged with the help of this Two-Brow Zoto canister. JJ spotting the Cade Claw on his gadget will proc it once again before the electricity is reapplied off that Zoto canister being removed. Tons of utility being traded back and forth between Five Fears and all gamers, as it is only a matter of time before this wall gets opened up. But at least, to all gamers' credit, they're burning away a lot of seconds off Five Fears' clock.
Moonlight, though, officially out of Zoto canisters. Of course, Thatcher has more EMPs than Two-Brow has freezes, so the wall will eventually fall. Now, Five Fears have that avenue into the top floor extension. They can hold outside office. The next question is, John, what do Five Fears do from here? Because there's always 2 possibilities, right? You open the office wall, you either sit someone on the balcony, hold it, and deny the vert, or you mount a full top floor clear. We'll see if Five Fears decide to go minimal here in a moment, but with Fens running in the middle of Piano and the drones confirming these couple of defender positions pushed back towards Solar, I think Five Fears are going for the clear.
They've dropped the diffuser as well, Harrison. They're pushing deeper through Piano. I think they want to take these gunfights. JJ now recovering that case. Still upstairs, however, is another body. It's only a matter of time before Five Fears try to look for someone overextending to work this first entry, but they've got so much map control, and that lack of vertical could maybe allow them to slip into sight and get a plant down.
They're looking for someone overextending, but the problem is nobody is. Yaz with the opening pick onto Rival, and that takes away one of these players upstairs for the attack, and it seems like off of that, Five Fears are going to decide, you know what, we don't need to full clear, let's just have people hold. Railgun tries to rotate into the objective, cut down by JJ, but now both he and Forrest die to Solo mid, holding the long angle trophy. A 3 versus 2 in the favor of all gamers, now just up to Snake. Not even able to find the kill through the vert. Moonlight domes him with the pistol, and that puts all gamers on the board.
Immediately after the tack timeout as well, Harrison, that is exactly what all gamers need for their defensive half. Good composure by them. Again, not overextending on the rotates. They hear the audio from Highway. They see that window opened up, looking into bathroom, seeing the entirety of that back half of Solar and Master. They see all this pressure building up on the Master window or Pell. 2 people directly inside of office. That's 4 people committed to the top floor, and no one's died yet. That means basically no one can work their way down below to try to get a plant. Yes, JJ does at least spot one player a bit overextended inside a dining room, but you still have the Malusi and Solo mid with that Aruni DMR watching from across the first floor to guard the only safe avenue leading into sight, because I believe the Ace had used almost all their Selmas, if not every Selma, upstairs to help clear the extension, which, you know, kind of seems like a bit of an error now, because that composition looks so focused towards going in for a post plant. You know, you had smoke grenades, you had a glass for those long lines of sight, and yes, you had secondary shotguns on Gridlock and Brava, but really no dedicated vert operator. So it seemed like a lot of time was spent upstairs without really any gain by 5 Fears.
Yeah, weird that they used so many Selmas on that office wall, because you saw towards the end, right? JJ even EMP'd the dining hall like they were going to go, like they were going to try and open it. All gamers go back to Master, where 5 Fears started off with that really impressive rotation after clearing one of the players down below. We'll see where they spawn. It's all library side, so they'll probably go for the library over clear that they had initially wanted to attempt in round number 1 before the rotate. There is no one playing bar for the defense. Everybody's here upstairs, so we should see 5 Fears commit to this.
Now more utility emphasized by all gamers extending into mezzanine, though. We've got Goyo, Vulcan packs burning away a lot of precious time, maybe even dealing damage if someone overextends into them, and the Azami Kivas, making MC's position very favorable to take gunfights from library while also avoiding that cutoff angle held by the office double window. One nade tossed out. Akiba deployed preemptively, maybe to avoid some vert if Snake were to go down below with these Deathmark trackers. That's exactly what he'll be attempting here. So now the Azami can waste even more time and resources and maybe still work a gunfight in their favor.
And Moonlight kills Snake the Deimos down below. Moonlight probably just descended the blue stairs to kill him and then walked back up to hold his position top blue and prevent anyone from jumping in through Ivy window or walking up the staircase to try and pinch onto MC. 5 Fears, a minute and a half into the round, kind of stuck here. JJ finally just going to jump in the library and try to make something happen along with Fens. There is the Echo in play, though, so JJ's going to have to be careful. One burst, and he'll be exposed to the gun of MC. Trying to isolate this Ella now. JJ drops the hatch, maybe looking to come up the staircase on it, but Railgun in the meantime has killed Rival. And JJ dies to the Ella, who's still on blue stairs. Kills, though, come the way of 5 Fears. Forrest finding 2 in lobby. And just like that, I thought this was going to be a lockout for all gamers, but 5 Fears have brought it back to a 2-on-2.
But the Echo is still alive. He could rotate these Yokais into sight and play for intel late round because there's only 40 seconds left to work with here, Harrison. And I think that's what Solomon is going for. They understand 5 Fears are hitting a reset. They want to look for intel on their own and maybe look to set up together to allow this plant to go down. The Habana's opened up the main breach. That can allow Fens to walk in, secure a plant potentially, and use these Ash charges maybe to get vert underneath if they don't want to play outside. Instead, they'll use the Ash charge to make a runnable entryway without the use of these Exkyros charges, and now switching positions to go for the plant. But again, because Solomid has rotated those Yokais and Ella having 2 Gersmont mines, they could easily stop this plant with only 10 seconds left.
The Yokai, I think, getting shot. The walls being reinforced means this is just going to have to be a run-up in Master. Here's the flank from Moonlight, caught by the Ash. The plant goes down, and 5 Fears are just 1 kill away from being up 3-1 after an immense off-site hold from all gamers.
And I was just about ready to sing the praises of all gamers on that extension. They had so much to stop the library push in with the help of that Blackbeard. Yokais for information, Gersmots to slow them down, the Kiva barriers to deny the Deimos from killing the guy Mez without directly confronting him or his teammate of Moonlight, who I believe either, like you said, walked down blue to kill Snake in a 1-for-1 or looking through the hatch into bar, which would have been a crazy angle if that were true. I'm not 100% sure, but regardless, it was on blue. Good comms on that, Harrison. But regardless of that, they were so tunnel visioned on shutting down the Blackbeard, they had no one on cams to check for lobby. Forrest walked up main stairs and killed 2, if not 3 people, and all of a sudden the round's winnable. Yeah. You're in a 2 versus 2, and immediately when 5 Fears go for that plant, they destroy the only Yokai left in that round. And Ella, who had 2 Gersmots in pocket, is the guy flanking and dies because Fens was prepared for it. 5 Fears read them like a book.
And it was so easy to catch him because all gamers reinforced both of the Ivy walls. So you basically isolate the angles that you can... He couldn't even play piano to throw the Ella mine. You basically isolate the angles that you can pressure the planter farm for the attacker. a strange play from All Gamers, and it results in another incredible recovery for 5 Fears, and I think we're about to see a rush. Smokes and nades in through the drone hole. In comes Forest on the Black Fear. The C4 gets EMP'd by Fens! What a play! Forest gets the opening pick just to add insult to injury, and it's basically a 5v5 plant from the NA squad. 4 versus 4 as Lion gets picked off, but still the advantage squarely in the hands of 5 Fears. They still have 2 shields left alive. They still have Snake on the glass, who can sit on the long angle. With the location of this case, you cannot long arm this. You have to be exposed to one of the angles on the windows, and so much time has been wasted. John, there was 17 seconds just now on the timer, and we were still in a 4 versus 4. A couple bodies now from All Gamers falls. Everyone from 5 Fears starting to take the fight because they know that the time is too low.
And just like that, 5 Fears, Harrison, 4-1 in the first half. The only resurgence from All Gamers has been the dining room defensive site. They'll probably go here again for the last round of the first half, but this has been such a rough look from All Gamers. They only had one option, one Hail Mary, a C4 from the mirror to stop that plant, and JJ and Co were prepared for it. 5 Fears had the Thatcher in their selection, perfectly shot out to destroy and disable that Nitro cell, allowing for the plant to go down because of a lack of echo in that composition from All Gamers. Now you've got a post plant. Again, the outside positions we've highlighted in the past are extremely strong for 5 Fears when they're already in a post plant position. 2 shields still up and alive, just way too many bodies for All Gamers to challenge without, risking themselves of either putting someone on that diffuser and having them gunned down, someone running out and giving away their position. And again, 5 Fears just having all their bases covered. We are going to be going back down to dining, as we had mentioned earlier, by All Gamers, extending once again over towards Library, which I don't necessarily hate, but 5 Fears, they've already won the 4 default attack rounds. Maybe with this composition they have, Harrison, do they just want to go for another rush? I really want to know. Are they going to go for more of a solar clear? Look at where they're positioned at right now on Forest and Snake.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe it was going to be a fast play with the Ying and the Dokkaebi and the Raora, but it's all right. JJ to get the first kill from the window repel onto Yaz, one of the most powerful cutoffs in the game. Your Warden is gone. Now these smokes and Ying canisters become so much more powerful. MC kills Rival on Highway from the Ivy window, however. In comes more utility upstairs. Forrest is in the bomb site, and he has no idea that Railgun is wrapping around him. Now the fight being taken against Fens. The shotgun downs the Dokkaebi, and out of nowhere, what seemed like an almost insurmountable advantage for 5 Fears. Moving in through top floor. Site control as well has devolved into a 1v3 for Snake thanks to the efforts of Railgun on the bomb site, killing Forest and Fens. Snake tussling around Split with the shotgun. This is a dangerous fight, but he just hip fires. Railgun! First bullet headshot, no ADS required. Case, though, not in hand. It's inside A, inside kitchen. Both MC and Solo Mid must know that thanks to the comms from Railgun. Snake, I don't think is going to be interested in trying to push upstairs. He destroys the bulletproof cam. There might be another one. Yeah, there's 2 being brought, one from MC, one from Solo Mid, so there is still some site info for All Gamers. Snake's drone basically useless because it's right next to a signal-jammed drone hole. And upstairs he goes. Just going to try and look for the fights, maybe bait. Shot sent in, now looking to recover Case. Has to worry about the hatch. He's out of Candelas. So there'll be no more blinds as he attempts to plant in the default corner by Kitchen. Verticality looking to be established by Solo Mid. It's in the wrong spot, but it does take Snake off his plant attempt. Looking for the floor bank, does some damage. Rotates in through B, hoping that there's less information here. There's one more bulletproof that he can deal with. And planting once again in a rather safe corner. You can tell all gamers don't know exactly where it is, but still, Snake is being forced off this plant and so much time being wasted. Now just trying to do it on the doorway, but he could be exposed to that angle from Trophy by MC. Solo mid once again finds him thanks to the verticality and thanks to the Banshee calling out his position. Now just planting in full view of the hatch. Halfway through, verticality from Solo mid, though he's not checking the hatch. He lets it go down, and now Snake's got the post plant. He can just watch this hatch, finds the sentry. We're in a 1 versus 1, and all he has to do is wait. MC now downstairs, worked his way through split, gets the wall bang. Whether he knows it or not, Snake is downed, and all gamers have a 2-4 half.
A sigh of relief washing over all gamers as they've got plenty of time left on the counter defuse. They'll end the half 2-4. A good look still for 5 Fears on their map pick, but there's still a sign of life for the full Chinese team. It'll be the halftime now, eclipsing for 5 Fears and all gamers and the coach perspective for our comms.
We breathe, okay? Take time to go back to some calm.
Fuji, Fuji.
Fuji, Fuji. Right, so the small amount of rounds I saw from them on Chalet is like the heavy traps lineup, okay? Denari, Don, Ella every time. Okay? So we can ban Denari, Ella, right?
Okay. Ban Denari.
Most of the time they extend because of those traps lineup. So we're gonna ban those traps lineup. So we need to be careful if they don't change how they play, you know, like more bunker, like more like close strats, you know, and not extended.
他们本来陷阱流的话都会扩出去的，然后我们现在搬陷阱位的话，小心他们可能会只手点一点，就是靠点边多一点。
So again, focus on the prep phase. Okay, we focus on the prep phase, see what kind of setup they are. If they extend, we can go soul. If they bunker more, we can go just for library. Okay.
Don't let a DMR shred you, right? Like on the mud repel, K9 window, like shit like that, guys. Like do not give these guys exterior kills.
Make them work for everything they gotta get, but let's also like press the. I think at the end of the day here, just like.
Hold on. Wasn't the Snake walking us down too? Honestly, I might change the ban a set of glass like to.
No, they will run. No, trust me, they will run the Ying and the Glaz and fucking run our shit with it. Take out the Monty Glaz Brox, and then third ban you can snake it.
It wasn't really doing
the
that
Monty
much.
was the biggest issue last map. All right,
Okay,
just trust me on that. Trust me on that.
We got this, guys. Just breathe, right? We got this. This is our game. Boys, we're getting
I might fuck around and throw it and lose to China for fun. I mean, Riley wants to fucking hand the win right now.
Take me home, dude. Take me home, bro.
I mean, if they want to go home, I'd keep a full head of hair, so.
Oh my god.
Would I be totally upset? Not so much.
Denari, Ella likely going to be the bans for all gamers, as they discussed in the timeout. Same thing with Monty Glaz. I do agree with JJ that Monty was a massive issue for them last map. And Phenamine is also right. Denari and Ella, very often played by all gamers to allow for those extensions. Those tripwires are super, super hard to deal with Chalet because it's such like a window-heavy map as well. So I like the bans for them both teams. Master is also going to be the first site for 5 Fears too. As you see Snake, I thought he was going to win that, but I think that little opening is what killed him. Like that little opening in the plant wall. So we'll see 5 Fears defend top floor. Bit of a different lineup than what we saw all gamers bringing. No, obviously no Ella to be played. No, they also don't have Zami, they don't have Mai, they don't have Mirek, or sorry, they do have Mirek, they don't have Castle, they don't have Fenrir. They're leaning more into stuff like the Warden, just in case there's a Ying play or some kind of smoke plant, which it looks like all gamers are going for. I'm also excited to see Rival. He's 1-5 right now, but he's getting let loose. He's off the leash.
On the Vigil Boss G. Maybe seeing some potential spawn peaks or just, again, one-shot ACOG shotgun here, dealing tons of damage if someone just is caught off guard. Maybe even able to lurk up blue, perhaps, if it's a library over clear. Not too sure how all gamers want to approach this, but very heavy emphasis on wanting to get this plant down. Looks to be a solar overtake. Getting Blackbeard in the building off the back of these Sens RRU projectors, the Capitao bolts, and Ying Candelas. JJ is on the Warden. They talked about that during the intermission, Harrison, that Ying would be played almost entirely by all gamers if they choose not to ban it over the Montaigne. This could be the moment for JJ to work some sort of pick with that Nitro Cell once he hears the Candelas and Utility fly in from this back window of Solar, giving the right time for a call to be made as a rotation. Oh, that does remind me. Rival is in the basement. All gamers are worried about a potential run out. They've got Claymores for it as well, but they're also guarding it just in case Rival decides to impact open this barricade and try to go for something cheeky on the master window player.
He thinks better of it, at least for now. All gamers spotting that there's not a ton of stuff dedicated to holding Solar. It could be a pretty easy take here. I think their main obstacle might be a Mira window if there's one placed facing that direction. There's the run out from Rival looking for someone on the double window, but Railgun was still wary of Trench. So run out does not find any picks. You can see JJ hears this guy on the rappel, wants to pick him off of it and surprise this Ying. First pick though, Forrest falls to Yaz on the DMR. I'm not sure. Yaz on the rappel, way outside on slant.
I don't think they know about JJ Harrison. Could maybe jump over that bed, have the high ground against this Blackbeard shield while planting, and maybe kill him outright. He is low on HP. But again, you need help from your teammates. You need some sort of distraction, and right now, all gamers are still continuing to add more pressure on this execute, but a massive kill to find. That's the cut player, allowing for the rest of 5 Fears to rotate and assist JJ behind this bomb chassis.
The nade not able to flush him out either, but one of his teammates has been down. Rival good for 2 kills, though, on the Vigil. 2 versus 2 with friends on the ground. Moonlight and Yaz looking for a way in. Yaz still outside on highway. Holding the cut, but Snake and JJ, neither of them exposing themselves. JJ starting to rotate through, gives his life up to Moonlight. And that leaves Snake in yet another clutch. Wasn't able to get it done the round prior. Can he do it here? Plant going down, Yaz covering. He spots the barrel, goes for the fight, wins it, turns around for the second, but Moonlight is better. And all gamers able to recover their first attack.
And after a quiet performance by Moonlight in the first half, when it matters most, wins the first fight against JJ, cutting off his rotate and securing the last frag, trading his teammate after getting off the defuse, narrowly out-dueling Snake and denying the clutch. A crucial round defined for all gamers after so many things went wrong for them on that execute, even downing Rival as well there, getting the triple kill. Impressive job by Moonlight. Now going back from 3 and 5 to positive at the beginning of this second half. You lose your Ying early, and the Candelas themselves not creating a lot of space. The Capitao and Blackbeard being annihilated by Rival's SMG-12 as he rotates off the roam. Everything looks dire as 3 nades were thrown at JJ after he killed the Ying, and he also didn't die. Everything looked top-notch for 5 Fears, but again, the heroics of Moonlight were just enough to get them over that finish line and bring us 1 round to a potential tied game between 5 Fears versus All Gamers. Despite their loss, 7-8 on Layer, they are still alive and kicking to keep things close on Chalet.
Sens being brought again. I imagine with Warden still being up, all gamers are going to be looking a lot towards that Sens. 5 Fears talked about maybe banning the Snake in the second half. All gamers haven't played him just yet. Maybe relying so much on this Sens, as this is an absurd run out. Okay, he doesn't find anything. Maybe playing the Sens and relying on it so much could bait 5 Fears into banning them. And then the Snake comes out in the second half. We'll have to see.
Still a heavy roam emphasis as well by 5 Fears. Interested in seeing Forrest actually, roaming, not just the extension of above, that's very common for dining, but also playing closer towards Fireplace and Mez. But JJ, I think one of the only players close to site, ends up dying by the hands of Railgun there. A good entry to find for all gamers. The lurk from downstairs by MC detects Rival near Blue Hall, and he expects another to assist from Snowmobile Stairs, but loses to fight the Forest. That's huge for 5 Fears. Rival still alive, able to utilize that Solar Scanner in case the plant were to go down. And these horizontal angles are so favorable for the DMR, but Forest is low, and he'll have to pick these gunfights wisely if he starts to get pushed by all gamers.
Yeah, all gamers starting to confirm and push forward their control of Trophy, as well as West Main. The Sense now inside Kitchen, going for this plant. The cover from his team is good. It's keeping the defense at bay. Maybe they didn't even know that the plant was going down. Yaz finishes it, and now all gamers can start to back off. Yaz with the pick on the Snake. Shuts down the Fenrir. From below, Rival looking for a run out. Can't find the player on the rappel because he had to take the time to shoot the Claymore. Rappelling inwards, though, is Railgun. Fens finds him. 2 versus 3 with a player, with one attacker upstairs on that double window rappel. He's since come down and now posted up on Trophy window in order to support Yaz inside. Trophy and Moonlight playing in West Main cleans up the round. All gamers have tied us up 4 apiece.
What a gap spotted from all gamers as well, Harrison. Wasting 0 time, getting pressure in through Trophy. They win that first gunfight onto JJ, and after some drone work, they realize no one's on site. They have the perfect operator to cut off all these long lines of sight that Forrest was trying to use, that the players upstairs on the roam were trying to use to play for Vert against, this post-plant potential. They have Sens. And without the info, either from a lack of an audio call or just no other cameras in sight being blocked by the ROU projectors, all gamers get a plant down essentially for free in that 4 versus 4. The rest of 5 Fears disjointed on total opposite sides of the map. Again, Forrest was completely alone trying to come back into sight from Fireplace. You had Snakes or Rival still downstairs on the Solas attempting to run out. Fens was the only one doing any damage, but he was also very far away from sight trying to walk down Solar Stairs, but there's a cutoff from the Trophy window, which is where all the chaos initially started from by all gamers. I think they just had better info and a quicker response time to when they realized the site was free, and they had the perfect tools to keep 5 Fears out of the objective and into a safe position for themselves to get a plant down.
5 Fears now for the first time rocking Clash on Chalet for this Bar Games defense. Forrest we will likely see holding top blue with that Clash shield. Still some traps around for JJ on the Thorn, though I'm sure 5 Fears are probably sorely missing the Denari that they play so often on this map. All gamers on the other side, sure they don't have the Monty available, but they do have Blackbeard, which they also ran pretty consistently here on Lair. They're working for a complete opposite side over push because there is no roam presence from 5 Fears. The closest person is Snake behind this reinforcement on Office.
Wait to see if everyone hops up that ladder or hears some sort of cue. Maybe a rotate could happen as well from Office, since Blackbeard's already pushed up deep past Piano. Spots the, I believe it, spots out the Dokkaebi opening up this back barricade and tries to go for an aggressive swing, but isn't met by anyone besides a drone, and now just backs away, not willing to risk his life for free from that balcony. A lot of map control gained early for all gamers. Again, a lot of emphasis on utility to clear out power positions. They've got gridlock tracks, air jabs, which could now be used as a tool to deter the clash, because they already have flank watch off of this gridlock. No pocket EMPs, but plenty of frag grenades as well to assist for the clash here and to burn both the my magnets and ADS in play here for 5 Fears. It'll just be a game of cat and mouse until all this utility is finally cleared away.
The ROUs being set up, they want to isolate Forrest from Rival, take away that connection, and go for a kill on one of them. There's the ROUs being activated. In comes the push from all gamers. MC inside Ivy, though, almost dealt with. Railgun killed by Snake now. This push so far only good for a kill as Moonlight cleans up Rival. Fen still playing by Pot, kills Moonlight. And we're even at 3 apiece. After this initial scuffle on the top floor concludes. The most important thing, though, Fens still has Library, and Forrest is still here on blue, but he doesn't have the time to put down the shield. MC looking to run up on him, but Forrest able to walk back. JJ dies on the bomb site. Upstairs, the fight being taken by DMR. Fens wins the first engagement, looks for the second, dies to solo mid, and now Forrest finds himself alone as All Gamers' trade game upstairs was so good. Can't quite land the shots on Yaz.
Razor Bloom!
Solo mid downed to a thorn trap, and now it's just Yaz armed with the shotgun, and he can't land enough pellets. 5 Fears off of the back of Forrest retake their lead.
Forrest hitting the deck, and it works out against the Gridlock Super Shorty. Not enough pellets landed. The pre-fire, it took a few attempts, but it's finally successful for him. 5 Fears take back the lead after a nail-biting Razor Bloom finishes off the already weakened Nomad from the upstairs confrontation against Fens, making it an official 1v1, and they instantly ban her. They're like, we are not letting this happen again, guys. And the Sens being banned as well for 5 Fears, which I think is a perfect counter. Yes, we've seen Ying played almost every single round, but the real catalyst for getting space into sight and securing these post-plant positions that, mind you, All Gamers had a flawless plant conversion back on their map pick of Lair and have been near flawless here on Chalet already as well. The big catalyst operator was those Sens ROUs to make enough space to get into sight and have the diffuser on the ground. The Warden's been enough plenty to counteract this Ying, so I think that was a wise decision made by 5 Fears going in around 10.
I like that All Gamers, too, have had 5 Fears ban the Sens now because they played it so often. I thought maybe we were going to see the Snake start being played, because, again, 5 Fears talked about how good All Gamers were with that Snake as well as the Monty, but instead, Solomid swaps onto the Nomad, so no solid Snake just yet. 5 Fears go to Kitchen Dining. Again, this site was won thanks to All Gamers having really early trophy control and then converting that into a plant, holding on to West Main and forcing 5 Fears to try and retake into the crossfire. See how 5 Fears end up holding onto the top floor this time. We've got 3 players up here. Once again, Forrest in the basement. JJ, the only player on site. He did die early on that round 8 execute. He was the first pick, and he was the only anchor, which is what helped open things up for All Gamers. Hopefully for 5 Fears, their IGL is going to have a little bit more survivability this time, although they also have Forrest working in tandem with him.
And they've got 5 Fears playing a lot closer to the chest. There is still an extension up above. The Forrest playing from West Main could obviously threaten a potential run out through Trench, or Alicia's play close to sight to slow down anyone pushing in from Trophy, which was the main push from All Gamers last time they attacked this objective. Again, no sense in plays. He's been banned, meaning that the only use for smokes here is by MC, and the smoke grenades here from Railgun as well, which can be countered from a Warden picked out by Fens, and the entry as well favoring 5 Fears. JJ getting rid of Railgun, damage dealt onto Snake, but he still lives to fight another day. Still Kiva's in his back pocket to allow for a rotation, but JJ overstaying his welcome is now injured, tying us up into 4 versus 4, and All Gamers putting every bit of utility onto hunting down Rival.
Forrest dies on the trophy stairs as MC swings in. Rival, though, trades it back onto Moonlight, as the top floor is still firmly in the hands of 5 Fears, the 3 last remaining players all upstairs. Diffuser has been dropped by All Gamers. I believe it's inside Trophy with JJ. Or is it, I can't tell, is that upstairs? I think that's upstairs in Solar. I think maybe Moonlight dropped it. It is upstairs. Okay, so even worse for all. I thought maybe it was like, okay, it's downstairs in Trophy. If they can force the guys back from Solar Vert, maybe they can recover it. Oh, Macy, actually, MC just walks up to the doorway and is able to grab it. JJ finally does bleed out as MC looks for an angle into the bomb site. Yaz is going to go up to Solar. They leave Solo mid on the cutoff highway. MC now in Trophy. Yaz actually swings in and doesn't get punished for it. Maybe 5 Fears, they get afraid of this player on the double window cut. MC dumps his utility in. There's a player upstairs who nearly sees him through the hatch, but now he's full blind. But luckily, there's a Warden in play for 5 Fears. Sees the Capitao through the smoke, shuts down the plant attempt, and now there's basically no time for All Gamers to do anything. In an act of desperation, Solo Mid swings in, but he and Yaz are swiftly dealt with.
And the immediate target ban on Sens paying dividends for the round by 5 Fears. They didn't have as an effective of a response. It took more time and emphasis to clear out Trophy Room, to deal with the blue staircase, which is where Forest was playing, rather than Rival. JJ wins that first entry kill on, not to Moonlight, I believe, because they still had the Grim canisters, but winning an entry kill nonetheless. Forest then rotates from west, heading in to that blue staircase by Solar, wasting a lot more resources by All Gamers and also burning their time. They had less moments to gather info, to have more resources besides the Capitao to allow for that plant to go down. And it never felt like they were allowed to also apply pressure on the rest of that roam extension upstairs. Rival basically never contested. The rest of his teammates upstairs never contested besides a rogue flash, but they didn't have to ever push past the player on that master window cutoff, so they were safe and sound. And we're now on series point. 5 Fears are 1 round away from having a rematch against their NA rivals Wildcard, or All Gamers, potentially a few more rounds to at least score overtime and have a second chance on bank if they can win in that 15-round position. But it's not looking good. Oh no!
Jinx, you've lost your Thatcher up against this Cade. That is a devastating loss. I mean, at least you have your Fuse, so maybe you can get into lobby and start to send cluster charges down. Also, on round 11, All Gamers 1 round from elimination. They bring the Osa. Jesse J. Chick, I hope you're watching. This is your favorite operator. We'll see if it works out for All Gamers here, but they've lost their Thatcher. Where do they go from here? There's a run out, I think, upstairs as 5 Fears are exuding their presence all across the map. They have a full 3-tiered roam that All Gamers, at least for right now, are not contesting. Just as I say that, oh, Snake almost takes a fight with Yaz. The dangerous thing here for All Gamers is if they don't clear this out, Snake is going to be able to just play upstairs with the Solus.
They also have no real response to the Cade Claws besides Fuse, maybe, or a well-placed frag grenade by MC. It's going to make getting into the bomb site very challenging to utilize those Osa Talon shields as cutoff angles for the longer positions held from Connector all the way down by Big Garage, or at least getting someone in the building safely. Wow. There comes Spence, a well-needed kill, now to 5 versus 3, and again, this Osa shield not doing anything to protect All Gamers.
Solo mid with 1. The flank, though, for Rival. Good for a kill onto the shield player. Very quickly traded back, but Snake has a double up, and Solo mid, the last player standing between All Gamers and defeat, and it's JJ Blastful, who says ni hao and zaijian to All Gamers. Xie for the win, and they've got a date against Wildcard tomorrow.
They started out rough here at Salt Lake City, Harrison, going 0-2 in the Swiss stage, but in the lower bracket, they have one more shot, one more opportunity to make it to the main stage for the first time as a brand new team in North America, going flawless in playoffs, and one more match against Wildcard tomorrow that I cannot wait to see. But before we've got the interview ready for JJ, we'll hop in a quick break to set that up, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in a couple minutes.
vibes in here are high after the 5 Fears win. There's already been a lot of talk about what's been playing out, the rehost, the replay. JJ, I'll go to you first. Reactions after this exhilarating win for you.
We don't like anyone that's not ourselves. Everyone here to play for ourselves, and that's a good team win, and a win's a win. You know what I mean? We don't care about the narrative.
You don't have to fuck yourselves, but, you know, it's about time we get our turn. The rehost. Ubisoft came through for me today.
Obviously, people are going to make you the villains out of this. I think we all can see that coming. Fens, you were telling me you're going to thrive in a situation like that.
Oh, yeah. I don't shit pants. I came to play today. The first half of Lair, I wasn't there. But after that, I pulled through. I'm ready to roll.
Well, we've seen, obviously, great performances from just about everybody so far this event. You guys have one more game. It looks like it's going to be against a wild card. Snake, can I get your reaction to that?
I mean, we beat him before. We're just going to do it again, bro. Simple.
All right, the opportunity to play on the main stage. What do you think?
If the opportunity to play on main stage, we have to go through wild card, I think we can handle it.
All right, 5 Fears. There's going to be a lot of talk about this one, but they move on and should face wild card tomorrow.
Wow, tons of confidence out of the 5 Fears squad, and I mean, why not after an exhilarating win like that on their home soil, on Chalet, and like they said, up against Wildcard, they've been there, done that. They already beat Wildcard in the final for NAL kickoff to be that #1 seed.
Yeah, and with that being said, we've got the All Gamers interview ready for our viewing and listening pleasures. So, Jonah, without further ado, take it away.
MC, the message in there from your coach, from Phenomene, it sounded like he was saying, well, you defied expectations to keep your heads held high. Do you feel that as well?
Yeah, I mean, I do, and I'm pretty sure we all do as well. Because when we first came in, international events, everyone's judging us. Why does CNL have 4 spots? You know, I guess today we proved that.
Do you have anything to say to those people who doubted you, but also to your supporters from CNL who've believed in you this whole time?
I mean, thanks for the support, as always, and we really appreciate it. And hate is gonna hate. I can't do anything about it, but yeah.
That they are a fantastic conclusion to this run. Really hope to see you guys at international events in the future. All Gamers, heads held high as they come out of this one, defying expectations.
Yeah, heads held high, and why shouldn't they, right? I mean, their first ever international tournament as an APAC team. I mean, they outperformed other APAC teams, right? CAG went down 0-3, so for their very first tournament, and it's sure they only got 1 win, but it's not like their losses were super dominant either. They fought every step of the way, so I definitely agree. All Gamers, you should hold your heads high after quite a battle. But again, 5 Fears versus Wildcard. I'm going to be super hyped for that matchup because, again, rematch of the NAL Finals.
Yeah, Spiker and JJ, 2 extremely brilliant in-game leaders that we have a lot of information about from our past experience casting Tier 3 and T2 NACs. But I believe we have the concluded bracket for our end of day. But first, the stats from today's matchup. My mistake. Again, really back and forth action between All Gamers and 5 Fears on Lair. We had an unfortunate rehost going back into that game, and towards overtime, 5 Fears beat the only bomb site that All Gamers were successful on defending, bringing them to their map pick with a chip on their shoulder. And towards the end of Chalet as well, Harrison, they did such a good job at stopping the initial tempo of All Gamers. JJ winning that initial gunfight from Trophy Window, having Snake with the entry kill on Thatcher. They couldn't even get the main wall opened up. It was so beautiful to watch them thrive on not only the attack, but the defense to have one more shot at the main stage.
Yeah, good to see too, you know, because before this, in terms of KD, Snake was the only player who was positive by more than 1 or 2, but now we've got Fens and Forrest really getting into the action. Awesome to see Forrest have a game like that too. But now we can go ahead and look at the bracket, as that was our final game today. G2 back in the playoffs, where I think we can all agree they belong, and we have 2 NA representatives qualing as well. Shopify Rebellion taking down Enterprise Esports, DZ beating Wildcard in that first NA Derby. Unfortunately, we did have to say goodbye to our last remaining Chinese representatives in All Gamers, and 2, shockingly, 2 Brazil teams leaving FaZe as the last remaining SAO representatives.
Yeah, it is a little shocking to have only 1 Brazilian team left in in the entire major. They have made it to playoffs, so congrats to FaZe for that, going flawless 3-0 in Swiss stage. The biggest dark horse, I think, that's already qualified for Phase 3 as well, it's got to be Twisted Minds. You know, every other team makes sense.
3-0?
Yeah, that is crazy. Beating, what was it, G2, I think, to get there as well? Yeah, that was an extremely impressive game for them, to say the least. And we're glad to see Shopify as well making it into playoffs too, obviously.
Oh, yeah. But that is going to do it for us today. We will be back just on one stream. It'll just be the A stream with 3 best of 3s, our 2-2 games tomorrow. I believe it's going to be around the same time, 11:30 Mountain Time or 1:30 p.m. if you're on a real time zone. So thank you all for tuning in as always, and we will see you for the conclusion of Swiss Stage tomorrow.